Section 21 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 3, Chapter 3. Lizards, Part 1. By W. Saville Kent. The lizard tribe, or suborder, is notable as containing a greater number of specific forms than any other of the reptilian groups, no less than 1,700 distinct species being described in the most recently published catalogues. While formerly regarded as constituting a separate and independent order of the reptile class, later investigations have demonstrated that lizards are so intimately related through sundry intermediate types with the snakes that they cannot be recognized as constituting other than a subsection of the same order. The two groups of the lizards and snakes are consequently, and with reference more particularly to their commonly shared scaly armatures, technically distinguished by the appellation of scaled reptiles. While the more typical members of the lizard tribe are readily distinguished from the snakes by the possession of well-developed limbs, a not inconsiderable number of species are altogether devoid of these appendages, or possess them only in a partially developed or rudimentary condition. The British blind worm, or slow worm, constitutes an example of such a legless lizard, although, on account of its outward snake-like appearance, it is commonly regarded as a snake by the uneducated. In the South European so-called glass snake, or Sheltopussic, here figured, the snake-like aspect and creeping habits are still more conspicuous, but yet, when examined more critically, its lizard affinities become apparent. One of the most readily apprehended external characters that serve to distinguish this and the majority of the legless lizards from snakes is the possession by the former of movable eyelids and conspicuous external ear openings. Among snakes, eyelids are invariably absent, the eyes, by way of compensation, being covered by transparent horny plates, which impart to these creatures that peculiar stony stare which undoubtedly constitutes one of the most repulsive features of their tribe. There are, however, a few exceptional lizards devoid of eyelids, though these species do not take a snake-like form. Lizards, while distributed throughout temperate and tropical regions, attain to the zenith of their representation in size, number, and variety of form and color in tropical and subtropical countries. The majority of species are essentially sun worshippers, and in temperate climates, such as that of England, where they are but sparsely represented, pass the cheerless winter months in a state of torpid hibernation. The first position among the lizard tribe is usually accorded to the gecko family, a group numbering 280 species, which present several somewhat anomalous features and characteristics. In the first place, in contradistinction to the majority of lizard forms, they are for the most part nocturnal in their habits, and have their eyes specially modified to meet them. Geckos, as the exception to the ordinary lizards previously referred to, possess no eyelids, and the pupil of the eye, as seen in broad daylight, is mostly represented by a narrow vertical slit, like that of a cat or a nocturnal dogfish. As the night approaches, however, the membranous diaphragm is retracted, displaying to view a symmetrically orbicular pupil of abnormal size and luminosity. Another prominent characteristic of the geckos is the peculiar modification of their feet, which, in most instances, are furnished with adhesive discs or pads, which enable these lizards to run with ease, after the manner of flies, on the smooth surface of a wall or window pane, or even along the ceiling. It is further noteworthy of the geckos that they are the only lizards which possess the power of emitting distinct vocal sounds. The name gecko is, in point of fact, derived from the fancied resemblance to the word that constitutes the shrill, somewhat bird-like note of one of the most familiar species. Talk, talkie, chick-chick, checko, and tuck-to are distinctive call notes that are respectively associated with other members of the gecko family. The geckos are most numerously represented in the Indian and Australasian regions. None of them attain to large dimensions. They rarely exceed 1 foot in total length and most frequently measure some 3 or 4 inches only. Geckos, in common with many other lizards, are notable for the facility with which their tail becomes detached and left in the hands of their would-be captor. In course of time, a new tail sprouts out from the truncated stump of the original member, and within a few more months equals it in dimensions. It not infrequently happens that 2 or even 3 new tail sprouts take the place of the original appendage, imparting to the little creature a most bizarre appearance. The above photograph includes an example of the Madeiran species, in which a new tail bud of a normal character has just commenced to grow. The nearest approach to the phenomenon of flight among lizards occurs in what are known as the flying dragons, belonging to the family of the agamas, which next invites attention. These lizards are all of relatively small size, not exceeding a few inches in length, and inhabit the Indo-Malayan region. In these singularly specialized forms, 6 or 7 of the posterior ribs are abnormally produced on each side of the body, and so united together by thin, semi-transparent membrane as to form a pair of wing-like expansions. When not in use, these structures are folded, after the manner of a fan, closely against the animal's sides, while, when extended, they constitute a most effective parachute, wherewith the little creatures accomplish flying leaps from tree to tree, after the manner of the flying squirrels and phalangers. The color of these wing-like structures varies among the many different specific forms, being in some instances spotted or reticulated, like those of a butterfly. This same family of the agamoid lizards includes a number of species of very dissimilar aspect and habits, which are almost exclusively confined to the Old World or Oriental zoological region. Australia, in particular, is remarkably rich in representatives of this group, many of them of considerable size. Certain of these have, within recent years, been found to be endowed with the power of bipedal locomotion. The frilled lizard of Queensland and the Northern Territories of Western Australia was the first species in which this bipedal habit was authentically demonstrated in connection with examples observed in Australia, and also brought to England by the writer, one of the last named examples furnishing the photographs reproduced on page 567. In other respects, this lizard is one of the most remarkable of its tribe. The peculiar Elizabethan collar-like frill, capable of erection or depression at the creature's will, imparts to it a most singular appearance. When at rest or undisturbed, this membranous frill-like structure is folded down in neat, symmetrical pleats around the lizard's neck. Should the creature be approached by man or dog or other aggressive animal, the mouth springs open to its widest, and simultaneously with this action the frill is erected like the sudden opening of an umbrella, and stands out at right angles around the neck, imparting to it a most formidable and threatening aspect. Dogs, in fact, which will habitually chase and kill larger lizards, such as the monitors, will frequently halt and retire, discomfited when confronted with a frilled lizard at bay with its frill erected. The brilliant color of this frill, more especially in the male, adds very considerably to the formidable appearance of this lizard. While the body of this lizard is usually of a light brown color, with more or less distinct, dark, transverse bars and reticulations, the frill-like membrane has a ground color in which orange and chrome yellow chiefly predominate, and upon which are superimposed splashings and speckles of brilliant scarlet. While the total length of this averages 2 feet, The expanded frill in adult males is not infrequently as much as 8 or 9 inches in diameter. The peculiar, grotesquely human aspect presented by the frilled lizard when running on its hind legs only will be appreciated on reference to the accompanying photographs. This erect attitude is only assumed when the frilled lizard is traversing more or less considerable distances and moving on level ground. Under other circumstances, it progresses on all fours, after the manner of the ordinary members of its class. Several other lizards belonging to the family group of the Agamas have been demonstrated by the writer to move in the same manner as the frilled species. Lesur's water lizard, also a Queensland form, which attains to a length of 3 or 4 feet, is a notable example in this connection. As implied by its name, it is semi-aquatic in its habits. It frequents scrubs in the neighborhood of riverbanks and backwaters, and passes a considerable portion of its time in shallow water, with only its nostrils elevated above the surface. It is a most expert swimmer, sculling itself with grace and rapidity, aided only by its long, laterally compressed tail. Examples brought to England and kept alive for some years by the writer were observed, in hot weather more particularly, to sleep at night in their water tanks. The several instances of bipedal locomotion among living lizards, as here chronicled, are of special interest in correlation with the circumstance that certain extinct dinosaurs habitually progressed on their hind limbs only. They, in fact, have left footprints on the sands of time, which indubitably prove this assumption. There is, however, no relationship between the two groups, and the resemblance is one of pure analogy, just as both bats and birds fly, although they have no kinship. Among other interesting lizards included in the Agama family, mention may be made of the singular Jew or bearded lizard of Australia, a flattened, broad-set form, some 14 or 15 inches long, brown in hue, and clothed with rough imbricated scales, but whose chief peculiarity consists of the expansive beard-like development of the cuticle immediately underneath the animal's chin. As in the frilled lizard, this cuticular excrescence is only conspicuous when the creature is excited, at other times being contracted and indistinguishable from an ordinary skin fold. When retiring to rest, these lizards, in their adult state, almost invariably climb up and cling to the rough bark of a convenient tree, and when young and more slender, will also ascend saplings, on which they sleep, clinging by their interlocked claws. Another member of the Agama family which invites brief notice is the so-called York devil or mountain devil of Western and Central Australia. This lizard is of comparatively small size, rarely exceeding 6 or 7 inches in length. Its feeble form and stature, however, are abundantly compensated for by the complex panoply of spines and prickles by which its head and limbs and body are effectually protected. The natural food of this singular lizard consists exclusively of ants, the small black, evil-smelling species which often proves itself a pest by its invasion of the Australian colonists' houses being its prime favorite. These are picked up one by the rapid, flesh-like protrusion and retraction of the little creature's adhesive tongue, and the number of ants which are thus assimilated by a Moloch lizard at a single meal is somewhat astonishing. A number of examples of this species were kept by the writer in Australia, and their gastronomic requirements fully satisfied every day by taking them into the garden and placing them in communication with a swarming ant-track. By careful observation, it was found that no less than from 1,000 to 1,500 ants were devoured by each lizard at a single sitting. The ant-devouring proclivities of these prickly little lizards can no doubt be turned to very useful and effective account in clearing ant-infested domiciles, and were in fact thus utilized by the writer on more than one occasion. The lizards included in the Agama family are essentially inhabitants of the Eastern Hemisphere, none occurring in America. In the western continent, however, we find an equally extensive but structurally distinct group, which preserves many singularly corresponding types. This family comprises the true iguanas, many of them of considerable size, and a numerous assemblage of smaller forms. Among those species which present a striking parallel in size and aspect to the peculiarly characteristic Old World agamas, mention may be made of the little so-called horned toad or spiny lizard of California and other of the North American states. This species might readily be taken by the uninitiated for a near relation of the Australian Moloch lizard or mountain devil last described, its flattened, diminutive form and bristling spiny armature seemingly justifying such a supposition. The crucial test afforded by the character of the dentition, however, distinctly indicates its true position to be with the iguanas. In the agamas, the teeth are invariably developed from the apex or summit of the jaw. These teeth, moreover, are varied in character. In the iguanas, on the other hand, the teeth are all more or less uniform in character and are attached to the outer sides of the jaw. The larger iguanas are, for the most part, exclusively fruit and vegetable feeders and arboreal in their habits. The thick forest scrubs in the vicinity of streams and rivers are their favorite resort. After the manner of the Australian water lizards, these iguanas are expert swimmers and delight in lying along the overhanging branches, whence at the slightest alarm they can precipitate themselves into the water beneath. When swimming, the forelimbs are folded back against the sides, the tail only being used as a means of propulsion. Several of the larger iguanas, such as the common or tuberculated species, attain to a considerable length, 5 or 6 feet. Their bodies are proportionably thick, and the white flesh, in this last named variety more particularly, is highly esteemed as a table delicacy. The common tuberculated iguana is an essentially handsome species, its skin being variegated with bands and shadings of brown and green, which are lightest and brightest in the males and younger individuals. The neck and snout and jaws are decorated with projecting rounded tubercles. A large, baggy, dewlap-like membrane, capable of inflation at the animal's will, depends from the chin and throat, and the deeply serrated crest of elevated scales extends from behind the head down the center of the back, nearly to the extremity of the tail. The iguana family includes a species with essentially marine proclivities, this being the Galapagos sea lizard. This animal was first discovered to science by the late Mr. Charles Darwin, who found it in considerable numbers on the shores of the islands which constitute the Galapagos group. The lizards were observed to spend much of their time swimming in the sea, but at no very great distance from the land. Experiments proved that they could live for a very considerable interval entirely submerged, examples sunk with weights for as much as an hour, emerging entirely unaffected from the ordeal. While the iguanas may be described as essentially American, one or two exceptional forms are found inhabiting the relatively remote regions of the Fiji Islands and Madagascar. The so-called Fiji-banded iguana, photographs of a pair of which, once in the writer's possession, are reproduced on page 575, is a very beautiful creature. The body is shapely and well proportioned, and terminates in a tail of abnormal length, equal to quite twice that of the body, the entire dimensions measuring some 3 feet. The male is much more bright in hue than the female, for, while the latter is usually of a uniform light green throughout, the male is variegated, with broad, alternating bands of brightest emerald green and pale French gray. Around the lips and eyes there are lines of brightest yellow, and the throat is almost pure white. The small group of girdle-tailed lizards belongs exclusively to the African and Madagascan regions, its typical representative being the Cape and Orange River colony species, illustrated on page 575. The symmetrical whorls of long, spinous scales encircling the tail in this and the allied forms constitute a prominent feature, and have originated the popular name of girdle tails. The most aberrant representatives of the lizard tribe with regard to one very important characteristic are undoubtedly the two species of heloderm or Silatica as they are called by the natives. These reptiles occupy the unenviable position of being the only known lizards which possess poisonous properties, their bite having been demonstrated to be fatal to smaller mammals, and to be attended by very serious symptoms in the case of human subjects being bitten. The more common Mexican heloderm has been in residence at the zoo for many years. It attains to a length of from 18 to 20 inches, and its stout, squat body, short limbs, warty skin, and peculiar coloring are calculated at first sight to awaken a feeling of revulsion in the beholder. Like the wasp, the salamander, and other animals whose conspicuous tints indicate their poisonous or other baneful properties, the heloderm is distinguished by a lurid ground color, varying in individuals from yellow-orange to flesh-pink, upon which are superimposed bold, network-like markings of blue-black or dark brown tints. Along the tail, these reticulations usually take the form of more or less irregular rings. Although the heloderms possess such deadly properties, those at the zoo manifest a by no means aggressive disposition, and allow their keeper or even strangers to handle them with impunity. In experiments purposely made to substantiate or refute the previously current rumors as to the poisonous nature of these animals, 2 guinea pigs succumbed to bites received in the course of the day. The owner of the reptiles, who was also bitten on one occasion through incautiously handling, suffered very severe, though happily not fatal, effects. In connection with its poison-dealing properties, it is found that it possesses certain long and fang-like teeth, which are set loosely in the jaws, and which have grooves before and behind for the transmission of the poison, which is secreted by special glands situated close to their base. The favorite habitat of the heloderm is the arid, sandy, and stony region on the western side of the Cordillera mountain range. It is at the same time said to be rarely seen in those parts except during the rainy season, and also to be, for the most part, nocturnal in its habits. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 3, Chapter 3, Lizards Part 2, by W. Seville Kent. The family group of the monitors includes the largest of existing lizards, notably the semi-aquatic form common to North Australia and the Malay Peninsula and adjacent islands, which attains a length of 8 or 10 feet, and is not infrequently mistaken as it rushes on being disturbed through the reeds and other rank herbage to the water for a young crocodile. An exceedingly fine and well set up example of these huge water monitors, shot by Captain Stanley Flower in the neighborhood of Singapore, is placed in the Reptile Gallery of the Natural History Museum. Another species indigenous to the southern Australian states and having essentially arboreal habits, commonly attains to a length of 5 or 6 feet. The skin of one example of this species, obtained for the writer from the eucalyptus forests in Gippsland, Victoria, measures no less than 7 feet long. With reference to the elegant lace-like pattern of its skin markings, this species is frequently associated with the suggestive title of the lace lizard. Among the more illiterate settlers, it is generally known as a guana, the name being obviously a corruption of iguana, and being, as a matter of fact, applied promiscuously, and in all cases incorrectly, to a number of the larger Australian lizards. All the members of the monitor tribe are inveterate egg-eaters. An Egyptian species, the Nile monitor, renders service to humanity through the gratification of this propensity in seeking out and devouring the eggs of the crocodile. The larger water monitor of the North Australian and Malay regions has been reported to the writer to be particularly partial to the eggs of the turtle, digging them out of the sand in which the parent deposits them, and destroying them wholesale. The more strictly arboreal southern Australian species preys to a very large extent on birds' eggs, climbing to the holes in the trunks and branches in which so many Australian birds build their nests, and not infrequently capturing and devouring also the parent birds and young. In the bush settlements, this monitor is notorious for its depredations among the hen roosts, both eggs and young chickens falling victims to its insatiable appetite. It is consequently regarded with but scant favor by poultry farmers, who frequently organize a goanna hunt for its special destruction. If surprised out in the open, the quarry at once rushes for a tree, and manifests the most remarkable agility in swarming up the smooth, massive trunk, and in dodging round to the side opposite to that on which the sportsman approaches. Not infrequently, trees being remote, the monitor will make for what appears to its apprehension the best substitute for one, viz., the upright figure of the nearest sportsman. Should this happen to be a new chum enjoying his maiden essay in goanna hunting, he will undoubtedly experience a new sensation as the animal, with its sharp cat-like claws, unceremoniously scrambles up to his head and shoulders. Brought to bay, a monitor possesses a more formidable weapon than its teeth and claws wherewith to repulse the onslaught of the enemy. The long, tough, thong-like tail, not brittle and replaceable as in many other lizards, is converted, for the time being, into a veritable stock whip, wherewith it will most severely punish incautious aggressors who venture too near. The potency of this offensive and defensive weapon is fully recognized by the reptile keepers at the zoo, who freely admit their reluctance to enter the cage of one of these large, long-tailed, but conversely very short-tempered monitors. All of the monitors, in consonance with their preeminently carnivorous habits, are more or less savage and intractable. The several species which have fallen within the writer's cognizance proved no exception to the rule. An Egyptian example, injudiciously introduced to the select society of his extensive miscellaneous collection in a heated greenhouse, proved to be a veritable wolf in the fold, killing several of the choicest specimens before its vindictive propensities were detected and arrested. A comparatively small and rare spiny-tailed monitor, brought by the writer in company with the frilled lizards to England from northwest Australia, would harass and bite any other lizard placed with it, and resent every friendly overture on the part of its owner, even after so much as a whole 12 months' persistent attempts to tame it. Another, the South Australian monitor, or lace lizard, was no exception to the rule, and had to be maintained in solitary confinement. This particular specimen, nevertheless, evinced, as the following anecdote will show, a very pronounced affection for its provided quarters. One day it effected its escape from the wire-enclosed cage with which it was accommodated in the writer's Brisbane garden, and after prolonged but unsuccessful searchings it was given up for lost. Considerable astonishment was naturally experienced some 10 days later, when the animal was discovered in the garden making frantic attempts to regain access to its former prison house. During its 10 days' absence it had evidently fallen upon evil times, for not only was it in a very emaciated condition, but also bereft of its long and handsome tail. Apparently, after the manner of its tribe, it had been manifesting a too warm interest in some neighbor's hen roost, and received across its tail a stroke with a spade or other cutting instrument that was intended for a more vital region. Disgusted by such unfriendly treatment, it evidently determined that free board and lodging at the hands of its former owner, albeit with a sacrifice of freedom, was a pleasanter line of life than liberty, and a precarious commissariat, with added bodily risks, An almost identical episode of the voluntary return to captivity of an escaped monitor has been reported to the writer of a species from Borneo by Dr. G. D. Haviland. The monitors, as a rule, are not distinguished for brilliancy of coloring, shades and mottlings of brown or black being usually dominant. The male of the Australian lace lizard, after newly changing its coat, is, however, an exception. In addition to the highly ornate lace-like reticulated pattern of its skin markings, previously referred to, the throat of the animal is resplendent with mingled tints of sky blue and lemon yellow. It is necessary, however, to observe that its natural surroundings in the ardent rays of a subtropical sun are requisite to bring these brighter tints to their full development. Examples kept in close confinement in the London Zoological Gardens yield little or no indication of their color potentialities. While the monitor family is not represented on the American continent, we find there another group of lizards whose members are of considerable size and agree in their carnivorous propensities and general habits in a marked manner with the monitors. These are the greaved lizards, named with reference to the peculiar skin folding on their legs. One of the largest and most familiarly known representatives of this group is the teguexan, or diamond lizard, indigenous to the greater portion of tropical South America, and also to the West Indies. This lizard attains to a total length of a yard or more, and is of a robust and thick-set build, with the hind limbs much longer and stouter than the front ones. The color of the teguexan is also notable, the ground tint being olive or tawny yellow, upon which are superimposed black bands and markings which for the most part take a transverse direction. Like the monitors, the teguexan in captivity exhibits a sulky and aggressive disposition and cannot be safely kept in company with other less powerful species. The attribute of bipedal locomotion is possessed by the teguexan. That this singular method of progression was an accomplishment possessed by one of the larger tropical American lizards was first reported to the writer from Trinidad. Some species of iguana was, in the first instance, anticipated to be the acrobatic performer. Several examples of this family group were accordingly put through their paces at the zoo, to ascertain if they could lay claim to the distinction. None of the iguanas available, however, rose on their hind legs to the occasion, and it was only on experimenting, as a dernier resource, with the teguexan that a successful demonstration was accomplished. This lizard was found, in fact, to run bipedally more freely and persistently when sufficient space was allotted it than the agamas. It seems singular that this bipedal power of locomotion should have so long remained undiscovered, and yet is possessed by lizards which have for a number of years been the denizens of many zoological gardens and other menageries. The fact that a comparatively large level area is a sine qua non for the exhibition of this phenomenon affords no doubt the explanation of this anomaly, but the anomaly itself at the same time serves to accentuate the desirability, in the interests of both science and the animal's comfort, that exists for providing them in captivity with a more liberal and reasonably sufficient space for their indulgence in those methods of locomotion that are natural to them in their native land. The greaved lizard family includes somewhat over 100 species. While the majority agree with the teguexan in the possession of well-developed limbs, there are a few retrograde forms in which the hinder limbs are entirely absent, or the front ones reduced to mere stumps. These exceptional instances pave the way to the family of the amphisbians, in which such or a still lower phase of limb development represents the normal condition. The amphisbians are remarkable for their worm-like resemblance, and for the circumstances that they live like earthworms in burrows, that their eyes are functionless, being concealed beneath the skin, and that they are without ears. Other details of structure indicate a most rudimentary condition of development, and they consequently rank as the lowest group in the lizard series. Another peculiarity of the amphisbians is that, in place of scales, the skin of the body is divided into square segments, which form symmetrical rings like those of worms. In addition to this, these retrograde lizards possess the worm-like faculty of being able to move backwards and forwards in their burrows with equal facility. It is from this peculiar property that their title of amphisbaena, signifying moving both ways, is derived. The representatives of this family, including between 60 and 70 species, are widely distributed, being found in America, the West Indies, Africa, and also European countries that border the Mediterranean. While the teguexans present resemblances in one direction with the amphisbians, or worm-like lizards, the higher or monitor-like forms have much in common with the typical or true lizards, of which two small but well-known species, the sand and viviparous lizards, are indigenous to the British Isles. All the members of the true lizards, numbering some 100 species, are inhabitants of the Old World, becoming scarce, however, towards the far east of the Asiatic continent. All possess shapely bodies and well-developed limbs with five-toed feet, and are remarkable for the extreme activity of their movements, and in many cases brilliant coloring. The varying individual shades of the green lizard's brilliant emerald body are almost infinite, no two being quite precisely alike in this respect. In some a yellower and others a bluer green predominates, while the females and young are more or less mottled or striped with brown. The undersurface of the body is usually a more or less bright yellow, and the throat, in the males more particularly, at the breeding season is frequently brilliant blue. The more conspicuous color differences exhibited by this lizard are, however, intimately associated with the local habitat of the particular race. Those indigenous to Spain and Portugal, for example, are more or less ornamented with ocellated spots along the sides of the head and body, while those peculiar to Eastern Europe and Asia Minor are, in the young condition, more particularly marked with longitudinal streaks, but their throat is never blue. The green lizard is one of the most beautiful of its tribe, and although not indigenous to Great Britain, is common in the Channel Islands. In Jersey, more especially during the summer months, it is one of the most familiar of the common objects of the country, as it darts in and out of the hedgerows after flies and other insects, or basks in the bright sunshine on some stone wall, with its emerald green body flattened out in order to absorb the greatest possible amount of heat. As the colder autumn days advance, this lizard is rarely visible, and it finally retires into some rocky cleft or burrow in the hedge bank, and is no more seen until the return of spring. Green lizards, liberated in suitably mild spots in the south of England, have been known to thrive for brief periods, but succumb to the cold of an extra severe winter. The largest representatives of the green lizard are those inhabiting Eastern Europe and Asia Minor, where in size and color they almost imperceptibly merge into the pearly or ocellated lizard. This very handsome species, which in company with examples of the green lizard is frequently imported by London dealers, ranges from 16 inches to close upon 2 feet in length. In form it is stouter and more robust than a typical green lizard, the head in the old males more particularly being exceptionally massive. Whatever may be lacking in grace of form is, however, fully compensated for by brilliancy of coloring, no other lizard, in fact, out-rivaling it in this respect. To the brilliant shea-green patterned emerald green hues of the Jersey species, it has superadded along its sides eye-like spots of brilliant turquoise or ultramarine, with dark brown or black encircling lines. In the males, the green ground color has a more distinctly golden hue, while in the young individuals the body is more usually olive color, dotted throughout with whitish or pearly blue, black-edged spots. This beautiful lizard is unfortunately somewhat irascible in temper, and will not as a rule allow itself to be handled as freely as the majority of the members of its tribe. When biting, moreover, it has a tendency to fasten itself upon the object seized with bulldog-like tenacity, a grip from a powerful jawed old male being a somewhat unpleasant experience. In addition to insects, the ocellated lizard will prey upon any other small animals it can overpower, including the members of its own species. It is consequently not safe to entrust it in the company of other lizards of less size and strength. The skink family, which next invites attention, contains no less than 400 known species, and climatic conditions being favorable, enjoys an almost cosmopolitan distribution. The majority of its members have stoutish cylindrical bodies with relatively short limbs and tail. The legs are sometimes reduced to 2 only or altogether aborted, giving the animal a snake-like form. The common or medicinal skink, so called since it was regarded in the Middle Ages as an infallible medicinal nostrum, is an inhabitant of North Africa and notable for its adaptation to a sand-burrowing existence. The body is short, cylindrical, exceedingly smooth through the close apposition of the minute surface scales, and sharply conical at each extremity. The well-developed toes of all 4 feet are flattened and serrated at their edges in such a manner that they constitute most effective burrowing tools in the loose sand these lizards frequent. The length of the skink rarely exceeds 3 or 4 inches. Its color is rather exceptional for a lizard, but at the same time in keeping with its predominating subterranean habits. The ground tint in the living examples in the writer's possession, one of which is photographed on page 579, was a light yellowish white like that of old polished ivory, with here and there a pale flesh pink tinge. On the undersurface this light tint was persistent, while the back was traversed by some 12 broadish bands of pale slate gray. The skink does not, like the mole and the amphibians, obtain its food from subterranean sources. It comes out to bask on the surface of the sand when the sun is at its height, and keeps a brisk lookout for flies or other insects, which if they approach sufficiently near are pounced upon with remarkably agility. Should the sky become overcast or any cause for alarm manifest itself, the skink disappears beneath the sand as though by magic, not infrequently burrowing down to a depth of several feet. Even at the present day the skink is esteemed by the Arabs both for medicine and food, and in the latter association well broiled has won the commendation of European palates. One of the most bizarre members of the skink family hails from Australia, where it is known as the stump-tailed lizard. The most remarkable feature in this form is the shortness and roundness of the caudal appendage, the contour and proportions of which in fact so nearly correspond with those of the head that it was originally described by its discoverer, Captain William Dampier, just over 3 centuries ago as a double-headed animal. To quote his own quaint description, "The land animals we saw here, Shark's Bay, included a sort of guanos of the same shape and size with other guanos, but differing from them in 3 remarkable particulars, for these had a larger and uglier head and had no tail, and at the rump, instead of a tail there, they had a stump of a tail which appeared like another head, but not really, such being without mouth or eyes, yet this creature seemed by this means to have a head at each end." A specimen of the stump-tailed lizard is usually on view at the Regent's Park Gardens and will afford visitors an opportunity for its comparison in the flesh with Dampier's description. Fine specimens of the stump-tail will measure as much as 10 inches in length, and are thick in proportion, the legs, however, being very small and weak. The surface of the back is covered with large overlapping scales that, in conjunction with its customarily dark brown or blackish hue, convey to it a marked resemblance to a long, imbricated fir cone. On the undersurface the scales are in comparison very small. The coloring in this region is also usually light gray or yellow, variegated with darker reticulations. Stump-tails make most good-natured and grotesque household pets. Of 2 examples which were for some years in the writer's possession, a characteristic photograph is reproduced below. When basking in the sun, the tail often becomes distended to enormous proportions. The internal substance of this abnormally dilated organ consists chiefly of fatty tissue, and it seems probable that it fulfills the role of a reservoir for the storage of nutrient and heating materials to be drawn upon during hibernation. The winter months in the southern districts of Western Australia are cold, and this lizard, in common with other local species, retires during that season into the sheltering recess of a hollow tree stump or rock crevice until the sun is again in the ascendant. The stump-tail is practically omnivorous in its habits. In captivity, fruit, and more especially bananas, constitute a favorite diet, but it will also greedily devour worms, beetles, and garden snails, and may consequently be turned to good account as a destroyer of garden pests. Of other Australian members of the skink family, the great Cyclodus, or blue-tongued lizard, may be mentioned. This species, which is about 18 inches long, presents no abnormal development of head or tail, as in the form last described. The body is smooth and subcylindrical, and with its closely set scales resembles that of a snake. The dominant color is a soft steel or silvery gray, variegated with darker or lighter crossbands and reticulations that are most strongly marked on the sides. The undersurface, by way of contrast, is most usually pale salmon pink. The tongue of this lizard, which gives to it its popular title, is somewhat remarkable. It is large and flat, and of a bright blue tint, resembling nothing so much as a piece of blue flannel. The animal, as it moves about, is in the habit of constantly protruding and retracting its tongue, which consequently constitutes a very conspicuous object. In common with the majority of its allies, the blue-tongued lizard is viviparous, but while the stump-tail only produces one at a time, which is nearly half as large as the parent, the present form gives birth to as many as 10 or 12. An example in the writer's possession on one occasion presented him with a litter embracing the larger number, and afforded the material for the photograph here produced. As a contrast to the two preceding forms, the spine-tailed lizards, with their short, flat, spiky tails, may be cited as a conclusion to this notice of the skink family. There are 9 known members of the same genus, all inhabitants of Australia. The lower of the two forms here figured is especially abundant on one island of the Abrolhos group, off the western Australian coast. This example is represented at about 2/3 of its natural size. It is an interesting fact that an allied but considerably larger species monopolizes a neighboring island of the same group, the two species not intermingling. Probably the larger one would prey on the smaller. The largest member of the genus, known as Cunningham's spine-tail, of a uniform black hue, peppered white, is not infrequently brought to Europe, and 2 examples which were for some years in the writer's possession bred regularly, producing 8 or 10 young at a time for several consecutive years. The fact that these lizards enjoyed full liberty in a heated greenhouse, with a temperature and surrounding conditions closely identical with those to which they were naturally accustomed, no doubt contributed extensively to their fertility. With this group we are compelled by lack of space to close our account of the true lizards, but the reader must understand that only a very few out of an enormous number have been mentioned at all. This is the end of section 22 by Dave Currier.
Section 23 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 3, Chapter 4. Chamaeleons and Tuatera, by W. Saville Kent. The chameleons differ in so many important structural points from the ordinary lizards that they are usually regarded now by scientists as a distinct reptilian suborder. The essential characters, externally recognizable, that serve to distinguish the chameleon are, firstly, the extraordinary development of their worm-like extensile tongue, the tip of it club-shaped and highly viscous, and the shaft cylindrical and as elastic in texture as India rubber. Adapted for the special object of catching flies, this organ can be projected from the mouth to a distance of 6 or 8 inches or more with lightning-like rapidity, and rarely misses its quarry. Comparing small things with great, the chameleon's tongue and its action might be likened to a schoolboy's popgun, having its pellet secured to the barrel by a long elastic ligament, presuming further that the pellet is covered with a viscid secretion such as birdlime, and that the object shot at is hit and brought back to the shooter's pocket By virtue of the ligament's intrinsic elasticity, we have an almost veritable replica of the chameleon's fly-catching apparatus. The second remarkable structural peculiarity of the chameleon is the independent relationship of the two eyes. The eyes themselves are unlike those of any other lizards. They are large, prominent, skin-covered cones, perforated only at their extreme apex for the minute pupil opening. While one eye may be fixed on an object in front of it, the other may be rolling around in search of a second quarry. This independent capacity of vision, while peculiar among reptiles, to the chameleon is common to many fishes, such as blennies and flatfishes. A third anomaly in the chameleon structure is the character of the feet. These resemble those of a parrot, the toes being bound together in two opposable bundles. In the forefoot, the inner bundle contains 3 and the outer one 2 toes only, while in the hindfoot, the order of their amalgamation is precisely reversed. In either case, these feet subserve, as in parrots and other perching birds, as most effective organs for maintaining a close grip upon the tree branches among which they habitually live. The tail of the chameleon is, finally, highly prehensile, and, as with the New World monkeys, constitutes a veritable fifth hand, wherewith to ensure it against falling off its perch. The color-changing properties of the chameleon have been the subject of enthusiastic, but in many instances exaggerated descriptions from the earliest times. As a matter of fact, there are other lizard species which share this kaleidoscopic property to an equal or even greater degree. The Indian tree geckos, referred to on a previous page, as also the kalos from the same region, are cases in point. Chameleons are undoubtedly possessed of marvelous color-changing faculties, and it would appear to be scarcely in all instances, as is more usually represented, a case of adapting themselves to the tints of their environment. The assumption of the leaf green, gray, brown, reddish, or yellowish tints, in accordance with their surroundings, is the ordinary record. Some examples which formed the subjects of the writer's experiments exhibited, however, interesting deviations from the beaten track. Male individuals, in particular, were observed to assume tints and decorative patterns that rendered them remarkably conspicuous objects, in spite of their leafy environment. The normal ground color of these specimens in full daylight was so dark a green that it might almost be characterized as black. Upon this were superimposed lines and spottings of strongly contrasting tints. The more dominant of these was a brilliant orange that was distributed in bold lines along the head and cheeks, and formed a radiating pattern on the skin-covered eye cones. The same color formed somewhat broken-up bars across all 4 limbs, and was dispersed in bold spots over the entire remaining body surface. Along the tail, these spots were concentrated in 3s, giving it a semi-barred appearance. All among these orange limb and body spottings were distributed a secondary series of somewhat smaller spots, the tint of which was a pale but very brilliant emerald green. This chameleon asleep at night was a very different animal. The ground color was transformed from almost black to a bright grass green. The orange lines became lighter in color and broken up into patches. Many of the orange spots on the body disappeared, but those remaining were of larger size and concentrated in 3s in 2 lines along each side. These triple spots enclosing centrally a larger elongated spot or patch of bright pink or puce. The bright emerald green secondary spots, as seen in daylight, were almost white. If handled during the daytime, the chameleon was wont to assume a color nearly identical with his night garb. The 2 lines of pink patches, previously invisible, would appear, and while the orange spotting remained constant, the emerald green changed to lemon yellow. A chameleon in a rage is a decidedly grotesque object. The back is arched, the body and more especially the throat pouch are inflated to their fullest extent, the mouth is opened, the eyes roll, and the creature rocks itself to and fro and hisses in a most threatening manner. When, as often happens, it also simultaneously sits up on its haunches. The effect is doubtless as terrifying as it is intended to be to a rival chameleon or any small animal which may venture to approach it. A number of other lizards, including tree-climbing varieties, were introduced to the company of the examples under observation, and until friendly acquaintanceship had been established, their advances towards the chameleons were always repelled. The majority of the chameleons lay eggs, but a small number produce living young, as with skinks and other lizards. Examples of the common European and North African species kept by the writer excavated holes in the earth, in which they laid their eggs, and then carefully covered them up again. Unfortunately, these eggs were not fertilized. One South African species has been reported to the writer as being in the habit of placing and separately wrapping and fastening up each egg as deposited in the leaves of the tree in which it resided. While Africa and Madagascar represent the head centers of distribution of the 50-odd known species of chameleons, they enter Europe through the Spanish Peninsula and extend eastward to Arabia, India, and Ceylon. The largest known variety, which inhabits Madagascar, attains a length of 15 inches. The smallest pygmy chameleon of the Cape scarcely measures 2.5 inches. The Tuatera. That singular reptile found on certain small islands lying to the northeast of New Zealand, and known as the Tuatera, differs in so many structural characters from all other lizards that it is assigned to a separate order. Externally, the Tuatera does not differ materially in form from an ordinary lizard. The skin, however, is peculiar for its leathery, granulated, and wrinkled texture. There is no trace of external ears. The eyes, adapted for nocturnal vision, have in daylight vertical pupils, and the bases of the toes are united by connecting webs. The deeper internal characteristics include the possession of supplementary so-called abdominal ribs, the presence of which are readily apprehended on handling the living animal. These structures, while absent in ordinary lizards, find their near equivalent in the breastplate of tortoises and turtles. The teeth are not implanted in distinct sockets, but attached to the summits of the jaws, which are developed in a beak-like manner, and in older individuals fulfill, after the manner of a beak, the functions of the worn-out incisor teeth. Tuateras have been exceedingly scarce of recent years, and in view of their scientific interest and the risk of their possible extinction, are now protected by the New Zealand government. Among the multitudinous gifts of which their Royal Highnesses the Prince and Princess of Wales were recipients during their recently accomplished world-embracing tour, a pair of living Tuatera lizards formed one of the most singular and highly prized contributions accepted from the loyal New Zealanders. End of section 23. Recording by Valentina Vicelli.
Section 24 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2020. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 3, Chapter 5, Snakes, by W. Saville Kent. The characteristic contour of a snake's body is too familiar to need elaborate description. Its leading features are, in fact, so nearly approximated by certain of the legless lizards previously described that the distinctions between the two can with difficulty be defined. Many of the snake-like lizards, including the common blindworm, are altogether devoid of external limbs. In some snakes, on the other hand, and notably the large terrestrial pythons, a spur-like development on each side of the base of the tail represents rudimentary hind legs. The snakes agree essentially with the lizards in the character of their scaly covering, the scales, however, being larger on their undersurface and specially adapted, as in the legless lizards, for creeping locomotion. The essential distinctions between the two groups have to be sought in the structure of the head. The most notable of these, as it obtains in the snakes, is the very loose manner in which all the bones connected with the jaws are held together, thus providing for the greatest possible distension in the act of their swallowing their prey whole, as is the custom of all ordinary snakes. To achieve this end, the two halves of the lower jaw are not united together at their extremity or chin, as in lizards, but are merely connected with one another by an elastic ligament. In most snakes, the bones of the upper jaw and palate are also attached to one another in a similar way. The eyes of a snake differ in a very marked manner from those of ordinary lizards. No snake possesses movable eyelids. The eye, in compensation, is protected by a transparent horny disc, continuous with the general epidermis, and is shed with it when the snake casts its skin. This feature imparts to snakes that fixed, stony expression of the eyes, which undoubtedly contributes very materially towards increasing the feeling of repulsion with which snakes are commonly regarded. A few exceptional lizards, such as the geckos, have a similar eye construction, but it is not met with in any of the limbless or snake-like forms. No snakes, again, show any trace of external ear openings, such structures, on the other hand, being distinctly developed in almost all lizards. The head itself of the snake is never compressed or elevated, as in most lizards, but flattened down and usually wider than the body, to which, however, it is united without a distinct neck. The tongue of the snake is slender and terminates in two long, thread-like points. Basally, it is inserted into a hollow sheath, into or out of which the entire organ can be retracted or exerted at will. The somewhat uncanny, flickering action with which a snake, while moving, displays and, as it were, feels its way with its long forked tongue, represents another element which adds to the disfavor with which these reptiles are commonly regarded. Among the uneducated, even at the present day, it is not unusual to hear the tongue, with reference to its peculiar shape and vibrating action, pronounced to be the seat and instrument of the animal's poisonous properties. The swift, silent, stealthy, gliding motions with which, apart from any visible organs of locomotion, a snake slides, as it were, along the ground and over all obstacles, fill to the brink the measure for its condemnation in the estimation of all but the snake devotee or the naturalist. The locomotion of the snake is, as a matter of fact, one of the most remarkable and beautifully contrived phenomena in animal mechanics. The peculiarly jointed and abnormally mobile ribs constitute the mystic deus ex machina by which the reptile accomplishes its migration. These ribs articulate in pairs by a single mobile head with their respective segment of the vertebral column. At their opposite extremity they impinge on and are in muscular connection with the broad, slightly overlapping, shield-like scales, which clothe the undersurface of the body. The rib muscles, contracting in rhythmical succession, raise the free overlapping edges of the shield-like scales, which, striking against the ground in the same regular order, push the body forward. Adopting an easily comprehensible simile, the snake's body is carried along the ground on the same principle as the paddle-wheel steamer is pushed along the surface of the water, the paddle boards, in the case of the snake, being affixed to a long, narrow plane instead of a circular wheel. The poison fangs of snakes are highly specialized structures, and their presence or otherwise was formerly considered sufficiently distinctive for the separation of these reptiles into two sharply defined natural series. More recent investigations have, however, shown that such a system of classification is entirely artificial, both venomous and harmless species occurring among groups which are related to one another by essential structural characters. The teeth in the ordinary or harmless snakes are usually represented by two rows of slender, recurved, sharply pointed teeth in the upper jaw, and a single row of a similar character in the lower one. This recurved character of the dentition effectively assists the snake in gorging its quarry whole, nothing once seized by the hook-like teeth having a chance of retreating, the snake itself being unable to eject the prey upon which the teeth have fastened. In the most poisonous series, such as a rattlesnake, there is but a single row of recurved teeth in the upper jaw, and these are the equivalents of the inner set of the harmless species. Among the most venomous snakes, the poison fangs are tubular in character, the poison being received from the venom glands at their open base, and discharged at the apex. In other forms, the fangs have grooved channels only for the passage of the virus, while in other species there may be an intermediate condition. In all cases, the poison-secreting glands are modifications of the ordinary salivary glands of other vertebrate animals. They are situated, one on each side, immediately below and behind the eyes, and are in some instances so abnormally developed as to extend backwards along the sides of the body. Special muscles envelop these glands, and force the poison into the hollow base of the fangs when the mouth is opened to strike. Snakes, like lizards, are most abundant in tropical countries. the Indian and Malay regions in particular being richest in numbers and varieties. The British Islands support but 3 representatives of the class: the adder, the common ringed, and the smooth snakes, this number, by coincidence, being identical with that of the lizard tribe indigenous to the same islands. Many of the smaller species are little over 1 foot long, while the huge pythons and the anaconda may attain to or exceed 30 feet. Regarding their habits, some are purely terrestrial, frequenting the rocks or sandy deserts, or even burrowing beneath the earth's surface. Others are essentially arboreal, many amphibious, and some, like the turtles among the chelonians, entirely marine. As with the lizards, the majority of snakes lay eggs enclosed within a white leathery shell, while with a considerable number the young are brought forth alive. The eggs, deposited in the earth, sand, or among vegetable debris, are usually left to be hatched by the heat of the sun. In the case of the pythons, however, they are incubated by the parent. A small group of snakes, which is usually placed at the head of the series in systematic classifications, share the subterranean habits of the amphisbaeans among the lizards, and the eyes being rudimentary and functionless, they are commonly known as blind snakes. A structural peculiarity which separates these singular reptiles from all other members of the snake tribe is the entire absence of teeth from either the upper or lower jaw. The food of the blind snakes consists largely of ants and the larvae of beetles and other insects which lead a subterranean life. Although spending the greater portion of their existence underground, they occasionally come out upon the surface, such migrations more generally taking place during showery weather. About 100 species of blind snakes are known, and are mostly confined to tropical countries. One small worm-like form occurs in Greece and the adjacent islands, its range extending through a considerable area of southwestern Asia. The step from the small worm-like blind snakes, with their functionless eyes and underground habits, to the boas and pythons, the largest and most highly organized members of the serpent tribe, would seem at first sight to be altogether unwarranted. In one essential character, however, they agree very remarkably. In both groups, the bony skeleton exhibits a far more generalized structural plan than in any of the succeeding ones, so that they may be regarded as more nearly resembling the primitive stock from which the other more specialized kinds, such as the vipers with their death-dealing poison fangs, have been evolved. The pythons and boas, or boa constrictors as they are popularly known, belong entirely to the non-venomous section of the snake series. The teeth, forming 2 rows in the upper jaws, gradually decrease in size from before backwards, and none of them are grooved or modified in the form of poison fangs. The body is usually more or less compressed and the tail prehensile. The typical pythons, or rock snakes as they are called, with reference to their rock-frequenting habits, are distributed throughout southeastern Asia, Australia, and Central and South Africa. The Indian python, which is the largest Old World representative of its race, is known authentically to attain to a length of 30 feet, and in the largest specimens the spinal column may include over 400 vertebrae. In common with other members of its family, this huge snake kills its quarry by compression or strangulation, throwing around it successive coils of its body, which, with their contraction, crush out the life of the victim. The dispatched prey is then swallowed whole, commencing with the head. The previous crushing of the bony framework greatly assists the swallowing process, which is further aided by the snake pouring over the body of its victim a copious discharge of saliva. The extent to which the jaws and the integument of the body generally can be distended for the passage and reception of the food is remarkable. After partaking of a solid meal in this fashion, pythons remain sluggish and in a state of semi-torpor for several days, not reawakening to active life, in fact, until the digestion of the food has been accomplished. As is well known, these and other snakes can exist for periods of many months' duration between their meals. One of the largest Indian pythons by no means contests itself with such small quarries as hares and rabbits, sheep, young calves, and some of the smaller deer representing its more accustomed food. The human species unarmed is as weak or weaker than the proverbial kitten, pitted against the hydraulic press-like embrace of these monster serpents, and many an Indian native, and more rarely the white man, has fallen a victim to their attacks. The reticulated python, so called on account of the bold reticulated pattern of the skin ornamentation, may equal, if not exceed, the Indian species in dimensions. It is a native of Burma, Siam, and the Malay region generally, and is recorded as occasionally exceeding 30 feet in length. Examples of this species, including one over 20 feet long, have constituted leading attractions at the reptile house in the Zoological Society's gardens for many years past. The gorgeous prismatic tints that play upon the surface markings of the coils of these huge snakes as the sun strikes upon them about midday in their cages form one of the most wonderful sights that the gardens afford. The African continent also produces its large species of pythons. One of these, attaining to a length of 20 feet or more, reaches its maximum on the west coast, and occurs with local modifications as far east and south as Natal. In the latter country it is most familiarly known as the Natal rock snake. Some rather singular incidents have been recorded illustrating the tenacity with which pythons retain hold of the quarry once seized, or, more correctly, their inability to release it. At the Adelaide Zoological Gardens a specimen, when absorbing a rabbit, managed to entangle its teeth in a corner of its blanket. That blanket had to follow the rodent through the 12-foot-long python. On another occasion 2 pythons, a Queenslander and Afrikander, happened at the same instant to commandeer respectively the head and hindquarters of an identical rabbit. Inch by inch the portion between the two grew smaller until the 2 noses met. There was no retreating from this impasse, and the momentous question, "Shall I slay my brother Boa?" had to be settled affirmatively by one or other of the interested parties without further parley. The somewhat smaller and weaker individual was gradually telescoped and in due time assimilated. The absorber was decidedly poorly and off color for a considerable period after accomplishing this cannibalistic feat. It ultimately recovered both its appetite and its prismatic tints. The true boas, as distinguished from the pythons, are more essentially arboreal in their habits, and, with the exception of 1 or 2 species found in Madagascar, belong to the tropical American zoological region. The common boa or boa constrictor, which attains to a length of 12 or 14 feet or more, is limited in its distribution to South America. The colors of this snake, which consist mainly of a light brown, with a number of dark brown crossbars on the back and light-centered dark brown spots on the sides, so nearly agree with the tint of the tree branches with their interlacing shadows, among which it usually lies concealed, that, notwithstanding its large size, it readily evades detection and is unconsciously approached by the animals on which it preys. These, in adult individuals, may be represented by such large-sized quarry as dogs and even deer, while smaller examples prey largely on birds and their eggs, and the numerous rodents with which the tropical American forests teem. From observations made upon this species in captivity, it would appear that the eggs are usually hatched within the parent's body, though an instance has been recorded in which both eggs and young were produced simultaneously. A close ally of the typical boas, which shares with them a tropical South American habitat, is the huge anaconda or water boa of Brazil and the adjacent countries. This animal, which is undoubtedly the largest living representative of the serpent tribe, attains a length little, if any, short of 40 feet. One such monster was specially referred to by Dr. Gardiner, the botanist, in his Travels in Brazil. It had devoured a horse and was found dead, entangled in the branches of a tree overhanging a river, into which it had been carried by a flood. Full-grown cattle and occasionally human beings, as well as horses, are alleged to fall victims to the destructive prowess of this gigantic snake. The anaconda is essentially amphibious in its habits, the greater part of its life being spent in the water, lying in wait, in the quiet lagoons and backwaters, with only its head above the surface, and prepared to seize any unfortunate animal which may come to the brink to drink. At other times it will coil itself upon the trunks and larger branches of the adjacent trees, and from that point of vantage will dart down its head, with sure aim and lightning rapidity, to seize any suitable quarry which may pass beneath. In some parts of South America, where the rivers dry up at certain seasons of the year, the anaconda is recorded to be in the habit of burying itself in the mud and lying torpid, after the manner of crocodiles, until the return of the rains. The ground color of the anaconda is usually grayish-brown or olive above, the back being ornamented with 1 or 2 transversely disposed rows of large, rounded, dark brown or blackish spots, while the sides are decorated with more irregularly scattered, smaller, eye-like spots, having whitish centers and dark margins. An interesting little group, connecting the boas and pythons with the common snakes, is that of the so-called shield-tails or earth snakes of India and Ceylon. These reptiles are earth burrowers, like the blind snakes previously referred to, but have well-developed eyes and are further distinguished by the abruptly truncated contour of their posterior extremity, which may be either a naked disc or covered with keeled scales. Their bodies are cylindrical, with the scaly covering very smooth and polished, the scales of the undersurface being but little larger than the upper ones. The jaws, in conformity with the peculiar modification of the skull, are not capable of wide distension. 7 genera and a large number of species are recognized, some being brilliantly colored with tints of red or yellow. Their main diet is earthworms. The family of the common snakes includes the greater number of species, the majority of the most venomous as well as harmless varieties being comprised within its limits. The characters that are made the basis for separating these snakes from the boas are associated with the structure of the skull, and are not therefore readily recognized without having recourse to dissection. It will suffice to mention that, in this and the remaining groups, there is an entire absence from the lower jaw of the slender supplementary bone known as the coronoid, which is present in the boas and pythons. From succeeding groups, such as the viperine series, they are distinguished by the circumstance that the upper jaw is firmly fixed in a horizontal position, and is not capable of erection in a vertical plane, or, like the lid of a box, as obtains with the vipers. These snakes are separated into secondary groups with relation to the structure of their teeth. In one series these teeth are solid throughout, neither grooved nor tubular, and all the snakes thus characterized are harmless. In the second series, 1 or more pairs of the hinder upper teeth are longitudinally grooved and act as poison fangs. They are consequently distinguished as the back-fanged group. In the third series, the front teeth of the upper jawbone are grooved and constitute the poison fangs, and they are known as the front-fanged group. To the first mentioned solid-toothed and harmless division of the family belongs the British ringed snake and some 40 other allied species, which are collectively known as water snakes, with reference to their more or less pronounced aquatic habits. The ringed snake has a stoutish cylindrical body, keeled scales, flat head covered with regular shields, wide mouth cleft, and numerous teeth, the strongest of which are at the hinder end of the jawbone. The color varies somewhat, being usually gray, brown, or olive above, with darker spots or narrow transverse bands, The undersurface is mottled black and white or gray. The lip shields are white or yellowish, with black dividing lines. The neck in the ordinary variety is usually ornamented with a yellow, white, or orange collar-like patch, behind which is a somewhat broader black collar, which is produced forwards and subdivides the yellow one in the center of the upper surface. In the variety of the ringed snake indigenous to the south of Europe, the collar-like markings may be altogether absent, or reduced to a small black patch on each side of the nape of the neck. The maximum length of the ringed snake is some 6½ feet. It is a most expert swimmer, moving swiftly through the water with lateral undulations of its body, and carrying its head and neck well above the surface. Frogs constitute its favorite diet, but it will also capture and devour fish, mice, and young birds. The viperine and tessellated snakes, both European forms, as also the garter and moccasin snakes of North America, are all closely allied in structure and habits to the familiar ringed species. The second British species, known as the smooth snake, belongs to the same group, but is more terrestrial in its habits, while comparatively rare in England and limited to the southern counties, it is plentiful on the continent. The Indian rat snake, which is almost as useful as the domestic cat in ridding dwellings of rats and mice, is another representative of the solid-toothed group. This group also includes the so-called pygmy snakes, inhabiting the Malay region, whose habits are mainly arboreal. They are the most diminutive members of their order, some of the 30 known species not exceeding 1 foot in length. The typical tree snakes of the Indian and Australian region, with large eyes, somewhat compressed bodies, and colors of green or olive, in harmonious accord with their arboreal surroundings, also belong to the solid-toothed and harmless section. An especially interesting representative of this group is the so-called egg-eating snake of South Africa. It does not exceed 2 feet in length, and is for the most part arboreal in its habits, and, as its name implies, would appear to feed exclusively on eggs. As a structural adaptation for this peculiar habit, the spinous processes of a number of the vertebrae project into the throat and are tipped with enamel, thus constituting supplementary throat teeth. Normally, the snake subsists on the eggs of the smaller birds, but when short of this supply, has been known to leave the trees and rob hen roosts, being able, notwithstanding its comparatively small size, to dilate its mouth and throat for the reception of a hen's egg. The egg is split longitudinally by the action of the throat teeth, the contents swallowed, and the shell ejected. The second, or back-fanged group, includes many exceedingly poisonous species. Among these may be mentioned the Indian whip snakes and their allies, comprising many tree-frequenting species, closely resembling in habits and colors the harmless solid-toothed tree snakes of the preceding section. It is among the third, or front-fanged group, however, that the most venomous species occur. To this section belongs the death-dealing cobra, the yet more formidable hamadryad, the Indian kraits, the Egyptian asp, and the Australian black snakes and death adders. The cobra de capello, hooded or spectacled snake, as it is variously known, is perhaps the most notoriously familiar example of its section, being responsible for the greater moiety of the many thousands of fatalities that annually occur among the natives of India from the bites of venomous serpents. The kraits, which resemble the cobras but do not possess an erectile hood, are accredited a second position in death-dealing. The peculiar feature of the erectile hood that characterizes the cobras is due to the circumstance that a certain number of the ribs in this region are independently movable and can be elevated and depressed at will, the skin fold that overlies them being loose and elastic. The back of the hood in the ordinary Indian cobra is usually ornamented with 2 eye-like spots, connected with a loop-like band, which communicate to the complete pattern the fancied resemblance to a pair of spectacles, whence it has derived its appellation of spectacled snake. Individuals vary, however, very considerably in this manner of color markings. In some instances a single eye-like spot is alone developed, while in others it may be entirely absent. The common cobra grows to a length of 6 or 7 feet, dimensions greatly exceeded by the giant cobra or hamadryad, a fortunately rarer form, more exclusively confined to jungle and forest districts. This species may attain to a length of 13 feet or more, and on account of its deadly bite and fiercely aggressive disposition is much feared by the natives of the countries it inhabits, which include not only India, but Burma, Siam, and the Malay region. This giant cobra preys almost exclusively on smaller snakes, frequently including the common cobra. The third species of cobra, known as the hajé or spitting snake, inhabits Africa from Egypt as far south as Natal. It is perhaps the fiercest member of the group, turning readily upon its pursuers, or even commencing the attack. It also possesses the somewhat remarkable and disconcerting habit of ejecting poison from its mouth to a distance of several feet, usually aiming with considerable accuracy at the eyes of its assailant. Although unattended by permanently serious effects, the pain caused by the virus striking the eyes is for the time being excruciatingly painful, placing the recipient of the unwelcome discharge entirely hors de combat. The first record of the poison-spitting propensities of this snake, made by Mr. Gordon Cumming, was received with considerable incredulity, but the statement has been confirmed. A relative of the writer's, stationed in Natal, was recently the victim of such an incident, receiving the poison discharge in his eyes from one of these snakes, which, in his eagerness to dispatch it, he had imprudently cornered, armed only with a sword. It was some days before the pain entirely abated, and the sight regained its normal clearness. Australia, with its black and tiger snakes and death adder, possesses snakes as venomous as the cobra, which the first named species approach in their capacity to inflate their necks, though to a less degree. The Tasmanian black snake, as it glides swiftly as though sailing across open grassland, with the midday sun scintillating on its 7-foot stretch of jet black, highly polished scales, its head and expanded neck threateningly elevated some 18 inches above the ground, is certainly a most impressive sight. One very distinct group of the front-fanged section which demands brief notice is that of the sea snakes. These are readily distinguished by their especial adaptation to a marine existence, their much compressed, oar-like tails constituting powerful propelling organs. In contradistinction to the terrestrial snakes of the same group, the inferior scales, not being required for terrestrial locomotion, are little, if any, larger than the upper ones. All the species are highly venomous. They feed chiefly upon fish, and are distributed throughout the tropical seas. The larger species rarely exceed 5 or 6 feet in length, and the majority are much smaller. Many species are noted for their conspicuous coloring, which most frequently takes the form of distinctly contrasting bands. All the members of this group are viviparous. The last and most highly specialized section of the snake tribe is that of the viper and its allies, collectively known as the viperine family. In all the representatives of this group, the hinder upper jawbone is so loosely articulated that it is capable of erection at a right angle to the horizontal plane of the skull, the gape of the mouth being in consequence abnormally wide. The teeth in the upper jaw are reduced to a single anteriorly situated pair of tubular poison fangs, with which, when striking its prey, the snake deals a direct stab. The head in the majority of the viperine snakes is flattened and triangular, nearly resembling in contour the symbolic ace of spades. The body is usually relatively thick and the tail short and stumpy. The vertical pupil of the eye denotes nocturnal habits. All the members of the section are venomous. The viperine snakes are usually divided into two groups. The first contains the typical or Old World vipers and includes, in addition to the common viper, the cerastes or horned viper of Egypt, and the large and most repulsive and deadly African puff adder. The common viper or adder, the only poisonous British snake, has a very extensive geographical distribution, extending throughout Europe and Asia as far east as the island of Sakhalin, and northwards to the Arctic Circle. The horned viper of the Sahara and North Africa is one of the most venomous of living serpents. Lying buried beneath the sand, with only its head above, it will spring aggressively at any animal which passes by, and the action of its venom is so rapid that a horse or man bitten by it usually dies within half an hour. In color, the horned viper closely resembles the sand or stony wastes among which it lies. The most remarkable feature in this snake is the presence of two elevated horn-like processes immediately above the eyes, which are most prominent in the male. The species has frequently been on view at the Zoological Society's gardens. On one occasion, an ostensible example was purchased and deposited in the reptile house, which proved on nearer investigation to be a base imposition. A common desert viper had been cleverly manipulated by the deft insertion of suitably shaped splinters of wood into its head, so that it resembled the rarer horned variety. The puff adder, the largest member of its tribe, may attain to a length of 6 feet or more, and is distributed throughout the African continent. Its thick body is almost triangular in section, the head very large, flat, and bluntly rounded anteriorly, while the eyes have a particularly fierce, stony, and repulsive aspect. In color, individuals vary considerably, but there is generally a checkered pattern of reds, browns, and grays, disposed in the form of darker and lighter alternating crescent-shaped bands along the back. The poison of this snake is nearly as virulent as that of the horned viper, and is commonly used by the African bushmen for poisoning their arrows. The viperine group is abundantly represented in the New World, where its members differ from the typical Old World species in sundry anatomical points, one of the most conspicuous features being the presence of a distinct depression or pit in the surface of the head between the nostril and the eye on either side. On this account they are distinguished by the title of pit vipers. Among the more familiar representatives of this group are the rattlesnakes, the fer de lance, the bushmaster, and the copperhead or moccasin snakes. All these are notoriously venomous, fatal effects from bites received by human subjects being of frequent recurrence. The rattlesnakes are especially distinguished by the peculiar, loosely joined, horny appendage to their tails, by the rapid vibration of which, when disturbed, they fortunately give timely notice of their presence. In the young individuals, this rattle is only represented by a single button-like knob, additional loose, hollow, horny rings being added between it and the scaly termination of the tail as age increases. In full-grown examples, the horny rings composing the rattle may number as many as 20 or more, though, owing to the war of extermination incessantly levied against these reptiles in all civilized areas, it is rarely that such elaborate rattle-bearers are now met with. The rattlesnake, in the more northern districts of its distribution, hibernates in the winter, often congregating together in great numbers for the sake of the mutual warmth. In the earlier days, certain caves were famous as the retreats into which not only hundreds, but thousands of the reptiles would congregate from the country round for their winter's slumber. At such times, hunting parties were specially organized for their wholesale destruction, and accomplished much towards reducing their ranks to their present numbers. In addition to the common North American rattlesnake, there are some 4 or 5 other species distributed throughout the southern states, Mexico, and Panama. None appear to exceed a length of 6 feet. In South America, their place is to a large extent taken by the so-called bushmaster, a snake which attains to a length of as much as from 9 to 12 feet, and, in addition to being exceedingly venomous, is of an especially fierce and aggressive disposition. It is devoid of a rattle-like appendage, the tail terminating in a sharp horny spine. The fer de lance, or rat-tailed pit viper, is another Central and South American species, held in wholesome dread on account of its death-dealing potentialities. The South American sugar plantations are an especially favorite resort of this deadly snake, its attraction being the rats which frequent the canes and afford its chief food. Lying concealed among the thick foliage, it will launch itself aggressively at any passer-by, and its bite is usually attended with fatal results within a few hours. The fer de lance grows to a length of 6 or 7, or occasionally even 8 feet, with a thickness of a man's arm. Its colors, as with most members of its tribe, are somewhat variable. The ground color of the back is usually olive or reddish-brown, with dark crossbands. A black stripe runs backwards from the eye to the neck, and in some instances the sides of the body are bright red. The American continent is not wanting in aquatic representatives of the viperine series. The most notable of these is the fish-eating water viper, whose distribution extends from North Carolina in the south over the whole of North America as far westward as the Rocky Mountains. Fish and frogs constitute the main diet of this reptile. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 3, Chapter 6, Frogs and Toads, by W. Seville Kent. The amphibian class, through the newts and salamanders more especially, would appear at first sight to have much in common with and to be most closely allied to the lizards previously described. As a matter of fact, however, the group is much more nearly related to the fishes. Quite the most characteristic feature in the amphibians that is indicative of the above-mentioned affinity is the circumstance that for a more or less longer period of their existence, their respiratory organs take the form of external gills, structures not found in any of the preceding vertebrate classes. Another diagnostic character of the amphibia is afforded by the circumstance that they all pass through a transitional or larval condition before arriving at the adult state. The familiar tadpole phase of the common frog or toad typically illustrates this point. During its earliest larval state, the fish-like resemblance is especially conspicuous. In addition to possessing gills, the body is limbless and produced into a long fish-like tail, having superior and inferior fin-like membranes, with which the little animal propels itself through the water. These locomotive fins, however, are never furnished with supporting fin rays as obtains among the fishes. In contradistinction to the lizards and snakes, the skin of amphibians is never covered with spines or scales, but is soft and naked. In many of the toads and salamanders, the surface of the skin is, however, warded and highly glandular, and capable of emitting an acrid and sometimes poisonous fluid. More or less pronounced conditions of moisture are essential for the well-being of all amphibians. The eggs are deposited, and the earlier or larval conditions, with but few exceptions, passed in the water while the adults remain in its near proximity and frequently take up their abode in it. Amphibia do not, however, drink water after the manner of lizards and other reptiles, but absorb all the moisture they require through the surface of their skins. The deeper and more essential skeletal elements of the amphibia differ conspicuously from those of the preceding groups. The vertebrae in the permanently gill-bearing species more particularly are scarcely to be distinguished from those of fishes. In the frog and toad tribe, on the other hand, they are reduced to a less number, 7 or 8 only, than is found among any other vertebrates, while ribs do not exist or are rudimentary and functionless throughout the class. Many bones of the skull in the amphibia, as well as its general construction, are more in accord with those of fishes than of ordinary reptiles. The tongue, not always present, is attached immediately inside the front of the lower jaw, its tip pointing down the animal's throat. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding their aquatic proclivities, no amphibian has been discovered which frequents salt water. Amphibians amongst themselves constitute 2 very easily recognized subdivisions, the one including the frogs and toads, collectively forming the tailless group, and the other represented by the newts and salamanders, or tailed amphibians. The former group has an almost worldwide distribution, numbering some 1,000 species. It is most abundantly represented in the tropics, ranging thence in diminishing numbers to the limits of the Arctic Circle. In colder climates, these amphibia usually hibernate during the winter months, while in tropical countries, where dry seasons intervene, they often bury themselves in the mud and remain in a state of torpor till the return of the rains. The majority are more or less essentially nocturnal in their habits. Frogs and toads commence life in an aquatic tadpole phase. While in the adult state they are strictly carnivorous, the tadpoles are vegetarian feeders. The section to which the common British frog belongs includes nearly 150 species, collectively known as water frogs, which present considerable differences in both their aspect and habits. While some are perennially aquatic, others only resort to the water during the breeding season. Some are terrestrial and occasionally earth burrowers, while yet another series is essentially arboreal. In addition to the familiar British species, the much esteemed edible frog of the continent has become acclimatized in England. A dark-colored race of this frog, supposed to have been introduced by the monks centuries since on account of its esculent properties, is plentiful in the fens of Cambridgeshire, while a greener race of the same species was imported to and established in Norfolk somewhere about the year 1840. The edible frog may be distinguished from the common species by the more complete webbing of its hind feet, the absence of the dark so-called temporal spot that extends from the eye to the shoulder, and the presence in the males of a globular sac on each side of the head, which confers upon them louder croaking powers than are possessed by the common species. The loudest voiced as well as almost the largest member of this group is the bullfrog of Canada and the United States. The length of the body in this species may be as much as from 7 to 7.5 inches, exclusive of the legs, and its croakings, or more correctly bellowings, are so loud that it may be heard for a distance of several miles. These croakings are most pronounced during the early spring or breeding season. In the southern United States, however, they are maintained more or less persistently throughout the year. While the British frog contents itself with a diet of slugs, worms, beetles, and other insects, the bullfrog aspires to larger quarry and has an especial penchant for young ducklings. As a compensation, the flesh of the bullfrog is said to be very delicately flavored, and the species is so much esteemed in some localities as to be kept in captivity and fattened for the table. It has been recorded that the bullfrog makes leaps of from 8 to 10 feet in length and 5 feet in height. In point of size, the bullfrog is somewhat eclipsed by a species discovered in the Solomon Islands and known as Guppy's frog. This huge frog has a body no less than 9 inches in length. It has not been recorded whether its vocal powers are proportionately loud. Another large species allied to the bullfrogs is found in South and East Africa, whose flesh is attested to by Dr. Livingstone as being excellent eating and resembling chicken when cooked. This frog, known to the natives as the matlamitlo, is supposed by them to fall from the clouds on account of its sudden appearance in even the driest parts of the desert immediately after a thunderstorm. The species, however, is in the habit of making holes at the roots of bushes, into which it retires during the months of drought, rushing out into the hollows filled by the thunderstorms while the rain is still actually falling. Even during the long drought, these frogs continue their croakings from their retreats at night and are very misleading to travelers who customarily associate their presence with the immediate neighborhood of water. There is a remarkable difference in the voice timbre of the various species of frogs. In England, with its one indigenous variety, comparisons cannot be instituted. In countries, however, like Australia, where numbers of species live in close proximity, the phenomenon is very marked. Some only give voice in the evening or night, while others keep up their clamor throughout the day. With some, the note is metallic and almost bell-like, while one diurnal croaking species, which congregates in great numbers in the eastern Tasmanian coast district, emits a loud percussive note closely resembling that of a stonebreaker's hammer. On several occasions, in fact, when driving through the areas these frogs frequented, the impression produced by their croaking was so realistic that the next turn on the road was expected to reveal the presence of a large gang of road makers engaged in negotiating a wayside stone heap. One of the most remarkable species is the flying frog of Java. The power of flight is simulated in this instance on a different principle to that which obtains in any other group. It is not accomplished through the medium of abnormally produced ribs with connecting membrane, as occurs in the flying lizards, nor by means of a flap of skin stretched between the fore and hind limbs, as in the flying squirrels and phalangers. In place of these, the toes of all 4 feet are abnormally prolonged, and their interspaces bridged over to their tips by webbing. The body of this frog is about 4 inches long, while the webs of the feet, when fully expanded, cover collectively an area of fully 12 square inches. They thus constitute aerial floats which enable their owner to make prodigiously long flying leaps among the trees in which it takes up its abode. The colors of this singular species are striking. The back and limbs are a deep shining green, the undersurface and inner toes yellow, and the webs black rayed with yellow. In common with the typical tree frogs, the toes of this Javan flying variety all terminate in a dilated adhesive disc. Among the oddities of the frog tribe prominence may be given to the singular short-headed frogs of East Africa. In these the head is so short and the body, when puffed out, so nearly globular, that they have been aptly described as more nearly resembling India rubber balls than frogs. Another notable form, inhabiting Chile, is remarkable for the circumstance that the throat sac of the male is so enlarged and modified as to form a chamber on the undersurface of the body. In this sac, the eggs laid by the female are deposited and pass through their tadpole phases. The horned frogs, or horned toads of South America, constitute a distinct and interesting group. They are of large size, stout and rotund, gorgeously apparelled, and truculent in bearing. There are nearly a dozen known species, the distinctive feature from which they take their name having reference to the stiff, horn-like development of their upper eyelids. The largest species is a native of Brazil, whose body may be as much as 8 inches long. This species has the horn-like processes of the eyelids most prominently developed. A somewhat smaller but conspicuously handsome species, plentiful in the Argentine Republic, is at the present time represented by several individuals at the Regent's Park Gardens. In this animal, the body is relatively more obese and toad-like than in the Brazilian form, but the horn-like angle of the upper eyelid is only slightly produced. The colors vary somewhat. The general ground tint of the upper surface is bronze-green or yellow, upon which are distributed large spots and blotches of dark olive or chocolate, having light yellow or golden margins. The spots on the limbs are the widest and almost take the character of cross bands. Bright claret red lines are sometimes developed in and among the body spots. A very interesting account of the habits of this frog appears in Mr. W. H. Hudson's The Naturalist in La Plata. Mr. Hudson reports it as being common on the Pampas as far south as the Rio Colorado in Patagonia. In the breeding season it congregates in pools and displays extraordinary vocal powers which are exercised at night. The notes uttered are long, resembling those of a wind instrument, and are so powerful that on still evenings they may be heard distinctly a mile off. After the pairing season, the frogs disperse, and retiring to moist places, bury themselves just deep enough to leave their broad green backs on a level with the surface. The eyes, under these conditions, look out as from a couple of watchtowers, and are on the qui-vive for any approaching prey. This consists of any moving creature which they can capture, such as other frogs and toads, birds, and small mammals. In very wet seasons they will frequent the neighborhood of houses, and lie in wait for chickens and ducklings, often capturing and attempting to swallow objects much too large for them. In disposition, they are exceedingly pugnacious, savagely biting at anything that comes near them. When teased, the creature swells itself out to such an extent that one expects to see it burst. It follows its tormentors about with slow, awkward leaps, its vast mouth wide open, and uttering an incessant, harsh croaking sound. When they bite, these frogs hold on with the tenacity of a bulldog, poisoning the blood of the creatures seized with their glandular secretion. Mr. Hudson records 2 instances in which, to his knowledge, horses were killed through being bitten by a horned frog. One of them, while lying down, had been seized by a fold in the skin near the belly. The other had been grasped by the nose while cropping grass. In both instances, the vicious frog was found dead, with jaws tightly closed, still hanging to the dead horse. It would seem, Mr. Hudson remarks, that they are sometimes incapable of letting go at will, and like honey bees destroy themselves in these savage attacks. The tree frogs represent one of the most distinct groups of the tribe. All its members are more or less arboreal in their habits, repairing to the water only during the breeding season, or leaving the trees to seek shelter in the earth or underneath stones or timber for the purposes of hibernation. As an adaptation for their special habits, the toes of the tree frogs are provided at their tips with suctorial discs, so that they can walk on perpendicular or smoothly glazed surfaces after the manner of the geckos among the lizards. Another characteristic feature is the development on the undersurface of their bodies of peculiar granular glands, pierced by numerous pores, through the medium of which they rapidly absorb the moisture deposited by dew or rain on the surfaces of the leaves among which they live. The colors of the tree frogs harmonize, as a rule, so completely with those of their leafy environments that their presence very readily escapes detection. Many of the species, moreover, rival the chameleon in their capacity of quickly adapting their tints to that of a newly occupied surrounding. Green is naturally the dominant ground tint of these frogs. Often, however, it is intermixed with stripes and bands of other colors, while sometimes the green hue is entirely replaced, as in the blue or bicolored tree frog of South America, which is brilliant azure above and pure white beneath. A very beautiful Australian species, abundant in Tasmania and Victoria, and appropriately named the golden tree frog, has its grass-green overcoat thickly overlaid and embroidered with, as it were, the purest beaten gold. One small species of tree frog is common on the European continent, its distribution extending to North Africa and eastward throughout Asia north of the Himalaya to Japan. The species is imported into England in considerable numbers and readily becomes acclimatized in a conservatory. Green above and whitish beneath constitute the prevailing tints of this species, such uniformity being, however, varied by the presence of a darker, often nearly black, light-edged streak that extends from the snout through the eye and ear along each side of the body and sends a branch upwards and forwards on the loins. The male of this European species shares with many others of its tribe the possession of a large external vocal sac, which when inflated bulges out from the throat in a spherical form to dimensions little inferior to those of the creature's body. It may be observed of examples of these frogs acclimatized in a conservatory that the falling of heavy rain on the roof is an almost certain incentive to their croakings. By pouring water resonantly from a little height into another vessel, The writer also found that he could produce a frog chorus at command. The European and other tree frogs deposit their eggs in the water, some species constructing a symmetrical, crater-like nest of mud for the reception of the eggs and tadpoles. Certain kinds, however, never leave the trees, having adapted their requirements to the naturally provided environments. Thus, one Brazilian species deposits its eggs in the water almost invariably contained in the central cup of a tree, while another allied frog chooses for the same purpose the moist interstices at the bases of decaying banana leaves. A step further, resulting in complete independence of external water, is arrived at by the marsupial, or pouched tree frog of Central America. In this species, the female develops a capacious pouch on her back, which opens backward, and wherein both the eggs, primarily assisted to their position by the male, and tadpoles undergo their characteristic transformations. As a contrast to the foregoing exclusively tree-dwelling forms, one very fine species common in Queensland has pronounced social proclivities. He is a fine fellow, with a bright pea-green coat and large, lustrous black eyes, and either with or without your leave invades your bedroom from the adjoining veranda and makes the lip of your water jug his headquarters. Here he will lie low the livelong day. With the approach of night, however, this lethargy is thrown aside, and he hops forth, making excursions through every room in search of black beetles, spiders, moths, or other acceptable quarry. In this vermin-destroying capacity, he is a welcome guest to all except perhaps the ultra-squeamish housekeeper, his occasional offense of an upset glass or cup during his excited chase of the wily cockroach being readily condoned. He has a playful habit, too, during his midnight wanderings of climbing up walls and ceilings, to which he readily clings with his adhesive toes, and mayhap drops down on the recumbent form of some peaceful sleeper who, if a stranger, possibly wakes with an alarming apprehension of snakes or other uncanny intruders. When once this Queensland green frog has determined upon his camping ground, he clings to it with remarkable pertinacity. You may deport him time after time, and even carry him half a day's journey into the wilderness, but he turns up again the next morning or the following one. Toads are distinguished from frogs by their sluggish creeping movements and by their non-possession of teeth. There are over 80 species, having collectively an almost cosmopolitan range, though they are not found in Australia, New Guinea, Madagascar, or the Pacific Islands. The common British species enjoys a wide distribution, being found throughout Europe, Asia, excepting India and northwest Africa. Its somewhat clumsy, brown, wrinkled, and warded body, with darker spots and markings on the upper surface and white speckled undersurface, will be familiar to every reader. With many, it is an unwarranted object of aversion, and in country districts is not infrequently accredited with venomous properties. Toad spawn is plentiful in ponds and ditches in the early spring, and may be distinguished from that of the frog by the fact of its being deposited in chain-like strings, the eggs being arranged in a double alternating row, instead of in irregular masses, as obtains with the last-named species. The individual eggs are, moreover, smaller and deposited 2 or 3 weeks later in the season than those of the frog. A second and somewhat rarer British toad is known as the natterjack. It may be distinguished from the ordinary species by the shorter hind limbs, the more prominent eyes, and the conspicuous yellow line down the middle of its back. It is also somewhat more active than the common species. The last member of the group which demands brief notice is the singular water toad of Suriname. This animal, also known as the pipa, is an inhabitant of the moist forest regions of the Guianas in Central America, and remarkable on account of the singular phenomena connected with its breeding habits. The eggs, from 60 to over 100 in number, are deposited by the female in the water in the ordinary manner, but at this stage they are taken in hand by the male and literally planted in the back of the female, whose skin in this region becomes abnormally soft and thickened at this season. The young toads undergo their complete development in the parental integument, each egg and its resulting embryo occupying a separate, primarily cylindrical chamber, which by lateral pressure becomes hexagonal, resembling a honeycomb cell. 82 days are occupied from the time of the deposition of the eggs until the young toads emerge into the outer world, their appearance as they make their debut, with here a head and there, one or it may be two limbs thrust out from the surface of the parent's back, being highly grotesque. This is the end of Section 25 by Dave Currier.
Section 26 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 3, Chapter 7, Newts and Salamanders, by W. Saville Kent. The newts and salamanders, or tailed amphibians, are distinguished from the preceding group of the frogs and toads by the retention of a tail throughout life. In this manner, they very nearly resemble the advanced larval or tadpole phases of the latter. In some instances, in fact, the earlier or externally gill-bearing tadpole phase is persistent. The geological distribution of the salamander tribe is much less extensive than that of the frogs and toads, but few are found south of the equator, and they are entirely unknown in Australia or in Africa south of the Sahara. Two members of the group are indigenous to the British Islands, where they are familiarly known as newts, askers, effies, or efts. The larger and handsomer of the two, the crested newt, occurs in ponds and ditches throughout the warmer months of the year. It grows to a length of nearly 6 inches, of which the tail constitutes about 1 moiety. Its color is more usually blackish or olive-brown with darker circular spots above, and yellow or orange-red with black spots or marbling beneath, while the sides are speckled white. In the breeding season, the colors are more especially brilliant, and it is at this time that the male develops the serrated crest along the middle of its back, from which it takes its title. The eggs or spawn of the newt are deposited in a different fashion to those of the frog and toad. In place of being aggregated together in an irregular or ribbon-like mass, each is deposited separately and attached to the leaves of water plants. By the dexterous use of its feet, the female newt twists or folds the leaf, or a portion of it, around the egg, its viscid envelope allowing it to readily adhere, and it is thus effectually concealed or protected from injury. When about 1/4 of an inch long, the tadpole escapes from the egg. At this early stage, the gills are quite simple, and the front limbs represented by mere knobs. Immediately in front of the gills are 2 fleshy lobes, by means of which the tadpole can temporarily adhere to the surfaces of water plants. Within a fortnight, the little animal has grown to double the size. The gills are now elegantly branched, and the 4 limbs well developed. The latter are, however, only bifurcated at their extremities, and it is some little time later that 4 distinct toes are possessed by each forelimb, and that the hind limbs make their appearance. The gills, which have at this stage reached their most complex state of development, now begin to diminish in size, and are gradually absorbed, the lungs in the meantime acquiring their full functional proportions. The newt, having now passed from the fish-like to a reptilian stage, is unable to live entirely beneath the water, and is obliged to come up to the surface at intervals to breathe, or is adapted for living entirely upon land. Newts in their fully matured state, except during the breeding season, pass much of their time on land, and wander to considerable distances from the water. They, at all times, however, exhibit a preference for moist situations, such as a shady wood or damp cellar. Like the toad and blindworm, the feeble, inoffensive newt has from the earliest time to the present day been the victim of the most unmerited dread and persecution among the uneducated. In some county districts it is not only accredited with the property of biting venomously, but of spitting fire into the bitten wound. A property that is actually possessed by these creatures is that of reproducing lost parts. The geckos and other lizards, as already recorded, are in the habit of reproducing their mutilated tails. The newt, however, beats that record to the extent of reproducing lost legs, and it has been affirmed eyes also. A second species of British newt, of somewhat smaller size and even more common than the crested one, is the common or smooth newt. It scarcely exceeds 3 inches in length, and is distinguished by its smooth skin and relatively less conspicuous crest. In habits, it is less addicted to a prolonged aquatic residence than the crested form, and wanders to more considerable distances from water. One of the largest and handsomest representatives of the family is the marbled newt of southern France and the Spanish peninsula, which attains a length of 8 or 9 inches. The upper parts of the male at the breeding season are bright bronze green with irregular black markings. Its crest is ornamented with black and white vertical bars, and a silvery white band is developed along the sides of the tail. The crestless female has a distinctive orange streak running down the center of the back. The true salamanders have no British representative, though the common or spotted species is abundant throughout Central and Southern Europe. Its conspicuous livery, in which bold markings of black and brilliant yellow are somewhat equally balanced, no two individuals, however, precisely corresponding, distinguishes it broadly from all other members of the group. The surface of the skin is very smooth and shining, and thickly set on the surface with glands and pores, from which a viscid and undoubtedly poisonous secretion is exuded. In common with that of other salamanders, the tail is cylindrical, instead of compressed and oar-shaped as in the newts, and there is no crest down the back. The spotted salamander frequents moist situations in mountain and forest districts. It is essentially nocturnal in its habits, lying up during the day in some suitable rock or mossy crevice. Exposure of its sensitive skin to the direct rays of the sun speedily having a fatal effect. Large numbers of this salamander are sold as suitable and curious additions to the fernery and vivarium, and will survive for long periods, appropriate food and the necessary conditions of moisture being provided. Snails, worms, and beetles, and other insects constituting its natural food, it fulfills as useful a role as the toad in the extermination of insect pests, and may be as strongly recommended for introduction to the greenhouse. Salamanders repair to the water to breed, after the manner of newts, but the young are usually brought forth alive, though occasionally eggs are deposited, from which the young tadpoles almost immediately emerge. The number usually produced at birth ranges from 16 to 30, but instances are recorded where there have been as many as 50. The colossus of the tailed amphibian race is the giant salamander of China and Japan, which may attain to a length of from 3 to 3.5 feet. The body, like that of the ordinary salamanders, is broad and depressed, but the eyes are very small and have no eyelids, and the tail, which is relatively short, is compressed and has a fin both above and beneath. This salamander lives entirely in the water, and is adapted for such an aquatic life by the possession of both lungs and gills. In its native habitat, it is most usually found in small, clear mountain streams, at elevations from 700 to 5,000 feet above the sea level, such streams being often not more than a foot in width, and more or less overgrown with grasses. In these the adults are usually found curled round the larger stones, while the smaller ones occupy holes and crevices among them. A representative of the tribe now commonly kept in aquaria is the Mexican axolotl. It has usually a velvety black skin and grows to a length of 9 or 10 inches. As generally known, it presents a very newt-like aspect, or more correctly, that advanced tadpole state of the newt in which the external gills are most highly developed. The animals breed freely in the water, eggs being laid, which pass through the earlier tadpole to the adult phase. Up to within comparatively recent times, the foregoing metamorphoses were supposed to represent the alpha and omega of the animal's existence. Some exceptional examples, however, bred in an aquarium in which rocks projected out of the water, surprised their owners by gradually absorbing their supposed persistent gills. Also, their fin-like tail membranes, and, crawling out on the rocks, were transformed into ordinary salamanders. The olm, or blind Proteus, of the subterranean caves of Dalmatia and Carniola, is a form with persistent external gills. Nearly allied is the North American form known as the furrowed salamander. The latter, however, living under more normal conditions, has well-developed eyes. While possessing the customary number of limbs, the number of toes in the American type is 4 to each foot. In the European Proteus, there are but 3 toes to the front and 2 toes to the hinder limb. In a yet lower form, the siren salamander of the southeastern United States, a yet more primitive, persistently gill-bearing condition is presented. End of section 26. Recording by Valentina Vicelli. Section 27 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 1, Lungfishes and Chimaeras, by W. P. Pycraft. Though amongst the lowest of the backboned animals, the fishes are nevertheless an exceedingly interesting group, distinguished from all others by the possession of fins, which are divisible into two series, an unpaired, ranged along the middle of the back and abdomen, and including the tail fin, and a paired series, representing the fore and hind limbs of land animals. The body is either clothed with scales or naked, and, being perfectly sustained by the water, needs no support from the fins, which serve as balancing organs. In the brilliancy and beauty of their coloration, fishes display a variety that cannot be excelled by any other animals. Furthermore, the coloration is often rendered still more beautiful from the fact that it can undergo rapid changes of hue. Frequently, this coloration is of a protective character, causing the fish to harmonize with its surroundings, and so escape the observation of its enemies. The colors of living fishes can only, for the most part, be indicated in the present pages when a pattern exists by the formation of stripes or spots, but the wonderful variations in the form of the body will probably prove a revelation to many. Lungfishes. The lungfishes are a peculiarly important group, inasmuch as they form a connecting link between the class fishes and the land-dwelling amphibians, the class containing the frogs and toads and their allies. They are accorded this position mainly because, like amphibians, they possess true lungs, which almost entirely replace the gills, the breathing organs of other fishes. One of the best known of the lungfishes is the Australian barramundi, or lungfish of Queensland, the burnet or Dawson salmon of the settlers. It lives among the weeds at the bottom of muddy rivers, rising frequently to the surface to take in atmospheric air by the lungs, the gills alone being insufficient for breathing purposes. The flesh, which is salmon-colored, is much esteemed as food. The adult fish is said to attain to a weight of 20 pounds and a length of 6 feet. Other lungfishes, eel-like in form, occur in the rivers of Africa and South America. The African species is perhaps the better known of the two. On the approach of the dry season, it buries itself in the mud at the bottom of the river, and when the latter becomes dry, the mud hardens, holding the fish a prisoner till the return of the wet season several months later. A considerable number of these fishes have, from time to time, been dug out and sent to England, enclosed in the mud into which they had retreated. The writer remembers assisting in the liberation of some during the last meeting of the British Association at Oxford. So hard had the prison walls become that the mass had to be plunged into tepid water. This soon brought about a dissolution of the soil, and in a short time the fishes were swimming about as if in their native rivers. The African lungfish is known also as the mudfish, its American relative as the lepidosiren, or South American mudfish, and the American species as in its African relative. The fins are whip-like in form, but the hinder or ventral pair, which correspond to the hind limbs of the higher vertebrated animals, are remarkable in that, in the male, they develop during the breeding season numerous thread-like processes, richly supplied with blood, the function of which is as yet unknown. The young, both of the African and South American mudfishes, bear external gills closely resembling those of tadpoles of the frog and other amphibia. Traces of these gills remain throughout life in the African form. Chimaeras. Shark-like in their general characters, the chimaeras, now briefly considered, are nevertheless regarded as constituting a very distinct group of great antiquity. The modern representatives of the group are few in number, 5 species in all. Of these, the species shown in the accompanying photograph and the sea cat are remarkable for the possession of a movable tentacle on the snout. The undersurface of this tentacle is armed with small spines and fits into a hollow in the head. The first back fin is supported in front by a strong spine and can be depressed into a sheath in the body walls. The teeth take form of large plates closely united with the jaws and studded with hardened points, or triters. One species widely distributed in the Mediterranean and Atlantic is taken usually in deep water. It is the largest living species, often attaining a yard in length. Its occurrence is, however, very erratic, months elapsing without any being taken. At other times, several will be caught in a few days. A closely allied fish is often exposed for sale in the Lisbon markets, where it ranks with the sharks as food fish. The egg of the bottle-nosed chimera is perhaps the only egg with a mimetic resemblance to a foreign object. It is elliptical in form and bordered by a fringe so as to present a close resemblance to a piece of seaweed. In the next chapter, we begin the description of the great group of fan and fringe-finned fishes, which briefly embrace all fishes not grouped among the lungfishes, chimaeras, or sharks. The anatomical characters used for the purpose of classifying this great group are not discussed here, save only in a few cases of prime importance, when features such as can readily be observed, without demanding an intimate knowledge of anatomy, are selected. End of Chapter 27. Recording by Valentina Vicelli. Section 28 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 2. The Perch Family, by John Bickerdike. The thick-set, golden-bronze, dark-barred, hog-backed fish known as the perch has many striking characteristics, and is remarkable, among other things, for the vast number of its relations scattered all over the world. So numerous, indeed, are its cousins that ichthyologists have had to divide the perch family into a large number of groups. There are various species of perch found, as a matter of fact, in the fresh waters and on all the coasts of the temperate and tropical regions. The common perch, which is widely distributed over Europe, Northern Asia, and North America, is properly an inhabitant of rivers, lakes, and ponds, but sometimes descends to brackish water. It runs up to about 5 pounds in weight and is carnivorous, eating most kinds of fish small enough for its swallow, including the fry of its own species, which are, in some waters, an excellent bait. In England, perch spawn in the spring, the eggs being held in a band-like mass of gelatinous matter deposited on weeds or the roots of trees not far below the surface of the water. The spawn, as a matter of fact, is often collected by fish culturists and hatched out. Swans and waterfowl generally eat the eggs by the million, and wherever perch are preserved, these birds should, so far as possible, be kept from the water during the spawning season. At Henley and other places on the Thames, those interested in fishery preservation place wire netting round the boughs and weeds where perch have spawned, to prevent the eggs from being eaten by swans and ducks. Perch are usually termed voracious fish, but when large, are extremely shy and difficult of capture. There is a story told of a hungry little lake perch, which had its eye hooked out by accident. The angler, leaving the eye on the hook, lowered it into the water again, and a moment after hauled out a one-eyed perch. Among the species of perch found in British waters are the ruff, or pope, a very small and common river fish of no great value; the bass, a fine sporting sea fish, which comes up the estuaries of rivers to spawn, and is much sought after by the amateur sea fisher; the comber, or gaper, a fairly common fish on the coasts of the west of England; a rare sea fish known as the dusky perch, caught occasionally off the south of England; the stone bass, also called the wreckfish, from its habit of following wreckage in the sea; and lastly, the dentex, a rare species not often caught off the British coasts, which attains the weight of about 70 pounds. On the continent there is a pike perch, a fish having the appearance of a cross between a pike and a perch, and growing to 25 or 30 pounds. This voracious species is found in the lakes and rivers of the temperate northern zones, and is much esteemed for food. In the tropics there are a number of true sea perches, which rarely enter fresh water. They include the anthias, most beautifully colored with pink and yellow, of which there are between 100 and 200 species. Some of the tropical sea perches grow to an enormous size, and there are instances recorded of bathers having been attacked by them at Aden. Several monsters are stuffed in the Natural History Museum at South Kensington. Among the coral islands live many very beautifully colored sea perches of various species. Perhaps the most remarkable of all is the boarfish, or bastard dory, which has a prolonged snout, no doubt used for getting out its food from the crannies among rocks and other awkward places. End of Section 28. Recording by Valentina Vicelli.
Section 29 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Radka. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 3. Scaly-Fins, Red Mullets, Sea-Breams, Scorpion Fishes, Slimeheads, Tassel-Fish, Meagres, and Swordfishes, by W. P. Pycraft. For quaintness of shape, combined with beauty of coloration, the family of scaly-fin fishes has no rivals. The name by which they are collectively known refers to the scaly covering which invests the bases of what are called the median fins, the fins seated along the middle of the back and abdomen. A large number of distinct species have been described, the majority of which occur in tropical seas and especially in the neighborhood of coral reefs. But some frequent the mouths of rivers, which they occasionally ascend for a short distance. All are of relatively small size, of carnivorous habits, and but little used for food. The pattern of coloration commonly takes the form of bands or stripes, those in which this pattern is most marked being known as zebrafish. One of the most beautiful is the emperor fish, which ranges from the east coast of Africa to the Indian and Malayan seas. The ground color of the body is deep blue, relieved by some 30 golden yellow stripes running from the shoulder backwards to the tail. Crossing the head is a crescent-shaped bar of black edged with yellow, whilst a similarly colored patch runs upward from the pectoral fins to within a short distance of the top of the back. This species, which attains a length of 15 inches, is highly esteemed for food in India. The most beautiful of all, perhaps, is the zebrafish of the Indo-Malayan seas, which has the ground color of yellow, striped with vertical bars of blue edged with brown, a yellow tail, and an anal fin barred with narrow blue lines. A tube-shaped mouth is a common feature of the fishes of this group, and 2 Indian species in which this character is especially well developed have acquired the habit of shooting therefrom a drop of water at insects resting on overhanging foliage, fringing the sea or along the banks of rivers. Having sighted its quarry, it would seem the fish moves upwards to the surface of the water, and with careful aim ejects its liquid bullet with such unerring precision that its prey is invariably knocked down and speedily seized. On this account these fishes are commonly known as archer fishes. The archer fishes are sometimes kept in tubs of water for the purpose of affording amusement to their captors. Somehow the shooting prowess of these fishes has been accredited to an allied form, shown in the above photograph. The peculiar shape of these fishes is sufficiently indicated by the photograph already mentioned, but a large series would be necessary to show the numerous variations, some of which are quite remarkable. The brilliancy of the coloration is probably protective, since the most brightly colored forms live amongst coral reefs built by gorgeous polyps or coral animals, so that amidst such surroundings the fishes are quite inconspicuous. The red mullets occur chiefly in tropical seas, but one species inhabits European waters and occur sparsely around the British Islands. Occasionally, however, these fishes visit the British coasts in vast shoals. More than 5,000 having been taken in a single night in August 1819 in Weymouth Bay, whilst in May 1851, 10,000 were taken off Yarmouth in 1 week. Although about 40 species of red mullet are known, the European species is the most prized as a food fish. Its fame, indeed, extends backwards to the time of the ancient Romans, who sought far and wide for large specimens, paying ruinous prices for them. Then, as nowadays, writes Dr. Gunther, it was considered essential for the enjoyment of this delicacy that the fish should exhibit the red color of its integument. The Romans brought it, for that purpose, living into the banqueting room, and allowed it to die in the hands of the guests, the red color appearing in all its brilliancy during the death struggle of the fish. The fishermen of our times attained the same object by scaling the fish immediately after its capture, thus causing a permanent contraction of the chromatophores containing the red pigment. Beneath the chin of the red mullets will be noticed 2 long finger-like processes. These can be thrust forward and moved about, or laid back in a groove between the sides of the lower jaw, and are used to rake about in the sand and gravel at the bottom of the sea to discover burrowing shrimps or worms. Even dead food they are said to feel with these barbels, as they are called, before biting. The red color has been observed in the Marine Aquarium at Plymouth to become darker when the fish rise from the ground, and to pale away when they descend. 2 forms of red mullet occur in European waters, but it is not yet finally settled whether they represent distinct species. The one is the plain red mullet, of a rich carmine red above and silvery white below. The other, the striped mullet, or surmullet, which has a beautiful red color on the back and sides, and from 3 to 5 bright yellow bands passing from head to tail. Till recently, the striped form was regarded as the female of the plain red mullet, but many authorities incline to the view that the two are distinct species. The Sea-Breams are fishes of the tropical and temperate regions, represented by a considerable number of species. Only one is at all abundant on the British coasts, and this occurs especially on the south and southwest coasts of England and Ireland. It is of an orange-scarlet color above and somewhat silvery on the sides, with a large black spot on the shoulder. Several species of Sea-Bream occur in Australia, where they are known as snappers. One of the largest of these, which attains a length of more than 3 feet and a weight of over 40 pounds, is not only considered excellent eating, but is also the most popular sport-yielding fish of that colony. The ancient Romans kept a species of Sea-Bream, the gilt-head, in their vivariums, where it grew extremely fat. This species is said to stir up the sand with its tail to discover buried shellfish. It is particularly fond of mussels, and the noise it makes in crunching them between its jaws is loud enough to be heard by the fishermen. Nearly allied to the Sea-Breams are a group known, for want of a better name, as the thick-rayed fishes, some of which rank as of prime importance among the food fishes of the British colonies. A general idea of the shape of the members of this family may be gathered from the photograph of an Australian groper. The name of longfin, given to one species, is bestowed on account of the fact that one or more of the rays of the breast fin on each side is drawn out into a filament, often of very considerable length, which is used as an organ of touch. In other species, where the elongation is less and more rays have undergone modification, an auxiliary organ of locomotion is the result. At the Cape of Good Hope, species of longfin are very abundant and preserved in large quantities for export. Other members of this family lack the elongated fin rays altogether. The fishes known as the tumpeters of New Zealand and Tasmania belong to this section. They are considered by the colonists the best flavored of any native fishes and are eaten smoked as well as fresh. But 2 species are known, one ranging from 30 to 60 pounds in weight and the other, a much smaller form, scarcely attaining a weight of 20 pounds. The latter is the more abundant of the two, though confined to the coast of New Zealand. In the scorpion fishes, we have a small group including several forms remarkable for their ugliness, having added to an uncouth shape skinny appendages which, projecting from the body, resemble rather leaves of seaweed than parts of the fish. These appendages, by their waving motion, serve either to attract other fishes or to afford concealment by their resemblance to the surrounding weeds. The ground-dwelling forms have some of the rays of the breast fin modified into finger-like processes, like those of the Gurnards, by which they both crawl and feel. Some members of the family bear a rather close resemblance to the sea perches. In addition to their ugliness, some have become especially offensive by the transformation of certain of the fin spines into poison organs. One of the ugliest, and at the same time most dreaded of the family, is the stonefish, figured on page 619. Each spine of the back fin is grooved. At the lower end of these grooves lies a pear-shaped bag containing a milky poison, which is conveyed to the point of the spine by ducts lying in the grooves. The native fishermen carefully avoid handling these fish, but persons walking with bare feet in the sea step upon the spines and, receiving the poison into the wound, are killed. All the scorpion fish are carnivorous and differ from the majority of fishes in that they produce their young alive. The smallest of the spiny fin fishes are members of this group, some scarcely exceeding 1.5 inches in length. They are common amid the coral reefs of the Pacific. Passing over some comparatively unimportant members of this family, we come to a small group of vegetable feeders from the Indo-Pacific, of which the teuthis is one of the best-known representatives. They are chiefly remarkable for the fact that the abdominal cavity is surrounded by a complete ring of bones, and that the air bladder is forked at both ends. Some are rather brilliantly colored. The slimeheads, which constitute the next family, derive their name from the presence on the head of large mucus-bearing cavities covered with a thin skin. The eyes are always of great size, indicating a deep-sea habitat, or at least a depth only dimly lighted. All indeed, save 2 species, descend considerably below the surface, one species having been found in 345 fathoms. The species of one genus are believed to inhabit still greater depths, for the eyes are extremely small, indicating degeneration through disuse. The copious supply of slime is also an indication of a deep-sea habitat. The members of this family vary much in size and shape, but the most remarkable of all is a small and rare species found off Japan, in which the scales have joined together to form a perfectly solid armor, whilst the paired fins of the abdomen have been reduced to a single spine, with a few vestiges of other rays. The next family, a comparatively small one, includes the Tassel-Fish, so called from the long and delicate feelers springing from the base of the breast fins, of which they originally formed a part. Varying in number from 3 to 14, these feelers can be moved independently of the fins. As these fishes all live in muddy water and have the eyes obscured by films, such tactile organs are necessary in order to enable them to procure their food. In some species they attain an enormous length. The flesh is highly esteemed. Some species have an air bladder which yields a good kind of isinglass and forms an article of commerce in the East Indies. The majority are small species, but some attain to a length of 4 feet. No less important than the preceding group from an economic point of view are the Meagres, a family of coast-haunting species of the tropical and subtropical Atlantic and Indian Oceans, exhibiting a special preference for the mouths of large rivers into which they freely enter. Some, indeed, have become entirely freshwater species. One of the most interesting of the family is the species to which the name of drum has been given, from the extraordinary noise which it produces, though some other kinds emit similar noises. These sounds, Dr. Gunther writes, can better be expressed by the word drumming than any other. They appear to be very frequently heard by persons in vessels lying at anchor off the coast of the United States, where these fishes are very common. The precise method by which these sounds are produced is not known. Since they are accompanied by a tremulous motion of the vessel, it seems more probable that they are due to the beating of the tails of the fish against the bottom of the ship to get rid of the parasites which that part of the body is infested. The drum attains a length of more than 4 feet and a weight of over 100 pounds. Though forming but a single small family, the swordfishes are nevertheless to be reckoned amongst the most interesting of living fishes. Attaining a length of from 12 to 15 feet, exceeding vigilant, pugnacious, and powerful, they are amongst the most formidable of all fishes. They derive their name from the great development of the upper jaw, which forms a huge, tapering, sword-like weapon, covered along its undersurface with numerous small teeth. They attack, apparently without provocation, whales and other large cetaceans, which they invariably succeed in killing by repeated thrusts of the sword. It appears that occasionally swordfishes make a mistake and, after the fashion of Don Quixote, tilt at windmills in the shape of large vessels, under the impression that they are whales. But this most grave error of judgment brings with it a heavy penalty, in that, having no power to make effective backward movements, the sword remains fixed, and is eventually broken off in the struggle for freedom. Frank Buckland reminds us that in the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons, London, is a section of the bow of a whaler impaled by one of these swords. That portion of the sword which remains is 1 foot long and 5 inches in circumference. At one single blow, he writes, the fish had plunged his sword through and completely transfixed 13.5 inches of solid timber. The sword had, of course, broken off and prevented a dangerous leak in the ship. In the British Museum is a second specimen of a ship's side in which the sword of a swordfish is fixed. End of section 29. Recording by Jerry Radka.
Section 30. Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 4. Hairtails, Horse-Mackerels, Sea Bats, Dories, Mackerels, Sucking Fishes, Weavers, Frog Fishes, Angler Fishes, Bullheads, and Gurnards by W.P. Pycraft. Of the family of hairtails, perhaps the most important members are the scabbard or frostfish and the snook. The first is common in the Mediterranean and the warmer parts of the Atlantic, extending northwards to the south coast of England, where it occurs at rare intervals. It is also known in New Zealand, where it is called the frostfish, and furthermore is regarded as one of the most delicious fish of the colony, its flesh being fine, tender, and of delicate flavor. On this account it is much in demand, but the supply is very uncertain. The conditions of capture, indeed, of this fish are unparalleled in the annals of fishing, for it can be taken neither with the rod nor the net. The would-be captor has to wait patiently under favorable conditions on the seashore for the fish to come and cast itself up on the beach. This happens with tolerable certainty during the autumn and winter months when the sea is calm and the nights frosty. Then the frost fish come ashore alive, wriggling through the surf onto the beach. Two explanations have been offered for this extraordinary conduct. One is that the fish commits suicide, being pursued by a shark or other enemy. It prefers uncertain life on land to certain death at sea. The other and more probable hypothesis has it that the air bladder of the fish becomes distended to enable it to reach the surface for food, for it is a deep-sea fish, and that the keen frosty air prevents it from compressing the bladder and returning to the depths. Thus it gradually drifts into shallow water, is hurled shorewards by the surf, and finally wriggles itself onto the beach to die. The long stretches of sandy beach a few miles from Dunedin are a favorite resort for frostfish catching. 2 or 3 men camp out at the foot of the cliffs overhanging the beach, pitching a tent and lighting a huge fire so as to render life bearable during the long vigils. The fishing consists in perambulating the beach up and down shortly before dawn, and keeping a sharp lookout in the surf for the silver streak which betokens the approach of a victim. As soon as a fish is discreed, all that remains to be done is to seize hold of it and drag it ashore, if it has not already stranded itself, and then dispatch it. The barracuda, or snook, is likewise a New England species, attaining a length of 5 feet. It is found also at the Cape and South Australia. In New Zealand, the flesh is exported to Mauritius and Batavia as a regular article of commerce, being worth 17 pounds per ton. The horse-mackerels, or scads, are represented by some very bizarre-looking forms. It is a large family, belonging to tropical and temperate seas. One species, the common horse-mackerel, is common in British seas. Many members of the family have the hinder portion of the body on each side armed with large plates, well seen in the accompanying photographs. Others have the median fins produced into long filamentous processes. All are eatable, and some highly esteemed as food. One of the most remarkable is the pilot fish of tropical and temperate seas, occurring occasionally off the British coasts. It derives its name from its habit of accompanying ships and large sharks. From this habit of accompanying ships it was regarded by the ancients as a sacred fish, since they considered it pointed out the way to embarrassed sailors, and announced the vicinity of land by suddenly disappearing. The close companionship between the pilot fish and the shark has excited much comment, many observers believing that the former was of great use to the latter in guiding it to its food. How this is done is graphically described by Dr. Meyer, who writes, "The pilot swims constantly in front of the shark. We ourselves have seen 3 instances in which the shark was led by the pilot. When the shark neared the ship, the pilot swam close to the snout or near one of the pectoral fins of the animal. Sometimes he darted rapidly forwards or sidewards as if looking for something, and constantly went back again to the shark. When we threw overboard a piece of bacon fastened on a great hook, the shark was about 20 paces from the ship. With the quickness of lightning the pilot came up, smelt at the dainty, and instantly swam back again to the shark, swimming many times round his snout and splashing, as if to give him exact information as to the bacon. The shark now began to put himself in motion, the pilot showing him the way, and in a moment he was fast upon the hook. As Dr. Gunther remarks, commenting on this account, one may entertain reasonable doubts as to the usefulness of the pilot to the shark in this instance. It is probable that the pilots follow the sharks for the sake of feeding on fragments scattered by the latter, and also for the sake of picking off the parasites with which sharks, in common with other large fish, are infested. Furthermore, the pilot, being but a small fish, obtains greater security from enemies when in the company of its giant friend. The habit of seeking the company of more powerful or otherwise offensive animals is apparent also in other members of this family, the young of the horse-mackerels seeking shelter beneath the umbrella of a jellyfish till they are big enough to defend themselves. But the most remarkable members of this family are the sea bats. Few in species and confined to the Red Sea, Indian Ocean, and Western Pacific, they are nevertheless in those regions very common. Although not used as food fishes, they are of extreme interest on account of their shape, which is nearly oval and much compressed from side to side, and the form of their fins, which in some species are excessively developed. Young sea bats differ markedly from the adults in the much greater length of the fin rays, so much that they have frequently been described as distinct species. We pass now to the Dories, which recall the sea bats in the oval and compressed form of the body. The resemblance to sea bats is indeed so close that the latter are frequently described as Dories. The mouth of the members of this family is so constructed that, when open, the upper jaw is thrust forward, and the whole mouth forms a kind of long tube. Dories inhabit the seas of the temperate regions, two species being fairly common in British waters. The best known of these two is perhaps the John Dory, the largest specimens of which attain to a weight of 18 pounds. Mr. Cunningham has described the very peculiar way in which the dory captures its prey. It does not, he writes, overtake by its superior speed like the mackerel, or lie in wait for it like the angler, but stalks it and approaches it by stealth. It is able to do this in consequence of the extreme thinness of its body and the peculiar movement of its hinder dorsal and ventral fins. The dory places itself end on towards the fish and desires to devour. In this position it is evident that it excites no alarm on the part of its prey. The appearance of the dory, seen in this way, is a mere line in the water, to which no particular significance can be attached. I have not particularly noticed the effect of the ribbons of membrane which project from the dorsal fin, but I have observed that the movements of the dory are very gradual, except in turning. It alters the position of its body by a turn of the tail or side fins, and then swims forward by vibrating the second dorsal and ventral, a movement which causes very slight disturbance of the water. The appearance of the dory in these actions is suggestive of suppressed excitement, his eyes being fixed on his prey. I do not recollect seeing him actually swallow another fish, but have no doubt that he gets near enough to a sprat, for example, without alarming it, to seize it by the sudden elongation of his curious jaws. The way in which these jaws are elongated is admirably shown in the photograph on page 622. Passing now to the mackerel family, we arrive at a group of considerable importance from an economic point of view. Extremely active, migrating, and predaceous, mackerel swim in shoals and seize their prey with great voracity, hunting merely by sight and snapping at anything moving through the water, especially if it is silvery like a small surface fish. The various species differ greatly in size, ranging from the common mackerel of about 18 inches long to the giant tunny weighing nearly half a ton. Common mackerel swim in vast shoals or schools as they are called, and one half a mile wide and at least 20 miles long is on record. Mackerel feed on the young of other fish and small fish generally, and when these are not to be had, on minute crabs and shrimps. They are very prolific, a single mackerel laying from 430,000 to 540,000 eggs. The tunnies are amongst the largest of the surface fishes of the ocean. Abundant in the Mediterranean Sea, they occur occasionally in British waters. For centuries, the flesh of the tunny has been held in high regard as food, and is frequently seen in the Lisbon markets at the present day. The flesh, which is as red as beef, is cut up and sold by weight. The bonito closely resembles the tunny, but is a much smaller fish which preys largely upon flying fishes, which it follows for long distances. Peculiarly interesting are the sucking fishes. The name by which they are commonly known is bestowed on account of the presence of a large oval sucker placed on the top of the head and extending backwards over the shoulders, an organ formed by modification of the back fin. By means of this sucking disc, these fishes are enabled to attach themselves to sharks, turtles, ships, or any large object floating in the sea. The hold which they obtain is so strong that it is almost impossible to remove them by force. Being poor swimmers, this method of transportation enables them to pass rapidly to fresh feeding grounds. The natives of Zanzibar, Cuba, and Torres Straits are said to employ sucking fishes in the capture of sleeping turtles, the fish being secured by a ring round the tail and liberated as soon as a sufficiently near approach to the quarry has been made. About 10 different species are known, the bulkiest of which attains a length of 2 feet and a weight of about 8 pounds, a longer but more slender species measuring 3 feet. Carnivorous, of small size and feeble swimming powers, the family of the weavers are remarkable rather for their disagreeable qualities than anything else, though at least one species is declared to be excellent eating. The stargazer is a particularly ugly-looking fish, especially noteworthy in that the eyes, which are on the top of the head, can be raised and depressed at pleasure, whilst the heavy jaw is armed with a freely moving tentacle, which, waving about in the current of water drawn in at the mouth, serves as a lure to attract small fishes, the rest of the body being concealed between stones at the bottom of the sea. The common weaver is a well-known British fish, much dreaded on account of the poisonous wounds which it inflicts unless most carefully handled, the poison being introduced by the spines of the back fin and gill cover. No special poison organs seem to be developed, but the mucus secretion around the spines has poisonous properties. As the flesh of this fish is extremely palatable, fishermen remove the spines at once directly after capture. Should a wound be inflicted, great suffering and occasionally death follows. Passing over one or two unimportant groups, we come to the family of the frog fishes, which, but for the fact that many of its members are poisonous, calls for no special comment here. One species, however, from the coasts of Central America possesses the distinction of having the most highly developed poison organs of any fishes, being equaled only by the venomous snakes. The poison weapons are a spine on the gill cover and 2 spines of the back fin. The former is of the same shape as the hollow venom fang of a snake, perforated at both ends. A little bag containing the poison lies at the base of the spine, and when pressed by the spine as it makes its puncture ejects its contents into the body of the latter, whence it escapes from the hole in the top. The structure of the back spines is similar. The family of the angler fishes contain more strange forms than any other. Living on the sea bottom and seeking their prey by stealth, angler fishes do not need powerful swimming muscles. Consequently, the size of the body and tail has become considerably reduced, so that the head, relatively to the rest of the body, is unusually large. The head, jaws, and belly are indeed of great size and capacity. The side or paired fins are not used for swimming, but have become modified to serve as feet, enabling the fish to shuffle along the ground. A further remarkable feature of these fishes is seen in the back fin, the rays of which are very long, the foremost being provided with a flag-like flap of skin at the top, extremely sensitive to touch, and playing a very important part in the capture of food. It seems that the fish commonly lies concealed on the sea bottom, with this flag erected. From its general resemblance to the surrounding seaweed, it is quite inconspicuous, so that passing fishes take no trouble to avoid it. If by any chance they should touch it, however, the jaws beneath open instantly, and the unfortunate trespasser is suddenly engulfed. This elaborate and sensitive mechanism has been likened to a spring trap, which is always set and never betrays its presence. It seems probable, however, that this flag serves also as a lure, passing fishes being occasionally attracted by the waving flap of skin. Should they become sufficiently curious as to proceed to touch it, capture in the manner above described is certain. Certain deep-sea forms have a luminous organ in the place of the flap of skin, and this certainly seems to act only as a lure. Angler fishes are found all over the world. Some, as we have seen, are bottom fishes, some inhabit deep sea, whilst others lie hidden amongst floating seaweed, to which they cling by means of their arm-like fins. Only one species occurs in British waters. Its method of spawning is remarkable in that the eggs are laid in the form of large raft-like sheets, which float on the surface of the sea. The number of eggs laid by a single fish has been computed to be 1,345,000. A single sheet of spawn may measure from 2 to 3 feet in breadth and from 25 to 30 feet long. The bullheads and Gurnards, constituting the next family, are characterized by the spiny armature of the head and the great size of the breast fins. The former are represented in British waters by 4 species, one of which, the miller's thumb, inhabits fresh water. The marine species include the sea scorpion and father lasher. The bullheads on the Indian and Australian coasts are represented by the closely allied flatheads, or crocodile fishes, in which the head, as its name implies, is much depressed and fully armed with spines which are highly poisonous and cause a violent irritation. These fishes live in shallow water, lying on the bottom, with which their colors harmonize so completely that they are practically invisible. The very large ventral fins, those seen in the photograph immediately behind the breast fins, are of great use in locomotion. The Gurnards are well-known fishes, common on the coasts of Britain and extending from tropical to Arctic seas. Their curiously shaped heads give them a very quaint appearance. One of the most remarkable peculiarities of these fishes is the separate condition of some of the rays of the breast fins, which form finger-like organs used to feel the ground and rake over loose stones to discover small shrimps and other animals hidden underneath. Furthermore, the Gurnards are peculiar in that they are enabled to communicate one with another by means of sounds produced by the expulsion of air from one compartment of the air bladder to another. The females are much more common than the males, and also slightly larger. The young are remarkable for the enormous size of the breast fins, though even in the adult these are unusually large. Close allies of the Gurnards are the flying Gurnards, which by reason of the extreme development of the breast fins are enabled to take flying leaps out of the water. One species is common in the Mediterranean. The flying Gurnard is not to be mistaken for the true flying fish, or flying herring, described later. The curious male-clad armed bullhead, or pogie, commonly taken in shrimp nets, is an ally of the flying Gurnard. The end of Section 30 by Dave Currier.
Section 31 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 5. Lumpsuckers, gobies, blennies, barracudas, gray mullets, sticklebacks and their allies, garpike, and flying fishes, by W. P. Pycraft. Ugly in appearance and carnivorous in habits, the suckerfish family are distinguished by the presence of a large round sucker on the belly, with which they adhere to rocks. Furthermore, the suckerfishes are remarkable for the softness of their skeleton, which may be cut through at any point with an ordinary knife. The male lumpsucker is smaller than the female, but much more brightly colored, especially during the breeding season when he dons a livery of blue, scarlet, and yellow. He is also a model parent, always remaining near the eggs and keeping a constant stream of fresh water running over them by the action of his breast fins. A single female may produce as many as 136,000 eggs in a single season. In Scotland, the male is known as the cock and the female as the hen paddle. The species is more common off the coasts of Scotland than elsewhere in the British Islands. Like the lumpsuckers, the gobies, which form the next family, have the ventral fins modified so as to form a sucking disc, which is used as an anchor. But the gobies are easily distinguished by their smaller size, elongated bodies, hard skeleton, and the disposition and structure of the fins, characters which need not be discussed further. One species, the spotted goby or polewing found in the Thames, is noteworthy on account of its nest-building habits. The male chooses the empty shell of a cockle or mussel, selecting one with its concave surface downwards. Beneath this, the sand is cleared away and cemented by a special glue-like secretion formed by the skin of the fish. A cylindrical tunnel is then built to give access to the nest, and the whole is covered over with loose stones. In the nest chamber formed by the shell, the eggs are laid, the male immediately after mounting guard over them till they hatch, which they do in about 9 days. Another species, the pellucid goby, is remarkable in that its whole life's course is run in a single year. In June and July the eggs are laid. They are hatched in August. By By the time winter has arrived, the fish have reached maturity and die off in the following July and August, so that in September only the fry are to be met with. One of the strangest of all fishes is a member of the goby family. This is the walking fish, so called from its habit of spending most of its time on the mud banks of rivers or on the roots of trees growing in the neighborhood. The late Surgeon General Day, describing these fishes as he saw them along the side of the Burmese rivers, writes that at first sight they look like large tadpoles. When suddenly startled by something, away they go with a hop, skip, and a jump inland among the trees, or on the water, like a flat stone or piece of slate sent skimming by a schoolboy. When climbing, the breast fins are used as if they were arms to grasp the boughs. If placed in deep water, these fishes are speedily drowned. The blennies are fishes whose skins are soft, slimy, and quite scaleless, or at most covered with very tiny and degenerate scales. The general form of the body may be seen in the photograph below. They are shore fishes, lurking about in the crevices of rocks, among seaweed, or under stones, and occurring generally along the coasts of temperate and tropical regions. The species known as the sea cat or wolf fish is, however, a deep-water form. As a rule, the eggs are deposited in hollow places between stones or rocks, but in the butterfish or gunnel, the eggs are adhesive, and the parents roll them into a ball by coiling their bodies round them. Furthermore, since the parents are frequently found under natural conditions coiled round these masses of spawn, it appears that they adopt this method of guarding their treasures. Some species bring forth their young alive. The largest of the family is the wolf fish, whose jaws are armed with very powerful teeth, able to crush the hardest shells, such as those of the whelk. Sea urchins and crabs are also eaten. We pass on to a group comprising 3 families: the barracudas, sand smelts, and gray mullets. It should be mentioned that 2 very distinct fishes are known as barracudas, one of which we have already described under the name of snook. The forms described here as barracudas are large, voracious fishes living in tropical and subtropical seas, and evincing a preference for the coast rather than the open sea. Attaining a length of 8 feet and a weight of 40 pounds, they are a source of danger to bathers. They are very frequently used as food, though in the West Indies such food is attended with some danger, as the flesh is often poisonous, from the fish having fed on smaller poisonous fishes. The sand smelts are small carnivorous species inhabiting the seas of temperate and tropical regions. Many enter freshwater, and some have become entirely acclimatized there. Some species bear a very close resemblance to the true smelt, from which, however, they may be readily distinguished by their small, spinous first back fin. The young of at least one small group or genus of this family are remarkable for their habit of clinging together for some time after they are hatched, in dense masses and almost incredible numbers. The gray mullets are brackish water fishes, feeding on vegetable growths and minute shellfish. They also suck up large quantities of sand into the mouth for the sake of the minute organisms contained therein. Much of this is passed on into the stomach, which is thick and muscular like that of many birds. Although some 70 species of gray mullets are known, the majority of which attain a weight of about 4 pounds, but there are many which grow to 10 or 12 pounds. All are eaten, and some are highly esteemed. The flute mouths, sticklebacks, and tortoise fishes are 3 closely allied and extremely interesting families. The first are really gigantic marine sticklebacks, in which the jaws are produced into a long tube. They are shore fishes, entering brackish water, and confined to subtropical and tropical parts of the Atlantic and Indo-Pacific. Of the sticklebacks, there are several species, some of which are entirely saltwater fishes, whilst others enjoy the rather unusual distinction of being able to live in either fresh or salt water, even when rapidly transferred from one to the other. The small species commonly inhabiting ponds and ditches can sustain changes of this kind with impunity. These last are very ferocious. One kept in an aquarium devoured in 5 hours 74 young dace about 1/4 of an inch long. They occasionally occur in vast shoals, and, according to the naturalist Pennant, appear in the River Welland, in Lincolnshire, once in 7 years in amazing shoals, so that a man employed in collecting them earned 4 shillings a day by selling them at the rate of a halfpenny a bushel. The saltwater species, or 15-spined stickleback, is less well known. Like its freshwater relative, it is a nest builder, and the male defends the eggs and young with great courage. The tortoise fishes may serve as the representatives of the last family of this group. They are very remarkable fishes, being invested in a wonderful bony cuirass, formed by a modification of the skeleton, similar to what has taken place among the tortoises and turtles. The body is so thin that it looks as if it had been artificially compressed, and is semi-transparent. 3 species are known from the tropical Indo-Pacific, and 3 from other seas. Besides these are 4 smaller and less perfectly armed forms, one of which, the trumpet fish or bellows fish, occurs rarely off the south coast of England. The garpike and flying fishes are both interesting, especially the latter. The garpike is represented by several species, easily recognized by the long, pointed jaws. These fishes are furthermore peculiar in that the bones are green, a color which remains even after cooking, and on this account some object to eating them, supposing the unusual color to indicate unsoundness. The elongated jaws are not developed in the young fish, and strangely enough, as this character is acquired, the lower jaw grows faster than the upper. In some species, the lower jaw remains permanently the longer, hence they are known as half-beaks. The flying fishes, or flying herrings, like the flying Gurnards already noticed, are enabled, by reason of the great development of the breast fins, to take extended journeys through the air. The flight of these fishes is, however, not quite the same as true flight, inasmuch as the fins serve mainly as a parachute, and do not, by sustained vigorous movements, propel the body through the air like the wings of bats and birds. Darting out of the water when pursued by an enemy or frightened by a passing vessel, these fish are borne along by the wind, the speed at first being very considerable, exceeding indeed that of a ship going 10 miles an hour. At a single flight they may cover as much as 500 feet, but are quite unable to steer themselves, except when, during their course, the tail fin is immersed in the water, when by a stroke from one side to the other the direction may be changed from left to right, or vice versa, as the case may be. By day they will avoid ships, but by night, when they are unable to see, they frequently fly, writes Dr. Gunther, against the weatherboard, where they are caught by the current of air and carried upwards to a height of 20 feet above the surface of the water, while under ordinary circumstances they keep close to it. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 6, The Wrasse-Like Fishes, by W.P. Pycraft. The members of the 4 families noticed in this chapter are remarkable for their wonderful coloration. The species of the first family, from their peculiarly striking resemblance to the Scaly-Fin group, share with them the name of coral fishes. This resemblance is a very remarkable one. Occurring, like the Scaly-Fins, more abundantly in the neighborhood of coral reefs, they also resemble the latter not only in shape, but also in coloration, the same pattern being often common to members of both families. To this family belongs the remarkable fish known as the amphiprion, which makes its home in the interior of an enormous species of sea anemone, measuring 2 feet across. When first discovered by Mr. Saville Kent, it was believed that the fish had been swallowed, a view, however, which was speedily rejected, when it was found that, if ejected by means of a stick, it invariably returned. Thus, the anemone is obviously to be regarded as host, and not as captor. More than this, from the facts so far to hand, it appears that this strangely assorted pair are mutually dependent on one another, at least to a large extent, the fish undertaking to supply the larder, whilst the anemone in return affords shelter from enemies. The part played by each is as follows. The fish, which is very conspicuous, wearing a livery of vermilion crossed by 3 bands of white, sallies forth and swims about till it attracts the attention of some other carnivorous member of its class, on which, if it gives chase, the amphiprion returns with all speed to its living cave, and quickly disappears down its mouth. The pursuer, blundering against the outspread tentacles, is immediately paralyzed by a shower of stinging darts, which proceed therefrom as a result of the shock, and, rendered insensible, becomes the spoil of both. Thus the active fish plays the part of a lure, and in return is afforded shelter. The wrasses proper may be distinguished, among other things, by their thickened lips, hence the name lip fishes given them by German naturalists, by the greatly extended back fin, the greater part of which is spinous, and the arrangement of the teeth, which need not be discussed here. They are shore fishes, living in the neighborhood of weed-covered rocks, or in tropical seas, where they are most abundant amid coral reefs. Most are brilliantly, many gaudily colored, iridescent hues frequently adding to the beauty formed by the permanent deposit of colored pigments in the scales. Some grow to a large size, specimens not seldom exceeding a weight of 50 pounds, and these are the most esteemed as food fishes, the smaller species as a rule being regarded as of inferior quality. A well-known British species is the striped or red wrasse, the sexes of which exhibit a remarkable variation in color, the male having the body marked with blue streaks or a blackish band, whilst the female has 2 or 3 large black blotches across the tail. A second British species, the Ballan wrasse, is bluish-green in color with the scales and fin rays reddish-orange. It may be found hiding in the deep gullies among rocks, sheltering in the dense clusters of seaweed and feeding on crabs and shrimps. It takes a bait freely, and fishermen have remarked that at first they catch few but large fish. Some days later a great number may be caught, but all will be of small size, indicating that the larger fish assume the domination of a district and keep the smaller at bay. Amongst the most brilliantly colored of the wrasses are the parrotfish. Mr. Saville Kent, writing of the species which inhabit the waters of the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, remarks that to stand up to your knees or higher in water with such a shoal of magnificent fishes swimming round you is an experience well worth a journey to the tropics. The coloration of these fishes, which is extremely transient, fading almost immediately after death, nearly defies description. One of the most beautiful is perhaps the gold-finned coral fish, in which the body is of an intense ultramarine, whilst the fins are bright golden. Others have the most amazing combinations of green, vermilion, blue, and yellow in endless variety. It was one of the parrotfishes which found such favor with the ancients. In the time of Pliny, writes Dr. Gunther, it was considered to be the first of fishes, and the expense incurred by Ella Plentius was justified, in the opinion of the Roman gourmands, by the extreme delicacy of the flesh. It was a fish, said the poet, whose very excrement the gods themselves were unwilling to reject. Its flesh was tender, agreeable, sweet, easy of digestion, and quickly assimilated. Yet, if it happened to have eaten an aplysia, it produced violent diarrhea. To this day the Greeks hold it in high regard, and eat it with sauce made of its liver and intestines. It feeds on seaweed, and from its habit of thoroughly chewing its food, and moving it backwards and forwards in the mouth, it was at one time believed that this fish chewed the cud after the fashion of the ruminating mammals. One of the most interesting of all the wrasses is a small species from King George's Sound, which, while retaining the principal characters common to the group, has assumed the general shape and proportions of the pipefish. The third family of the wrasses are remarkable chiefly on account of the fact that they produce their young alive. These fishes are confined to the temperate regions of the North Pacific. The chromids constitute the last family of the wrasse-like group. Numerous in species, they are all dwellers in fresh water. One species occurs in amazing numbers in the Lake of Galilee, shoals over an acre in extent and so closely packed that movement seemed almost impossible, having been recorded. They are taken in such enormous numbers that the nets in which they are caught often break. Occasionally shoals are carried down the Jordan into the Dead Sea, but the fish never get further than a few yards, becoming stupefied almost at once, and, turning over on their backs, fall an easy prey to flocks of cormorants and kingfishers. Heaps of putrefying carcasses are washed ashore, poisoning the atmosphere, in spite of the presence of flocks of ravens and vultures which have gathered to the feast. Another species is remarkable for its peculiar method of protecting the eggs and young. The female deposits the eggs, over 200 in number, in a small hole worked out among the roots of reeds and rushes. There they are taken into the mouth of the male one by one, and retained till hatched a few days later. The young fry remain in this nursery for some considerable time, increasing rapidly in size, so that the father nurse is unable to close his mouth. Some of the young develop among the gills, others lie closely packed with their heads turned toward the mouth of the parent, remaining in this position till nearly 4 inches long, when they are ejected, or wriggle out to forage for themselves. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Radke. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 7, Pipefishes, Seahorses, Globefishes, Sunfishes, and Their Allies, by W.P. Pycraft. The fishes described in the present chapter form two well-marked groups, known as the tough-gilled and the comb-gilled fishes on account of the peculiar arrangement of the gills, or breathing organs. They are also remarkable for their peculiar shapes. The breast fins are present in all, but in three of the families the second pair of fins, corresponding to the hind limbs of the higher animals, are wanting. The tuft-gilled fishes are represented by two families, the mailed tube mouths and the pipefishes and seahorses, all of which have undergone very considerable modification of form, the body being encased in mail-like armor, whilst the jaws are toothless and produced into a long tube. The first family is composed of a few small fishes from the Indian Ocean. Grotesque in appearance, they are remarkable also for the fact that the female takes sole charge not only of the eggs, which are exceedingly minute, but the young fry also. Only one other fish is known in which the care of the eggs and young is undertaken by the female. This is one of the catfishes described in a later chapter. The eggs in the tube mouths are carried in a pouch formed by the union of the inner borders of the ventral fins, which are long and broad. For the retention of the eggs within the pouch, its walls develop long filaments, which serve the purpose of slender fingers. The second of these families contains the pipefishes and seahorses. They are small marine fishes inhabiting the seas of tropical and temperate regions wherever there is sufficient vegetation to offer shelter, for they are peculiarly defenseless creatures. They possess but feeble powers of swimming, and consequently are not seldom borne away by strong currents far out to sea or onto distant shores. Their method of locomotion is, indeed, quite different from that of other fishes, as they progress neither by undulatory motions of the body nor the powerful strokes of the tail, but by wiggling in the case of the pipefishes or vibrating motions on the back fin in the seahorses. The long, semi-cylindrical pipefishes, partly on account of their peculiar form and color, and partly on account of their swaying motions, so closely resemble the fronds of seaweed amongst which they dwell as to pass unnoticed by their enemies. Unlike the tube mouths just described, the care of the eggs and young devolves upon the males. The young are born in a pouch, but, ventral fins being wanting, this is formed by a fold of skin developed from each side of the trunk and tail, the free margins being united in the middle line. Here the eggs remain till they are hatched, but the pouch is by no means done with after this event, for the young continue to occupy it for some time, returning when danger threatens, a habit which recalls the custom of the young of the kangaroo. Mr. Yarrell relates a curious fact which he gleaned from some fishermen, to wit, that if they take a pipefish, open the pouch, and drop the young into the sea, they will not disperse, but hover around the spot as if waiting for their parent. Then, if the newly opened fish be held in the water, the young immediately return and enter the pouch. In another species of pipefish, the eggs, instead of being carried in a pouch, are held by a sticky secretion to a groove in the undersurface of the parent. This groove would seem to indicate the beginning from which the complete pouch has been developed. The pipefishes swim in a very peculiar manner, holding the body now in a vertical and now in a horizontal position, accompanied by contortions of every conceivable kind, poking their long snouts into bunches of seaweed in search of food as they go. The seahorses have a still more eccentrically modified form, inasmuch as the body is thrown into a series of curves, the head being bent upon the trunk in a manner suggestive of the head and neck of the horse, hence the name of the group. The tail, which lacks the membranous portion, or fin, can be spirally coiled and is used as an organ of prehension, and on this account is unique among fishes. Gripping the stems of seaweed with its tail and swaying the body to and fro amongst the vegetation, the fish is rendered comparatively inconspicuous, the lines of the body being broken up by the numerous more or less filamentous processes, which in one species, the fucus-like seahorse, become excessively developed, forming long frond-like blades. These, streaming in the water, both by their shape and coloration, render the resemblance to the vegetable growths in which the animal hides so perfect that detection is almost impossible. Thus, they furnish one of the most remarkable examples of adaptation to the environment amongst living animals. The males of most seahorses, like the pipefishes, carry the eggs and young in a pouch on the abdomen. But in the species just mentioned, the eggs are embedded in the soft skin on the undersurface of the tail. Seahorses swim with the body more or less vertical, the motive power being supplied by rapid vibration of the back fin. Both pipefishes and seahorses occur in British seas, the first being the more common. The comb-gilled fishes, to which we come next, are divided into two families, whose members are as remarkable for their extraordinary shape as are the tough-gilled forms just discussed. The abnormal shapes which mark out certain fishes so conspicuously from the more normal and typical forms are generally regarded as adaptations, serving to ensure concealment, to ward off attack, or to effect the capture of prey otherwise unattainable. Instances illustrating all three of these ends are furnished by these two groups of the tuft and comb-gill fishes. The file fishes and coffer fishes, which form the first of the two families, present considerable variation in shape as well as in the covering of the body, which may be naked, covered with rough scales or bony spines, or invested in a complete bony cuirass. The file fishes are represented by numerous species, the typical one being known also as the triggerfish, on account of an armature of spines on the top of the back. These spines are 3 in number. The first is very strong, roughened like a file, hence the name filefish, and hollowed out behind to receive the second much smaller spine, which has a projection in front at its base, fitting into a notch in the first. Thus, these two spines can only be raised or depressed simultaneously, and the first cannot be forced down until the second has been previously depressed. These fishes have very powerful teeth to break off pieces of coral, which form a large part of their diet. They also destroy a large number of shellfish and work great destruction amongst pearl oysters. Frequently, these fishes, when eaten, prove highly poisonous, from having fed on poisonous corals, jellyfish, or decomposing substances. As a rule, file fishes are of small size, but some attain a length of 2 feet, and many are beautifully and symmetrically marked. The coffer fishes derive their name from the box-like cuirass in which they are invested. This is formed by numerous, closely fitting, hexagonal bony plates, forming a mosaic and leaving only the fins and hind part of the tail free. This bony case varies greatly in form, in some species being 3-ridged, in others 4 or even 5-ridged, while in some, long horns are developed, making the defensive armature still more complex. More than 20 species are known, all confined to tropical and subtropical seas. The globefishes and sunfishes constitute the last family of this really extraordinary assemblage. The covering of the body consists either of minute scales or large spines, which can frequently be raised or depressed at will. All the members inhabit tropical or subtropical seas, and a few occur in the fresh waters of the same regions. The globefishes have short, thick bodies, covered either with small spines, as in the toadfish, or very large ones, as in the porcupine fish or sea hedgehog. They are remarkable for their habit of filling the gullet with air, and then distending the body to an enormous size. This device enables the fish to escape its enemies, for when so inflated, it rises to the surface and floats belly upwards, and, the inflated portion projecting above the water, the fish is blown along by the wind to more secure regions. The more heavily armed species become still more formidable when inflated, as the spines are then fully erected. Escaping from enemies below by flight, they are thus secure from enemies above by reason of their armature. Globefishes have been found floating alive and unhurt within the stomachs of sharks which had swallowed them, and one has even been known to eat its way out through its captor's side, and so killing its would-be devourer. When a globefish desires to return to its normal elongated shape, it expels the air from the gullet through the mouth and gills, the expulsion causing a curious hissing sound. Extremely unlike the foregoing members of the group of comb-gilled fishes, the sunfish is nevertheless quite as remarkable in form, looking as if it had undergone the amputation of its hind parts. The singular shape of the other members of the comb and tuft-gilled fishes are undoubtedly adaptations to avoid enemies, either by rendering the animal inconspicuous or hurtful by reason of its powerful armature. The form of the sunfish appears to be an adaptation for the capture of food, as this fish preys largely upon the fry of other fishes which inhabit enormous depths, and consequently can only be obtained by diving. Sunfishes inhabit the surface waters, but as divers have few equals. End of section 33. Recording by Jerry Radke.
Section 34 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madeline Pauline. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 8. The Cod Family by John Bickerdike. The large and important cod family belongs to the order of spineless fishes and the group in which both sides of the head are symmetrical. The common cod, the whiting, the haddock, the pollock, the coalfish, the hake, the ling, and the little rocklings all belong to this important family, which has one representative in fresh water, the burbot or eel pout, found in various rivers in Central and Northern Europe and North America. Perhaps the most remarkable member of the cod family is the Chiasmidus, which has huge jaws lined with large pointed teeth, and a distensible stomach and abdomen. During the Challenger expedition, a specimen was taken 1,500 fathoms down in the North Atlantic. It had swallowed another fish, a kind of Scopolis, more than twice its own size. The stomach of the Chiasmidus had swelled to an enormous extent, and had become so thin from distension that the fish inside could be clearly seen through its walls. The Scopolis, it is interesting to mention, is a fish brought up sometimes by the dredge from 2,500 fathoms. It occasionally comes to the surface at night, and has phosphorescent spots along its sides, giving out a dim light, which has its uses in the dark depths of the sea. To come back to the head of the family, the cod is a fairly plentiful fish all around the British and Irish coasts, but appears to be decreasing in some waters as time goes on, owing to the over-trawling of the North Sea. Off the coasts of Norway, in the neighborhood of the Lofoten Islands, the cod are sometimes so thickly packed in shoals that as the fishermen lower their tackle, they can feel the leads hitting the backs of the fishes. Both there and off the Faroe Islands and Iceland, it is common practice to fish with a hook bearing a little piece of polished lead on its shank, no other bait being required, owing to the cod being so numerous that food is scarce. Among the commencement of the 15th century, the English began to go to Iceland for cod, and since the 16th century, English cod fishing vessels have visited Newfoundland and other far northern waters, which produce fish superior to English cod. It should be mentioned that the cod family is not found to any extent in tropical seas. While the burbot is one of the few species of the group inhabiting fresh water, and is peculiar in living there permanently, there are instances recorded of pollock having ascended from the salt water of the Norwegian fjords into freshwater lakes, and it is an undoubted fact that many other species of sea fish can accustom themselves to a residence in fresh water. All through the year, cod frequent the British coasts, but it is 2 or 3 months before the spawning season, which commences in January or later according to the locality, that they gather in vast shoals and come close inshore. First come the small codling of a pound or so, and as the winter approaches, the longshore fish are found gradually to increase in size, until, by Christmas time, it is no uncommon thing on the east coast of England and Scotland for fish of from 10 to 20 pounds to be caught from the beach. As a rule, the eggs of cod float, owing to a little globule of oil which each one contains, but in water which lacks salinity they sink. The quantities of eggs shed by each fish are enormous. Nearly 2 millions were counted in a cod of a little under 12 pounds. It is fairly certain, however, that not more than 2 or 3, if so many, mature fish are the product of the 2 million eggs. For if each fish even doubled itself in numbers, if we may use the expression, every year, the sea would soon contain more fish than water. Millions upon millions of eggs are destroyed when there is an onshore wind during the spawning season. Sometimes the shore on which they have been wafted has been seen to glisten with them. By the end of summer, such of the young codfish as have escaped their many dangers attain about 1 inch in length. They are very varied in color, which depends on that of the seaweed and their other surroundings. The parent fish, too, vary somewhat in appearance. Those round the English coast, as a rule, having brown backs with irregular spotty markings on the sides, while those from more northern waters usually have darker backs and are less often spotted. Cod are enormous feeders, and in consequence grow very rapidly. At the Southport Aquarium, codling of only 3/4 pound increased in weight to 6 or 7 pounds in about 16 months. So voracious is the cod that it is very apt to swallow anything it sees moving, without considering whether it is wholesome. In 1879, a black guillemot in perfect condition was removed from the stomach of one of these fish, while among other strange finds by cod fishermen from the same receptacle was a piece of tallow candle 7 inches long, a hare, a partridge, a white turnip, and, going back to the year 1626, a work in 3 treatises, which was found in the stomach of a fish captured in Lynn Deeps on Midsummer Eve, and brought to the Vice-Chancellor of Cambridge. The usual food of cod is, however, small fish of various kinds, herrings, pilchards, sprats, crabs, and sea-worms. But the species is not particular what it seizes when shoaling before the spawning season, and food is scarce owing to the number of mouths. End of section 34. Recording by Madeline Pauline.
Section 35 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 4, Chapter 9, Cave Fishes, Sand-Eels, and Their Allies, and Flatfishes, by W.P. Pycraft. The subterranean freshwater caves of Cuba furnished the most interesting and most remarkable members of the family in certain small fishes known as cave fishes. Living in complete darkness, the eyes have degenerated so as to be no longer useful as organs of sight. Indeed, in many species they are entirely wanting. By way of compensation, delicate organs of touch have been developed, taking the form, in different species, of barbels, hair-like processes, or tubercles. These blind fishes are closely allied to certain marine forms found in the tropical Atlantic and Indian Oceans, and it is curious to note that amongst these about 7 very rare species are found at great depths in the southern oceans, so great that light fails to reach them, and they too are blind. The sand-eels, or launces, are extremely common on the sandy shores of Europe and North America, living in vast shoals, and displaying a wonderful unison in their movements, rising and falling as with one accord. They burrow in the sand with amazing rapidity, forcing their way by means of a horny projection on the lower jaw, and remaining buried at ebb tide, some 5 or 6 inches under the sand, when they are captured by fishermen, armed with rakes for bait. When swimming in shoals, their presence is often betrayed by schools of porpoises, which feed greedily upon them, preventing their return to the bottom by getting under the shoal, whilst others swim round it. Mackerel also make large raids upon the ranks of such shoals. Flatfishes may be reckoned among the most important of food fishes, and besides are of quite peculiar interest, on account of the remarkable modifications of structure which they have undergone. They differ from all other vertebrates in that, save for the first few weeks of existence, they spend the whole of their lives with one side of the body uppermost, the right or left, according to the species. Whether resting or swimming, this position holds good. The newly hatched fish, however, maintains the normal poise of the body, the back being uppermost. Of the many changes which the organs of the body undergo during this strange transformation from a round to a flat fish, one of the most interesting is that which concerns the eyes. These in the very young fish lie one on either side of the head. But as the fish grows older, it begins to lie on its side on the ground, and ultimately, when it is 2 or 3 months old, loses the power of sustaining itself in an upright position altogether. The most remarkable feature in this very strange mode of development is, that as the fish comes to lie more and more on its side, so the eye which is undermost begins to move round to the other side, till eventually the two eyes lie side by side on the upper surface. Strangely enough, in some species the eye moves round the head, passing over its edge, and so to its place beside the stationary eye, whilst in others it acquires its ultimate position by moving through the head, sinking in on one side and appearing again on the other. The coloration of these fishes is also peculiar, in that the two sides are quite differently colored, the upper side resembling in tone that of the sea bottom, whilst the under side is pure white. In the young fish, before the habit of lying on one side has been acquired, both sides are colored alike. The difference in coloration between the two sides of the adult fish appears to be due to the effect of light, since in flat fishes kept in a tank with a mirror at the bottom, the under surface was found in many cases to be largely colored. But the color of the upper surface is by no means constant. On the contrary, the flat fish appears to possess the power, in common with all other fishes, of changing its color so as to harmonize with the tone of its surroundings. Thus, on a light, sandy ground, the exposed surface of the body becomes pale, while on a dark, muddy bottom it is almost black. By this power of changing the color of the exposed portion of the body so as to harmonize with the surroundings, the fish is enabled to become in a large measure invisible, and in proportion to the effectiveness of the change to escape its enemies, some soles are quite invisible. The most important of the flat fishes are the plaice flounder, dab, halibut, sole, turbot, and brill. The plaice is one of the commonest of the British flat fishes, and may be distinguished by the numerous orange and red spots which are scattered over the upper surface of the body, from 15 to 18 inches in length. Specimens are occasionally captured which have attained a length of 28 inches. Plaice feed on shellfish, such as mussels or scallops, which they crush by means of strong, blunt teeth in the throat, but worms are also eaten. The eggs of the plaice are among the largest fish eggs known. The flounder is a smaller fish than the plaice, and lacks the red spots. It differs from the other flat fishes in the preference it shows for the mouths of rivers, ascending these, indeed, so far as to enter fresh water. The halibut is the largest of the flat fishes, specimens of as much as 20 feet in length being on record, while examples of from 6 to 7 feet long are not uncommon in Grimsby Market. This fish has a wide distribution, occurring on both sides of the North Atlantic and North Pacific. Being most abundant in deep water, the halibut which are brought into the markets of Grimsby and Hull are chiefly caught off the coasts of Iceland and the Faroes with long lines. The sole is a shallow water fish, feeding chiefly upon worms, crabs, and shrimps. These it apparently hunts by smell, gliding over the bottom of the sea, and tapping with the lower side of its head, which is provided with sensitive organs of touch in the shape of filaments. By day it conceals itself by burrowing into the sand, coming out after dark to feed. The turbot resembles the brill, from which it may be distinguished by the greater breadth of the body in proportion to the length, the absence of scales, and the presence of large, bony tubercles scattered over the surface. In Great Britain, the turbot is most abundant in the English Channel. The brill closely resembles the turbot, not only in general form, but in the numerical superiority of the females, and in the habits of the young, which, like the turbot, are surface feeders and possess an air bladder. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 10, Eels and Cat-Fishes, by W.P. Pycraft. Eels, like flatfishes, show plainly in the shape of their bodies a remarkably perfect adaptation to their environment. They are burrowing fishes, passing much of their time buried in the mud and leaving little more than the head exposed. In accordance with this habit, the body is very long and round and lacks both the hinder-paired fins and scales. When swimming, the body is propelled by rapid undulations, the movement being from side to side, it may be remarked, instead of up and down, as in the serpentine movements of snakes. Whether all the fishes commonly regarded as eels really belong to this family or not is a moot point. It is possible that the eel shape has been independently acquired by unrelated forms as a result of adaptation to a similar mode of life, but as the group now stands, it embraces several distinct types: the common freshwater eels, numerous marine species such as congers, serpent eels, deep-sea eels, and painted eels, and the freshwater electric eels. The river eels and congers are perhaps the best known, and are also highly important food fishes. That they are fishes of comparatively slow growth seems to be shown by the fact that the common eel takes about 4 or 5 years to attain a weight of between 5 and 6 pounds. The males are smaller than the females, the greatest length attained by the former being a little over 1 foot 7 inches, whilst the latter may attain a length of nearly 4 feet. For a long while, what is now known to be the female river eel was regarded as a distinct species, the sharp-nosed eel. The two sexes have quite different habits, the smaller males being found mostly in the brackish water of river mouths, and rarely above the reach of the tides, whilst the females ascend the rivers for great distances, thousands finding their way into isolated ponds, which they reach by traveling over land. Here they appear to remain till they have reached maturity, where they migrate with one accord to the sea. Coming down the rivers during the months of October and November, hundreds are taken in large niches with traps, the mouths of which are directed upstream. The migration of eels to the sea is for the sole purpose of spawning and fertilizing the eggs, which done, they die. The spawning appears to take place in extremely deep water, where the young eels pass the earlier stages of their development. Like the majority of young fishes, the fry are at first very different in form from the adults, and many have from time to time been described as distinct species, no suspicion of their true nature having been aroused. And this is not to be wondered at, for at this stage they are perfectly transparent and compressed from side to side so as to be but little thicker than a sheet of stout paper. The head is ridiculously small, and only median fins are present. As development proceeds, having reached a certain maximum size, they, strangely enough, begin to slowly diminish, growing shorter and at the same time rounder, so that eventually, by the time the characteristic eel form is attained, they are considerably shorter than they were at the maximum period of larval life. By the time the adult eel form has been attained, the larvae have made their way to the mouths of various rivers, preparatory to making their ascent, which takes place between February and May. They are then from 2 to 5 inches long, and perfectly transparent save for a black line inside the body running along the spinal cord. The numbers passing up a single river during this ascent are almost beyond belief. In one of these migrations, or eel fairs, upwards of 3 tons were captured in a single day in the Gloucester district in 1886, and it has been calculated that more than 14,000 go to make a pound weight. In the previous year, the annual consumption of eels was estimated at a minimum of 1,650 tons, with a total value of £130,000. Few obstacles seem too great to be overcome in their ascent, for they will ascend the floodgates of lochs, or even travel over land if the ground be wet, till a desirable resting place is found. In some parts of England, these young eels, or elvers as they are called, are salted and made into cakes. The conger eel is a marine species, differing from the river eel, amongst other things, in its larger head and eyes, and in the arrangement of its teeth and the large size of the gill openings. The conger is also greatly superior in size, examples of between 6 and 7 feet in length and 60 pounds in weight being common. The females are larger than the males, and an instance is on record of a female which was over 8 feet in length and weighed 128 pounds. Congers feed on other fishes, cuttlefishes and lobsters, as well as upon one another, the larger females eating the smaller males. Serpent eels are confined to tropical and subtropical seas, and are remarkable for their extreme voracity. More than 80 species are known, some of which are brilliantly colored. The deep-sea eels are represented by numerous species, and dwell at depths varying from 340 to 2,000 fathoms. In some species, the body is remarkably modified, the mouth being of enormous size, and the stomach capable of marvelous distension, so much that eels of this family have been captured which had swallowed fishes several times their own weight. The tail in many of the deep-sea eels tapers to a fine hair-like point. The painted eels are remarkable for their bright spotted or mottled coloration, and are of large size, ranging from 6 to 8 feet in length. Armed with formidable teeth, the larger species are held in no little fear by fishermen and bathers, attacks from these fishes being by no means rare. Their distribution is closely similar to that of the serpent eels. The electric eel is an extremely abundant fish in the rivers and lagoons of Brazil and the Guianas. It is the most powerful of the electric fishes, and attains a length of 6 feet. The electric organs of this fish are sufficiently strong to kill by their shock other fishes and even mammals. The traveler Humboldt is responsible for the statement, now generally discredited, that the Indians procured this fish by driving horses into the water, and so provoking such violent discharges from the fish that they became exhausted and fell an easy prey. The catfishes, or sheath-fishes, are an extremely interesting group, one of the principal characteristics of which is the total absence of scales, the body being either entirely naked or armed with bony tubercles or overlapping plates. Another peculiarity of these fishes is the presence of feelers round the mouth. These, by their delicate sense of touch, enable the fish to procure its food in extremely muddy water, when the eyes would be useless. The latter, indeed, in many species are extremely reduced in size. Many catfishes are armed with powerful spines, attached to the body by a very complicated mechanism. Such spines are capable of inflicting dangerous wounds, either by the introduction of poison or the violent inflammation following on the laceration of the wounded part. Some species have elaborate accessory breathing organs, enabling them to travel over land for short distances from one piece of water to another. Other members of the group possess electrical organs of considerable power. One species inhabiting the Nile attains a length of 4 feet. The nesting habits of the group are exceedingly interesting, some building nests in which to deposit the eggs, others carry the eggs in the mouth till they hatch. In one species, the care of the eggs is undertaken by the female, which carries them about embedded in the skin of the undersurface of the body, which at this season becomes very soft and spongy. When the eggs are laid, she presses them into the spongy skin by lying on them. The catfishes are of worldwide distribution, but only one species, the wels, occurs in European waters. It commonly attains a length of from 6 to 9 feet, and occasionally as much as 13 feet. The majority of catfishes inhabit fresh water, but some are marine. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 11. The Carp Family by John Bickerdike. The carp family, like the perch group, is one of the largest among fishes. It includes the rudd, roach, tench, breams, minnow, etc., and is divided into many groups, which again include numerous species found chiefly in the temperate and tropical parts of the world. Included among these are the barbels, of which there are about 200 species, varying from little fishes of 2 inches to monsters of 6 feet or more in length. Some of the largest are found in the Tigris, but the marsh seal of India must be regarded as the king of all the species. In some of the rivers flowing from the Himalayan mountains are curious barbel, which have velvet and anophin in a shed cover with large scales. Roach are important member of the Cod family, and the roach group is a very large one, including the various fishes coming under the term of whitefish in Germany. The roach proper is common all over Europe north of the Alps. In this group is the Alp of the central and northern parts of Europe, which when domesticated become golden in hue, and is then called the golden oaf, a pretty fish kept in many English aquariums. Rods are found all over Europe and Asia Minor. Of tench, only one species is known, the golden tench being merely a variety differing in the matter of color. The bream group consists of the common bream, bream flat, and the American bream or shiner. Lastly, we may mention the bleak group, of which there are 15 known species in Europe, East Africa, and the temperate parts of Asia. This list by no means exhausts the numerous members of the carp family. The common carp is one of the most remarkable fishes which swim. In early time in England, it was extensively cultivated as a food fish, and in Germany, at the present day, is as much domesticated as the sheep, pig, or ox. The fish culturists have indeed done extraordinary things with it, having, for instance, produced a variety with a single row of scales down each side and sometimes on the back only, called the mirror carp or king carp. There is also the leather carp with no scale at all, which is much esteemed in Germany. There is reason to believe that the common carp was originally a native of the East, and it certainly has been domesticated in China for many hundreds of years. Thence, it is supposed to have been imported to Germany and Sweden, reaching England sometime in the early years of 15th century. In that curious work, The Book of St. Alban, published in 1496, it is said that the carp is a dainteous fish, but their Ben fell in England, and therefore I write the list of him. China is the home of the goldfish, a pretty little carp common in the country and the warmer part of Japan. The Chinese have distorted nature with regard to this fish even more than the Germans have the common carp. Their most extraordinary monstrosity is, perhaps, the telescope fish, which has a huge tail and projecting eyes. It is believed that goldfish were not known in England before the year 1691. The carp has many interesting peculiarities. It is an extraordinarily fertile fish, and one of the most rapid growers in fresh water. Under the most favorable conditions, it attained a weight of from 3 to 3½ pounds in 3 years. In a pond which is overstocked, carp hardly increase in weight at all, while on the other hand, their growth in hot country is very much greater than above stated. A fish of from 4 to 5 pounds may contain on an average from 400,000 to 500,000 eggs. These are spawned in May or June and hatch in from 12 to 16 days according to the temperature. The life of these curious fish may be one of extraordinary duration, carp having been known to attain an age of 100 years or more. When very old, they are apt to go blind and develop white marks due to the growth of funguses. In the winter, carp either bury themselves in the mud or lie among the water weeds or roots of trees at the bottom. They are vegetarian for the most part, with no teeth in their mouths, but strong, powerful grinding teeth in their throats. They are believed to regurgitate their food and chew it, somewhat as a cow chews the cud. With regard to the weight which this fish attains, one of 19 pounds was taken at Chatfield Park in 1882. That was exceptionally large, but one still larger weighing 21 pounds 10 ounces was caught at Bayham Abbey near Lamberhurst in 1870, while one of 22 pounds was exhibited many years ago to the Zoological Society. In the German lakes, this fish reached a weight of 40 pounds or even more. Carp will, however, occasionally eat small fish and have even been caught with a salmon fly. End of section 37. Recording by Sarosha Tawansin Suragun from Bangkok, Thailand.
Section 38, Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 12, Pikes, Arapaimas, Beaked Salmon, and Scopelids by W.P. Pycraft. The pikes are strictly freshwater fishes, which are extremely voracious and grow to a large size. They are met within most of the fresh waters of Europe, Asia, and America, yet they must be regarded rather as a western than an eastern type, since all the known species occur in America, whilst only one, the common pike, is known outside that country. These fishes capture their prey by stealth, practiced, however not so much by concealment as by lying suspended in the water, perfectly motionless save for the movement of the gills, which is barely perceptible. When the victim comes within reach, it is seized by a sudden rush. The form of the body is admirably adapted to this manner of feeding, resembling rather a submerged log than a fish. It is furthermore on account of this shape that the name pike has been bestowed, since it recalls the pike borne by the soldiers of bygone days. When on the feed, nothing comes amiss to pike, and the havoc they commit in trout streams is enormous. Not only other fishes are devoured, but both the young and adults of water birds are frequently seized, and instances are on record where boys have been attacked while bathing. The mouth of a pike bristles with teeth, even the roof being thickly covered. These are all attached by hinges moving readily backwards towards the throat, so as to assist the swallowing operation, but preventing any possibility of the victim's escape. In Great Britain the pike is held in high esteem by anglers, though as an article of food it does not find much favor. The females are larger than the males. The largest specimens attain a length of about 4 feet, sometimes a little more, and a weight of from 36 to 37 pounds. About 6 species of pike are known, 5 of which are confined to American waters. Of these, the one known as the musket lunge, or muskinunge, attains the same large size as the common pike. The other species are known as pickerel. The immature pike is commonly called a jack. The arapaimas are large freshwater fishes confined to the tropics, their distribution being practically the same as that of the lungfishes. They are represented in America, Australia, and Africa, but one species occurs in the East Indian archipelago. The largest species of all, which is also the largest freshwater bony fish known, is found in the rivers of Brazil and the Guianas, attaining a length of 15 feet and a weight of 400 pounds. It is highly esteemed as an article of food, being salted and exported from the inland fisheries to the seaports. The natives take it either with a rod and line or with a bow and arrow, a line being fastened to the arrow, thus converting it into a harpoon. 4 species of arapaimas are distinguished by the presence of barbels on the chin. Of these, the 2 are Australian, 1 American, and 1 occurs in Sumatra and Borneo. Yet another species is found in the Nile and the rivers of West Africa. The Australian species, like the large Brazilian form, are highly esteemed as food. One of these, known as the Dawson River salmon, is confined to the rivers of Queensland, the other to the rivers emptying into the Gulf of Carpentaria. The beaked salmon occurs in the open seas of the Cape, Japan, and Australia, but in New Zealand, where it is known as the Sand-Eel, it is found in bays with a sandy bottom. The group of fishes known as Scopelids is one of particular interest on account of the number of remarkable forms which it contains. For the most part they are inhabitants of the open sea, many being found only at great depths. Of the latter, some apparently come to the surface to feed at night, whilst others are entirely confined to the abysses of the ocean. As with the members of other groups which have adopted a deep-sea habitat, certain modifications of the body have become necessary in these fishes. Many of them have a direct relation to the absence of light, which has rendered normal eyes of little use. Consequently, the eyes of these fishes has become either greatly reduced or enormously enlarged, or sometimes lost altogether. As a rule, the large-eyed forms are those which come to the surface at night or do not live beyond the reach of daylight, whilst those in which the eyes are small or reduced live in the very lowest depths, far beyond the limit of daylight. In all these forms, compensation for the loss of light has taken place. generally by the development of phosphorescent organs. These may take the form of a number of luminous areas distributed down each side of the body, as in the phosphorescent sardine, or of a pair of lens-like light-producing organs occupying the place of the eyes of other fishes. Another eyeless member of the group, instead of developing light-producing organs, has increased the length of the rays of the paired fins to an enormous extent, so that they serve as delicate feelers either for the discovery of food or the detection of enemies. Many of the fishes of this group have extremely large mouths, armed with a formidable array of tusk-like teeth, between which are numerous smaller ones. As food fishes, the majority of the scopelids are not of much value. The species known as the Queensland smelt, shown in the adjoining photograph, is an edible species, occurring off the northwest coast of Australia. Its near ally, the bumelo, or Bombay duck, however, enjoys a quite exceptional notoriety. Salted and dried, it is exported in large quantities from Bombay and the coast of Malabar and forms an indispensable adjunct to an Indian curry. This fish apparently inhabits considerable depths, and when freshly taken is brilliantly phosphorescent. Another edible species is the Sergeant Baker of Australia, of which a photograph is given on page 653. With regard to the deep-sea scopelids, it is interesting to note that, in addition to very remarkable modifications of the eyes and fins, and the production of phosphorescent light, certain of the body cavities are characterized by an intensely black coloration. The inside of the mouth, the gills, and the lining of the abdomen, for example, are always so colored in those fishes which inhabit the deepest abysses. This coloration is difficult to account for, but it is generally supposed to be due to excretory products. Another interesting point concerns the air bladder. Whenever this organ is present in the fishes of this or any other family inhabiting the abysses of the ocean, it bursts before the unfortunate victim is brought to the surface, owing to the enormous differences in pressure which obtain between the depths of the sea and the surface. This is the end of Section 38 by Dave Currier.
Section 39 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 13. The Salmon Family by Sir Herbert Maxwell. Although the salmon family occupies a low place in the classification of fishes, yet every member thereof is possessed of singular beauty of form and color. The Atlantic salmon, which is the species frequenting European rivers, and those of the eastern coast of North America, may be considered the type of the family, and certainly it would be difficult to name any animal more perfectly adapted to its peculiar mode of life, which is one of constant activity. A native of fresh water, hatched in early spring from eggs laid in rivers during the winter months, it spends from 15 to 27 months in the shallows of the river, almost indistinguishable in habits and appearance from a small common trout. Sometimes in the second spring after its birth, and failing that always in the third spring, the fish, having attained the length of 5 or 6 inches, undergoes a wonderful change. Its prevailing tints of olive and gold become overspread with a glittering coat of silver, known to anglers as the sea jacket, and shoals of smolts, as they are called at this stage, begin descending to the sea. In about 15 or 18 months, perhaps in some instances longer, they return to the inland waters as grilse, small salmon from 2 to 5 pounds in weight. Grilse and mature salmon spawn chiefly in November and December, undergoing before they do another strange metamorphosis. Their brilliant silvery scales become darkly discolored, the males turning copper color, the females blackish and dull purple, their elegant form becoming distorted to such a degree as to render them hardly recognizable as the same fish which left the tide in the perfection of beauty. In their efforts to reach the higher waters where they spawn, salmon display extraordinary perseverance and activity in surmounting weirs, waterfalls, and other obstacles which bar their way. After spawning, the fish are emaciated and lanky, but speedily regain the bright silver hue so characteristic of the species. In this state they are usually known as kelts. They are worthless either for food or for sport, and make their way back to the sea, where abundant provender soon restores their condition. Their chief food consists of herrings, haddocks, and other small fishes. Dr. Kingston Barton recently recorded finding 5 full-grown herrings in the stomach of one salmon. Although the excellence of their flesh exposes salmon to the attacks of innumerable foes, including men, predaceous fishes, seals, and cetaceans, a few survive for many years and attain to great size. Fish weighing from 30 to 40 pounds are far from uncommon. One of 60 pounds has been taken in the Tay with rod and line, and the same river has yielded one upwards of 70 pounds to the nets. The fine sport afforded to anglers by the salmon causes a good beat on a prolific river to be a very valuable property. 2,000 pounds was the season's rent paid a few years ago for less than 3 miles of the Tweed, and the season happened to be such a bad one that the lessee only killed 13 fish. Closely resembling the true salmon in habits and appearance, and sometimes rivaling it even in size, are 2 kinds of sea trout. The salmon trout, greatly prized both for its sporting qualities and for the excellence of its flesh, and the bull trout, a very inferior fish in both respects. Bull trout are not infrequently taken in the Tay, weighing upwards of 40 pounds. The Pacific Ocean has its counterpart to the Atlantic salmon and sea trout in several closely allied species, whereof the quinat and the steelhead are the most notable. These ascend the great rivers of western North America in prodigious shoals, penetrating more than 2,000 miles inland to deposit their spawn. Few of these fish survive to return to the sea. In their emaciated condition, they succumb to exhaustion and starvation. Their corpses, piled to the height of several feet, line the banks of the river for miles and contribute nothing to the traveler's comfort. Although Pacific salmon are of no value to the sportsman, as they are said to refuse any bait in fresh water, yet they are the staple of an important trade, tens of thousands of tons being taken and canned for export. If we could peer far enough back into the course of time, we should no doubt be able to identify a common stock from which all the salmon family are descended. That they are all natives of fresh water is proved by the fact that they cannot reproduce their kind in the sea. Those that resort to the ocean for food must be the descendants of vigorous, roving members of the family, which, having to choose between starvation and migration, braved the perils of travel, and became so much altered in constitution by the liberal diet they found as to establish themselves as separate species. Among the stay-at-homes, there are many interesting and beautiful fishes. None of them exhibit the variable nature of the family more than the common brook trout of British waters, and not long since men of science dignified each of these varieties by a separate title, treating them as distinct species. However, experiment and observation have now led to the almost unanimous conclusion that the pygmy denizens of some hungry highland burn whereof the weight must be reckoned in fractions of ounces, are of precisely the same species as the lordly trout of deep lakes, which sometimes scales as much as 25 pounds, and as all the innumerable varieties, such as the trout of the Thames, of the English chalk streams, and of the Irish lows. The quality of the soil affects the food supply, which in turn regulates the size and appearance of the fish. Moreover, nature seems indifferent to the number of individuals composing the population which the water is to sustain. If there are no pike and spawning ground is abundant, there will be many and small fish. If the contrary is the case, there will be few and large ones. The aggregate weight per acre of water will remain the same, proportioned to the food supply. The American equivalent of the British brook trout is the rainbow trout, a beautiful creature which has lately been widely distributed in European waters. What is known as the brook trout in America really belongs to the char group, fish of the salmon family closely resembling trout, but distinguished from them by extraordinary brilliance of color. Common trout, like salmon, lose all their beauty as the spawning season approaches. Char, on the other hand, take gaudy coloring at that time, the whole of the under parts becoming clear red or flame color. Unlike trout, British char never enter rivers, but spawn in lakes. In Norway, however, char descend to the sea. The distribution of char is indeed mysterious, nor has any explanation been offered why they inhabit certain waters, while other lakes in the neighborhood, apparently equally suitable, contain none. The grayling is an elegant member of the salmon family, and a deserved favorite with fly fishers. Instead of the golden tints and scarlet spots of the brook trout, this fish displays the silvery coloring of the salmon trout. It is not at all uncommon to meet with grayling in the chalk streams of southern England, weighing 3 pounds and upwards. The powan is the type of another large group of salmon-like fishes inhabiting lakes in the temperate and subarctic regions of both hemispheres. There are 4 species in Great Britain, among which may be mentioned the mysterious Vendance of Loch Maben, unknown to exist elsewhere. Lastly, the salmon family is closed by the delicate smelt, called in Scotland the sparling, which is netted in vast numbers in the estuaries of suitable rivers. It never ascends beyond the highest point of the tide, where it deposits its spawn in the spring months. It is a gratifying tribute to the good work done of late years by the local authorities in purifying the Thames that after a long absence this valuable fish has reappeared in that river, which it now ascends in considerable numbers as high as Teddigan Weir. Much discussion has taken place recently with regard to the question whether salmon feed while in fresh water. Not long ago it was announced that they suffered from a diseased condition of the stomach during this period and were consequently quite unable to feed. Subsequently, it was found that the supposed diseased condition of the stomach was due to the fishes not being perfectly fresh when they were examined. It is now known that although salmon do not feed freely in fresh water, yet they take a certain amount of nutriment, such as an occasional shrimp, fly, or even small fish while there. End of section 39. Recording by Tom Mack.
Section 40 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 14. The Herring and Its Kindred by F.G. Aflalo. king herring, as the trade paper of the fishing industry rightly calls it, is one of the chief commercial fishes of the British seas, and the enormous North Sea herring fisheries probably support more boats and men from all parts than any other. Europe has no very large herring, but the tarpon of the Mexican coast, as well as another giant which occurs in the northern waters of Australia, grows to an enormous size. All the members of the herring family feed and travel near the surface of the sea, and are therefore caught in drift nets, miles of which are shot a few fathoms from the top of the water, catching the shoaling fish in their meshes. All of them, too, are wanderers, most capricious in their goings and comings, hence the uncertainty of the fisherman's wage. The principal kinsmen of the herring in British seas are the sprat and pilchard, though the two kinds of shad, which, like the salmon, ascend certain rivers for spawning purposes, also support a number of fishermen, and the anchovy is, authorities have lately suspected, sufficiently numerous on the British coasts to repay a regular fishery, if the men could be induced to try the experiment and use a sufficiently fine meshed net for this little fish. The herring of the more northern waters is larger than that of the English Channel, 17 inches being recorded as its maximum size in the former, as against only 12 1/4 inches farther south. In the Baltic, however, the writer found the herrings still smaller than those of the English Channel. The herring lacks the lateral line, already alluded to in other fishes. Its scales are large and thin, its underedge is smooth and keeled, and the male is slightly the larger of the two sexes. The sprat, on the other hand, is a smaller species. It has no teeth, its belly is saw-edged, its back fin starts nearer the tail than that of the herring. The herring, moreover, differs from the sprat, and indeed from all our most important fishes, in that its eggs sink to the bottom. The eggs of almost all other sea fish float at or near the surface of the sea, so that the herring's spawn alone can be damaged by the operations of the ground-sweeping trawl net. The shad's eggs also sink to the bottom, but are deposited in the less buoyant waters of rivers. The pilchard, the all-important fish, together with mackerel on the southwest coast of England, is of a more decided green hue than either of the foregoing. Its scales are large and coarse, and its back fin starts closer to the head than in the rest. The pilchard of Cornwall and the sardine of the Mediterranean are one and the same fish in different stages of growth. That is to say, the pilchard is a grown-up sardine. The late Matthias Dunn of Mevagissey was one of the first practical fishermen to accept this identity, and the flourishing sardine factory at his native town bears lasting witness to his enterprise. Although, from the economic standpoint, we associate the pilchard with the extreme southwest of the English Channel, the fish finds its way to more eastern counties. The writer has found it at both Bournemouth and Ventnor, and it is taken, though sparsely, in the herring nets of the North Sea fleets. The anchovy, smaller than any of the foregoing, may be distinguished by its projecting shark-like snout and deeply cleft mouth. It is seen in England only pickled for table purposes, but the writer used fresh anchovies for bait almost daily during a stay of 4 months on the shores of the Mediterranean. The two shads, the Alice shad and Twait shad, are in some respects, though less important commercially, the most interesting of the family. Their habit of coming up rivers to spawn, like salmon, has been already noticed, but they appear to be more difficult to please than the other fish. The Severn used to be a noted shad river, but the fishery has fallen off of late years. The Alice shad grows to a weight of 7 or 8 pounds, and its pale green and silver scales are varied by some darker spots at irregular intervals on the shoulders and sides. The edge of the belly is serrated, like that of the sprat. The fish has a curious transparent eyelid, and its other peculiarities include an abnormally large number of gill rakers, through which the water filters much as it does through the whalebone of whales. Its food is said to consist of small fishes and shrimps, as well as of vegetable substances. Though usually caught for market purposes in a seine net which is slipped round the shoal in shallow water, the shad is now and then taken on the hook, and instances of this are on record in the neighborhood of Deal. The rivers of Morocco are very productive of shad, particularly the Bouragrig at Rabat and the Erbaya at Azamur. At the latter town, the writer has bought newly caught shad weighing 5 or 6 pounds for native money equivalent to as many pence, and very excellent fish they proved in camp. The Twait shad is a somewhat smaller fish, attaining to a maximum weight of perhaps a couple of pounds. It is not known to differ materially in habits from the larger species. Reverting for a moment to the herring as a type of the family, a few words may be said on some very interesting facts in connection with its life history and commercial uses. In the first place, the fact that the spawn sinks to the bottom is of more importance than would at first sight appear, since it not only exposes the spawn to disturbance by the trawl, but also subjects it to the voracity of cod, haddock, and other ground-feeding fishes. Some little protection is afforded by a natural provision which enables the eggs to adhere to stones and weeds, but this cannot in the long run be of much service against prowling fishes. The eggs of the shad, which likewise sink in fresh water, do not adhere in this way. The migrations of the herring, again, have furnished almost as much material for argument to marine biologists as the migrations of birds in ornithological circles. Older naturalists described marvelous Arctic journeyings with careful attention to detail, much of which is now repudiated. Later theories hold that the shoals of herrings simply move, according to changes in the weather and temperature, backwards and forwards between the shore and the deeper water outside, and so far as the fishermen are concerned, the mere fact of the fish moving at any season of the year beyond reach of their drift nets, which work at only moderate distances from the land, would be quite sufficient to convince them that the absent fish had departed on worldwide travels. Much of the former acceptance of these extensive migrations may have been due to confusion between the goings and comings of the different races of herrings now recognized by biologists. It is also probable that, when the identity and movements of these different races are more firmly established, we shall be able to clear up many of the difficulties at present surrounding the spawning time of the herring, and to show that it does not, as sometimes alleged, deposit its spawn at every season of the year indiscriminately, but that some herrings spawn at one season, some at another. Although the herring is not, individually and by comparison with some other sea fish, an enormously fertile fish, its numbers must be fairly large when we bear in mind that something like 50,000 crans a week are, in good seasons, packed in Shetland alone. Taking as an average 750 fish to the cran, this gives a weekly curing of not far short of 40 million of herrings in a single fishery. Owing indeed to the property, already noted, of adhering to stones and rocks, it is improbable that even the trawl troubles the eggs to any appreciable extent, as the stony ground on which the herrings generally spawn is not suited to the operations of the trawler. The spawning and life history of the herring are, in fact, the converse of those of the place. The former deposits its eggs on the ground close inshore, and the young herrings, almost as soon as they are hatched, steer for the open sea and live near the surface of the water. The flatfishes, on the other hand, deposit eggs that float at the surface some distance from the shore, and the young plaice and soles, when hatched, come inshore and take up their residence close to the bed of the sea. It would be improper to conclude this account of the herring family without a passing reference to the commercial mixture known as whitebait. Until comparatively late in the last century, whitebait was regarded, even by scientific men, as a distinct species, and there were even some who declared that they had identified peculiar characters. It is now, however, common knowledge that the so-called whitebait is neither more nor less than a mixture of young herrings and sprats, the former predominating in summer, the latter in winter. Other fishes are also found in the dish, and appropriately enough, at a recent banquet given by the Worshipful Company of Fishmongers, at which the writer had the pleasure of assisting. A plate of whitebait was found to include no sprats, but the fry of herrings, Gurnards, and Sand-Eels. This was in the month of July. Whitebait are caught in special fine meshed nets in river estuaries, and although they make a capital dish for the epicure, the large supplies needed for the restaurants probably entail a most regrettable sacrifice of valuable food fishes, which, if left a year or two, would provide food for 10 times the number of consumers. It would, however, be too much to expect that epicures should give up such an unrivaled dish for this cause. Moreover, if these little fishes were not captured by man, it is highly probable that a large proportion would fall victims to birds or other fishes. The end of Section 40 by Dave Currier.
Section 41 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 4, Chapter 15. Bony Pike, Bowfin, Sturgeon, Reed Fish, and Vischer, by W. P. Pycraft. The present chapter deals with the remaining forms belonging to that great assemblage of fishes known as the bony mouth group, which includes all the members of the class, save the lungfishes on the one hand and the shark tribe on the other. This great assemblage, as we have already remarked, is divided into two sections, the fan and fringe-finned fishes. The fishes presently to be described belong partly to the one and partly to the other of these divisions, and were at one time, together with the lungfishes, regarded as nearly allied, and as forming but a single group, which, on account of the structure of the scales, was known as the enamel-scaled group. The bony pike, the bowfin, and the sturgeon are the last of the fan-finned fishes. The bony pike, or gar-pike, is an inhabitant of the fresh waters of North America, and has the most completely ossified skeleton, and the most perfectly jointed backbone of all the fishes, whilst externally it is covered with a complete armor of thick, quadrangular scales coated with enamel. 3 distinct species of this family are known, all of which are of large size, attaining a length of 6 feet. They are carnivorous in their habits, lying in wait among the reeds, and rushing out to seize their prey as soon as within range. In the Mississippi, Great Lakes, and rivers of South Carolina, bony pike are especially abundant, occurring at times in such numbers as to fill the shad nets and render the fishery for many days impossible. The larger members are said to be as aggressive as sharks and remarkably tenacious of life. The geographical distribution of the bowfin closely corresponds with that of the bony pike. It is an extremely common fish, and though worthless for food purposes, has yet been deemed worthy of a number of different names, such as grindle, dogfish, sawyer, mudfish, and lawyerfish. At one time it was regarded as a near ally of the herring tribe, but modern research has shown this view to be erroneous. The bowfin attains a length of about 2 feet, and is very voracious, preying both upon other fishes and aquatic insects and shrimps. It has a habit of coming frequently to the surface to breathe, especially when the water is foul, taking in large mouthfuls of air. When near the surface, it is said to utter a bell-like note, probably caused by the escape of air from the air bladder. During the breeding season, the male takes entire charge of the eggs. The sturgeons differ from the other fan-finned fishes in many particulars. To begin with, the skeleton is almost entirely cartilaginous instead of bony, whilst externally the body is either naked or covered with bony bucklers, arranged symmetrically. The snout is prolonged into a more or less shovel-shaped beak, used for turning over the mud at the bottom of the water in search of prey, and in some forms this becomes further developed into a spoon-shaped paddle, constituting one of the most remarkable appendages of fishes. Sturgeons grow to a large size, and are the largest of the freshwater fishes of the northern hemisphere. The giant sturgeon of the Black and Caspian Seas and the Sea of Azov attains a length of 24 feet, and sometimes more. Specimens of 3,200 pounds weight have been recorded. On account of the wholesomeness of their flesh, sturgeons are highly esteemed wherever they are found. In Russian waters they are very abundant, regular fishing stations being established for their capture. The approach of a shoal of fish is announced by a watchman, and it is said as many as 15,000 sturgeon have been captured at one of these stations in a single day. Should the fishing be suspended for a short time, the fish assemble in such numbers as to form a solid mass, completely blocking a river 400 feet in width and 25 feet in depth. From the roe of these fishes, caviar is made, and isinglass from the inner lining of the air bladder. But the best flavored flesh and the finest caviar are obtained from a comparatively small form, the sterlet, a species which does not exceed a yard in length. It is common in the Black and Caspian Seas, the Siberian rivers, and the Danube, as far as Vienna. With the sturgeons, we come to the end of the fan-finned fishes. The fringe-finned group are represented today only by the bichir and the reedfish. These are extremely interesting forms, if only because they are the sole survivors of a once numerous tribe, the remains of which occur as fossils in some of the oldest geological formations. They are known as fringe-finned on account of the fact that the rays which support the fin membrane in the paired fins are ranged round a lobe-shaped base, instead of running directly backwards to the body. As in the bony pike, the body is clothed externally by large quadrangular bony plates of considerable thickness and coated with a layer of enamel. The bichir, which is found in the Nile and other tropical rivers of Africa, is easily recognized by the peculiar structure of the back fin, which takes the form of a series of detached finlets, varying in number from 8 to 18. The length attained by the bichir is about 4 feet. Gill breathing is supplemented by the air bladder, which is used as a respiratory organ, the expired air escaping by a slit known as the spiracle. The young bichir breathes like a tadpole by means of large external gills, projecting backwards on each side of the head. Later, these are replaced by the more efficiently protected internal gills. The only surviving relative of the bichir is the reedfish of Old Calabar, which differs by its eel-like form and the absence of the hinder paired fins. End of section 41. Recording by John Brandon.
Section 42 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 4, Chapter 16. Sharks and Rays, by F. G. Aflalo, FZS. Two prevalent errors with reference to sharks continually recur in England. The first is local, and has reference to the absence of proper sharks, whatever that may mean, from British waters. The second, of wider application, holds that all sharks are dangerous to man. When, some few years ago, the writer addressed a letter to the Times newspaper, warning yachting men against summer bathing in deep water in Cornwall, a host of critics accused him of a tendency to pose as an alarmist and insisted that he was confusing sharks with dogfish. Apart from the fact that the distinction between the two groups is, in some cases, extremely slight, it does not even rely on size, for there are dogfishes which attain to larger dimensions than the smallest sharks. These gentlemen were wholly in error, since 4 sharks, at any rate, are very common in Cornish seas, and even occur, in lesser numbers, on other parts of the British coasts. The largest of these, the great basking shark, of which a photograph taken at Meagres is given below, illustrates in its harmless person the fallacy of condemning all sharks as man-eaters, since in this, the largest of its race, we have an absolutely innocuous fish. From its habit of lying at the surface, with the large back fin erect, it is also known as the sailfish, while the equally appropriate name of sunfish sometimes causes confusion with other British fishes properly so called. A commoner British shark, in the limited space allotted, British species must be allowed prior claims, is the blue shark, small examples of which, weighing 30 or 40 pounds, the writer has often killed with the rod at Meagres. When thus hooked, this fish has a curious and very trying habit of revolving rapidly in the water, scoring its own granulated skin with the line. The porbeagle shark, another Cornish species, is of thicker build than the last, and swims with far less graceful movements. It is a deep brown color above, and its general outline may be likened to that of a torpedo. The fox shark, or thresher, so often seen on hot summer days, leaping out of water among the pilchard shoals, is easily recognized, even at considerable distances, by the disproportionately long upper lobe of the tail fin. This is the shark which attacks certain of the whale tribe. Many who stay at home find it agreeable to cast doubt on the story, but the writer has, in Australian seas, witnessed the sight of 2 of these sharks flinging themselves on the back of an apparently exhausted whale, in such unmistakable circumstances that the only alternative, which the reader may accept, if preferred, is to suppose that they were all congenial playmates. Before specifying some general characters of this interesting group of predatory fishes, it may be as well, briefly, to summarize the British dogfishes. For the hammerhead shark, very common in southern seas, is so rare a visitor to Britain as to be negligible in an epitome of the group. The dogfishes, then, which trouble fishermen, are the smooth hound and rough hound, the nurse, the picked dog, and the silver dog, or taupe. The nurse and rough hound are spotted leopards of the sea, and the latter has a very curious property. If a fresh-caught roe-hound, as the fishermen pronounce the name, be put in a basket or boat's well with pollock and other fishes, the points of contact will be marked by discoloration of its neighbors. This is probably due to some acrid and bleaching secretion of the rowhound's skin, for which some economic use might possibly be found. The picked dog, or spur dog, has very sharp spines in front of both back fins, and has, therefore, to be handled by the fishermen very cautiously, often punishing their hands badly when entangled at night in the nets. Of smooth hounds, there are 2 species or varieties, between which there is some confusion, and in one, at any rate, there are interesting anatomical peculiarities in the unborn fish. Like many other sharks and dogfishes, the smooth hound bears living young instead of depositing eggs, any account of which would obviously be out of place in so short a description. Generally speaking, then, the sharks are cartilaginous fishes, having the upper lobe of the tail larger than the lower, a shovel-shaped snout, and the crescent-shaped mouth beneath the head. Another peculiar feature of the group is the presence of breathing spiracles behind the eyes, while the latter have a manner of blinking not found in other fishes. Of the teeth, which differ in structure from those of other kinds of fishes, there are several rows. The gill openings are lateral and usually number 5, though one species has 6 and another 7. With the exception of the aforementioned basking shark and the Port Jackson shark, which the writer met with in Australia, they are all more or less dangerous, and, when of insufficient size to be harmful to man, do great damage among the lines and nets of the fishermen. Indeed, the late Matthias Dunn of Mevagissey seriously urged on the Admiralty to dynamite them in the interests of the fishing industry. Most of the sharks deposit their eggs in the curious oblong vessels known by those who pick up the disused cases on the foreshore as purses, and these attach themselves to rocks and stones by long tendrils that cling to every support. A number of species, the porbeagle and taupe among British kinds, however, bring forth their young alive. Between the sharks and rays, there is a curious and interesting link in the form of the monkfish, or angelfish, which is common on all sandy shores, and a frequent victim of the trawl. Such local names as mongrel skate and shark ray indicate a widespread acceptance of its intermediate position between the 2 groups under notice. Like some of the sharks already noticed, it produces living young, and its maximum size may be set down as, at any rate, over 7 feet. The writer measured and weighed one trawled in Bournemouth Bay during the summer of 1896. Its length was nearly 4.5 feet, and its weight rather less than 50 pounds. Like many of the rays, this species feeds, to a great extent, on flat fishes. In outward form, the monkfish, though it is in reality more nearly allied to the sharks, brings us by an easy transition to the flattened rays, with their long whip-like tails and pointed snouts. There are a dozen, or rather more if we count casual visitors, of these skates and rays in British seas, the largest being the great eagle ray, examples of which have been recorded of the enormous weight of 1,000 pounds. Many of the smaller kinds are studded with sharp spines, curved in some species, and the thornback owes to these its trivial name. All these rays, in fact, have some form or other of formidable offensive and defensive apparatus. The stingray has on its tail a fearful serrated dagger, 6 or 8 inches long in large examples, while the torpedo or numbfish has electric organs in the head, with the aid of which it can give a shock sufficiently strong to paralyze the fishes on which it feeds. 2 interesting peculiarities of the rays deserve notice in concluding this chapter. The first is that their egg purses, instead of attaching themselves with filaments to weeds and rocks, like those of the sharks, are provided with a sticky secretion which answers the same purpose of anchoring them in security from currents that would carry them out into deep, cold water. The second is the sexual difference in the teeth, which are pointed in the male and flat in the female. Whether this difference in the teeth, which may be likened to that between the bills of the male and female huia bird of New Zealand, indicates a corresponding difference in food, or, on the other hand, some cooperation between the sexes in procuring it, is an interesting question that our present slight knowledge of the habits of these fishes does not enable us to answer. Finally, attention must be drawn to the remarkable transformation which the breast fins and tail have undergone. The former have developed into powerful swimming organs, locomotion being effected by their undulatory movements, instead of by similar movements of the whole body, or by side-to-side motions of the tail, as in other fishes. Whilst the latter, no longer used in swimming, has either been reduced to a mere vestige, as in the horned ox-ray, or has become developed into a long and tapering whiplash, provided with a poison spine. In such cases, the long tail is used to encircle prey, and at the same time to force the victim onto the deadly spine. End of section 42. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Section 43 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Radke. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 5, Chapter 1. The Crab and Scorpion Groups. By W. F. Kirby. This section of animals is often called a subkingdom, and differs from backbone animals in having the framework of the body outside. That is, instead of a skeleton, crabs, spiders, centipedes, and insects are protected either by a hard shelly casing or by a tough skin to which the muscles are attached. and this arrangement renders them much stronger and much less susceptible to injury in proportion to their size than vertebrate animals. They have cold blood, generally of a white color, and their bodies and limbs are usually composed of a considerable number of separate joints. The group is a very large one, and it is probable that there are at least 300,000 different kinds of insects already known, while the total number of species now existing is estimated by different entomologists as from 2 to 10 millions. It is therefore no exaggeration to say that every word of our brief account of the insects represents from 10 to 20 known species at least. The other classes of the group are also very numerous. Our account must necessarily be very short. The characters of the principal classes of the jointed animals are referred to in their places. Crabs, lobsters, shrimps, woodlice, barnacles, etc. Jointed animals are generally provided with one pair of long-jointed organs called antennae, a naturalized word derived from the Latin in which language antenna means a sail yard. They are often called feelers and usually fulfill this function at least, but they are also frequently organs of smell and sometimes probably of hearing and other senses. One peculiarity of the crab and lobster group is that they are generally furnished with two pairs instead of one pair of these organs. They are nearly all aquatic animals, by far the larger portion being marine, and they breathe with gills. They are provided with a hard calcareous or horny covering. The head is not separated from the trunk as in insects, and they are provided with a number of jointed organs, usually classified as 3 pairs of jaws, 3 pairs of foot jaws, and 5 pairs of legs in the more typical families. But in the smaller and more aberrant species, the number is more variable. In their early stages, they frequently pass through very extraordinary changes of form, but after assuming their adult shape, they grow by casting their shells at intervals. We will now notice a few typical examples of the different groups of these creatures. The brine shrimp is a little reddish creature about half an inch long, which prefers the concentrated solution of brine pits to seawater. It has 11 pairs of legs, and, notwithstanding its name, the front portion of its body is considerably broader and flatter in proportion than that of a real shrimp, the other half consisting of a jointed tail. Barnacles were formerly considered to be shellfish, but are now usually classed with the crabs and lobsters because, when they are young, they appear as freely swimming creatures, with 1 eye, 2 antennae, and 6 pairs of jointed limbs. When they grow larger, they fix themselves to a rock or some other object by the head and develop a shell, usually composed of several pieces. The commonest is the acorn barnacle, the white shell of which, measuring rather less than an inch across, swarms on rocks at the seaside. It is shaped like a limpet, but open at the top. The goose barnacles hang down by a stalk, and their jointed shells more resemble those of a mussel than that of a limpet, though they are composed of several pieces. Various species similar to both those mentioned are found on piers, rocks, the bottoms of ships, and even sometimes on the skin of whales. In dark cellars in the country, under loose bark, or under pieces of wood which have been left in the fields, we often see creeping about brown creatures about half an inch long, with jointed bodies and antennae and short jointed legs. They are called woodlice, and several species roll themselves up into a ball when alarmed. These creatures feed chiefly on decaying vegetable substances, and there is a larger marine species much like them, which is common in holes and crannies in the rocks on the seashore. There are other curious creatures called whale lice and fish lice, which are parasitic in their habits. Some of these look like spiders, and 1 or 2 have enormously long legs, but others are of strange and almost indescribable forms, and sometimes without legs at all. One species, found on the Sprat, has 2 long appendages at the end of its body, not unlike a pair of compasses. Shrimps and prawns are red when cooked, but when alive are very pretty semi-transparent objects, which may be seen swimming about through the glass of aquariums placed against the wall. Prawns are larger than shrimps, and have a strong serrated spine in front of the head. Shrimps and prawns, of which several kinds are found off the British coasts, generally prefer shallow water with a sandy bottom. In most of these, the first 2 pairs of feet are divided to form a pair of pincers at the extremity, but in such small creatures this is easily overlooked, unless special attention is directed to it. It is different with the lobsters and crayfish, which much resemble shrimps in form, but are very much larger, and armed with a pair of very large pincer-like claws, in addition to the other legs. Lobsters live in the sea, in holes in the rocks, into which they dart backwards, and there protect themselves with only the head and claws projecting at the opening, ready to face any intruder. Crayfish, which are smaller, live in holes in the banks of brooks and rivers. There are many species, some of large size and bright colors. The common lobster is black when living, but other species are red, blue, or variegated. Sometimes, if we pick up a whelk shell on the beach, we shall find it inhabited, not by a mollusk, but by a crab, with its legs and claws wedged together, so as to fill the aperture completely. One claw, much larger than the other, resting in front, and if we pull it out, we shall find that, though the front of its body and legs and claws are hard, like those of an ordinary crab, it has a long, soft, fleshy tail, absolutely defenseless and unprotected. Crabs belonging to this curious section are called hermit crabs, and protect themselves by taking possession of shells which they have either found empty or appropriated by the easy and economical process of devouring the owners. The few species found on the British coasts are all small, and more frequently noticed in whelk shells than in any others. But tropical species attain to a considerable size, and may sometimes be found in shells measuring 3 to 4 inches across at the opening. Crabs are distinguished from the lobsters by their compact form and by having the short tail turned in under the body. There are a great number of species, differing much in size, shape, and appearance. One of the best known in England is the large edible crab, which may often be seen in fishmongers' shops, and, unlike the lobster, does not change much in color when boiled. Every visitor to the seaside must have seen numbers of the little greenish shore crabs running about on the sand or over seaweed-covered rocks at low tide. These small crabs are harmless, but large kinds are able to give a very severe pinch. It is related that when the great chemist Sir Humphry Davy was a boy, he used to maintain that pain was no evil, until a large crab gripped his toe one day when he was bathing, after which he changed his opinion. Some crabs are smooth and shiny, but others are covered with bosses, excrescences, and spines, which give them a very formidable appearance, and must be a useful protection against any enemies to whose attacks they are exposed. In many species, one of the two great claws is always much larger than the other. Some have round bodies, others are oval or nearly square. Some have short legs, and others very long ones. The species differ much in their habits, and in tropical countries there are land crabs which live entirely on shore, and others which are amphibious, and climb coconut trees to get at the nuts. As a general rule, however, crabs are carnivorous and marine, and play the part of sea scavengers. The king crabs differ very much from any now living in the British seas, but are generally considered to be allied to the trilobites, an extinct family which appears to have been extremely numerous in very ancient seas. King crabs are 2 to 3 feet long from the front of the body to the end of the tail. The front part of the body is entirely covered by a curved oval shield, while the hinder part of the body is much narrower and armed at the sides with strong teeth directed backwards, and also with a long and strong spear, something like that of a swordfish on a small scale, as long as the rest of the body. The few species known exhibit an instance of what is called discontinuous distribution, since they are found only on the coasts of the Moluccas, East Indies, and the southern United States and West Indies. Scorpions, spiders, and mites. These creatures form a peculiar group in which there are only 2 principal divisions of the body, the head and thorax being fused into one mass, and the abdomen forming a separate division. In the mites, however, the body forms a single round or oval mass, even a division between the thorax and the abdomen having disappeared. The members of the group have no antennae, but 2 pairs of jaws and a pair of palpi, frequently very long and armed with a pincer-like arrangement at the end, in which case they are called foot jaws. Except in some of the mites, which have only 4 or 6, all the group have 8 legs. They pass through no metamorphosis, but molt several times after quitting the egg before attaining their full growth. They have frequently several pairs of simple eyes, but no compound eyes like the large pair on the head of most insects. In the scorpions, of which there is a considerable variety in different parts of the world, the united head and thorax are comparatively short, but the abdomen is very long and divided into a broad half, consisting of 7 segments, and a narrow tail of 5 very movable segments, besides a sharp, curved sting at the extremity. There are from 3 to 6 pairs of eyes on the head and thorax, and in front of the body projects a pair of very long, pincer-bearing foot jaws. Scorpions are generally of a yellowish or black color, and the largest black scorpions of Africa and India sometimes measure as much as 9 inches in length. They are nocturnal creatures, hiding under stones or in holes in the ground, or in crevices in walls during the day, They kill the insects and other small animals on which they feed with their stings. The sting of one of the large black scorpions, like that of the large tropical centipedes, being as painful and dangerous as that of a snake. There are a few small and comparatively harmless species found on the shores of the Mediterranean, but most of the scorpions inhabit warmer countries. The jointed spiders are creatures 1 or 2 inches long, remarkable for having the head and the segments of the thorax separated from each other so as to form distinct divisions of the body. They have rather long and very hairy legs, and only 1 pair of well-developed eyes, another pair being rudimentary. Some species are diurnal and others nocturnal in their habits. They feed on insects and sometimes on small birds, etc., and can inflict a very painful bite. They are found in southeastern Europe, Africa, southern Asia, and from the southern states of North America south to Chile and Argentina. The false scorpions or book scorpions are small animals resembling scorpions in shape but with no sting, and the abdomen not narrowed into a tail. They are sometimes found in houses among dusty old books, as well as out of doors among moss or under stones or bark. Sometimes they cling to the legs of flies. They are believed to feed on mites and other small creatures, but not to injure the flies, only employing them as a convenient method of being conveyed from one place to another. The whip scorpions are not unlike scorpions and have large claws, but the front legs are very long, slender, and whip-like, and there is either no tail or else a long, slender whip-like one without a sting. They are inhabitants of warm countries and, rightly or wrongly, are reputed to be venomous. Different species measure from 1 inch to 4 or 5 inches in length. The curious harvestmen have 2 eyes, a small compact oval body, large pincers, and very long slender legs, longer and more slender in proportion to their size than those of crane flies, and equally liable to be broken off if the owner is roughly handled. They feed on plant lice and other small insects. We now come to the large and important group of spiders, which more frequently attract attention in England than any others of the group. The abdomen is not usually divided into distinct segments and is connected with the thorax by a short stalk. Spiders have strong, poisonous jaws, which makes some of the larger species formidable even to man, and several pairs of eyes, while many possessed an apparatus for spinning a strong silken web, in which they entangle their prey, consisting in England chiefly of flies and other winged insects. The largest known spiders are usually placed first in the series. These are the great bird-catching spiders of South America, some of which have bodies 3 inches long and strong, hairy legs. These large spiders have now been proved not only to feed on insects, but occasionally on hummingbirds, and even sometimes on larger birds such as finches. The trapdoor spiders are allied, but smaller, perhaps averaging about 1 inch in length. They construct a silken gallery in the ground, with a round door, which they shut behind them when they enter. There is only 1 species in England which does not form a trap door, but a silken tube. If an insect settles on it, the spider clutches it from within, tears a hole in the tube, drags its prey inside, and then repairs the rent. Different spiders have many curious methods of capturing their insect prey. Some catch insects by running after them, and others by leaping on them, while those which spin webs are also very dissimilar in their habits and in their abodes. The brown house spiders spin webs in any room left undisturbed long enough to allow them to construct them. On the other hand, the orb spinners, or garden spiders, construct elaborate webs out of doors. One of the most beautiful of these is the diadem spider, which is nearly 1 inch long and of greenish or reddish color, with a white cross bordered with black on the back. The web is very regularly constructed, the principal threads radiating in all directions from a common center, where the spider generally sits in fine weather, ready to rush out upon any insect which may become entangled in the web. The gossamer spiders spin light webs, which are easily carried up into the air, and upon which the spiders are borne from one place to another. Sometimes in an autumn morning the air may be seen to be full of these floating webs, which also cover the grass and bushes when they have settled. The water spiders, again, construct a habitation of watertight silk under water, like a diving bell, and inflate it by carrying down bubbles of air from the surface entangled in the hairs of the body. The nesting habits of many spiders are very curious. The eggs are usually laid in a silken case, and the running spiders may often be seen with the egg cases attached to the end of the body, as in the female cockroach. The males of many spiders are much smaller than the females, and are very liable to be devoured by their partners. Among the most curious of the group are the spiny spiders, strange horny semicircular creatures studded with strong spines. They are allied to the garden spiders, but confined to the tropics. The spotted spider is a very beautiful species, often seen among cases of mixed insects, etc., sent from India. It is black with brown abdomen and numerous yellow spots, and about 1.5 inch long. The body is much longer than broad, and the legs are about twice as long as the body. Attempts have been made to turn spider silk to commercial purposes, but the great difficulty is that spiders are so voracious and cannibalistic in their propensities that they cannot be kept in captivity, for they will kill and eat each other as long as there are any left, to the very last spider. The silk of some of the large tropical spiders is sometimes strong enough to cause a man much annoyance when riding through the woods, striking up against his face, and sometimes knocking off his hat. The last section includes the mites and ticks, most of which are small or microscopic. The whole body forms one round or oval mass, with scattered hairs and 8 legs, though most mites have only 6 legs when young, while the plant mites have only 4. The largest mites are those called ticks. There are 1 or 2 small British species which are sometimes sufficiently troublesome, but in many warm countries they are a far more serious nuisance, lurking in the herbage and fixing their proboscis in the skin of any passing man or animal, and retaining their hold till they are gorged with blood and allow themselves to drop off by their own weight. Among the smaller mites, some species are parasitic on warm-blooded animals, causing itch, mange, and other diseases, while many infest insects, especially bumblebees and dung beetles. They are of considerable size for mites, and there are other bright scarlet species which are sometimes found on sawflies, dragonflies, etc. Many feed on decaying animal or vegetable matter, such as the cheese mite and the sugar mite, the former being a very familiar and interesting microscopic object, and others again are very destructive to plants, like the small scarlet mite, known in greenhouses as the red spider. Among the plant-feeding mites are the 4-legged gall mites, which produce galls or other excrescences on the plants which they infest. Mites are probably almost as varied in their forms and habits and as interesting objects of study as insects or spiders, but the group is somewhat neglected by naturalists, owing to the small size of most of the species and the consequent difficulty of collecting and preserving them. Centipedes and millipedes. These are creatures with long, worm-like bodies, composed of a number of rings or segments, each provided with 1 or 2 pairs of legs. They have 1 pair of antennae, like insects, but they pass through no metamorphosis, nor do they molt. Instead of this, they begin their existence on quitting the egg without legs, or with only 3 pairs of legs, and continue to add to the number of their segments and legs until they have attained their full growth. They are called centipedes, or 100 legs, or millipedes, or 1,000 legs. But in the majority of the species the number of legs is considerably below 100, though in some few it may exceed 300. The centipedes have only 1 pair of legs attached to each segment of the body, and are carnivorous, being armed with a pair of strong mandibles which are perforated poison fangs. The British species are all small and harmless, but the bite of the large tropical centipedes is more painful and almost as dangerous as that of a snake. Centipedes are long, broad, flattened creatures with about 21 pairs of legs, and sometimes measure more than a foot in length. A reddish centipede, belonging to an allied family, is common in England under stones and in loose mold. It has long antennae and 15 pairs of legs, and feeds chiefly on worms. It is about 1 inch long. The electric centipedes are much longer and more slender than the others in proportion to their length, with rather short antennae and short and very numerous legs. They are of a white or yellow color and 2 or 3 inches long. All are nocturnal in their habits and feed on decaying animal or vegetable matter and are fond of ripe fruit. They emit a pale phosphorescence, visible in the dark along the track over which they have crawled. Millipedes are not venomous and feed chiefly on soft vegetable matter. Except the first 3 behind the head, which are provided with only 1 pair each, every segment bears 2 pairs instead of 1 pair of legs. The common snake millipede is about 1.5 inches long and is brown, with yellow rings and 99 pairs of short white legs. It is nearly as destructive as the wireworms, which it resembles in its habits, and may often be seen clinging to a partly eaten potato. Millipedes are able to roll themselves up into a spiral. Many foreign kinds grow to a much larger size, measuring nearly a foot in length. They are more frequently sent to Europe from foreign countries than centipedes, probably because they are sluggish, harmless creatures which do not bite. The members of one family of millipedes, called pill millipedes, are so similar to woodlice in shape and appearance that they might easily be mistaken for them, and they exhibit the same habit of rolling themselves up into a ball. One species is not uncommon in England. A curious genus, generally placed in a distinct class by itself, includes a few species which may be called slimy millipedes. The species are found in widely separated parts of the world, chiefly in the most southern regions, such as South America, South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand, though one or two are known from Ceylon and the West Indies. They resemble slimy caterpillars with conspicuous antennae and from 13 to 40 pairs of legs. The body is not distinctly divided into segments, and it exudes a very viscous slime, which acts like bird lime in capturing the small insects which form at least a part of the food of these creatures, but will not adhere to their own bodies. These creatures are found among decaying vegetable matter. Injurious creatures. We are sometimes inclined to complain of our English climate, but we have cause to congratulate ourselves that it is far less prolific of noxious creatures than many others. We have no venomous scorpions or centipedes, and are not obliged to shake such intruders out of our boots before we can venture to put them on. Since the country has been so well drained, we are very little troubled with gnats, which breed in standing waters, and are equally troublesome in cold countries like Lapland, and warm countries like South America. Nevertheless, several very troublesome creatures not native to this country have taken up their abode with us permanently, and more care should perhaps be exercised in preventing the possible introduction of others. Among the most troublesome of our household insects are bugs, cockroaches, and house ants, all of which have been introduced from abroad. Among field and garden pests, the American blight, which destroys our apple and pear trees, and the Hessian fly are probably invaders from abroad, but the latter does not seem to have committed great ravages in this country. Among pests which have not succeeded in establishing themselves here, but which we should be specially on our guard against, are the white ants, which are found as far north as Bordeaux and are terribly destructive to woodwork wherever they are met with. The gypsy moth, very destructive on the continent and in North America, but extinct as a British species, perhaps because there is something inimical to its constitution in our climate, and the Colorado potato beetle, which is only kept out of Europe by incessant vigilance. But apart from actually injurious insects, it is remarkable how many species which are common everywhere on the continent are either absent from Britain or are only met with in very restricted localities. Let us hope that we may long enjoy our comparative immunity from noxious insects in Britain. End of section 43, recording by Jerry Radke.
Section 44 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 5, Chapter 2. Insects, Part 1, by W.F. Kirby. Insects are easily distinguished from the other jointed animals by many salient characters. They have one pair of antennae, two large, compound eyes, composed of a great number of facets, and sometimes 1, 2, or 3 simple eyes placed on the crown or front of the head. In its adult condition, an insect is composed of 3 different parts, which can be most readily noticed in a wasp. There is the head, with the antennae and mouth parts, the thorax, to which 1 or 2 pairs of wings are attached above, and 3 pairs of legs below, and the abdomen. Insects breathe through openings called stigmata on the sides of the thorax and abdomen. They never possess more than 6 legs in the perfect state, the abdominal legs present in caterpillars, etc., disappearing in the adult condition. They generally pass through what is called a metamorphosis, 4 different stages of life, called respectively egg, larva or caterpillar, pupa, nymph or chrysalis, and imago, or perfect insect. Insects are divided into several large sections, of which the following 7 are the most important, and many entomologists prefer to include all insects under them. Sheath-winged insects or beetles, straight-winged insects or earwigs, cockroaches, soothsayers, stick insects, crickets, grasshoppers and locusts, nerve-winged or lace-winged insects, or dragonflies and their relatives, stinging four-winged insects, or ants, bees and wasps, and their allies, scale-winged insects, or butterflies and moths, half-winged insects, or bugs and froghoppers, two-winged insects, or flies. We proceed to notice these orders separately. Sheath-winged insects, or beetles, by the Reverend Theodore Wood, F.E.S. Beetles are distinguished from most other insects by the fact that the front wings are not employed in flight, but are modified into horny sheaths which cover and protect the lower pair while not in use. This arrangement, however, is also found in the earwigs as well as in the so-called black beetle and its allies, and it is to be noted that the wing cases of beetles lie evenly side by side together when the wings are folded, while the folding of the wings themselves is transverse as well as longitudinal. The number of species is very great, upwards of 100,000 having already been described, of which about 3,400 have been taken in the British Islands. The order is again divided into several smaller groups, first among which stand the predaceous beetles of the land. Of these the common English tiger beetle is a familiar example. It is found on sandy and peaty heaths, and may be known at once by its bright green wing cases, marked with white spots, and the metallic blue of the abdomen. The legs are coppery. It flies with great swiftness in the hot sunshine, taking to wing as readily as a bluebottle fly, and feeds entirely upon other insects. Another representative of the group is rich golden-green in colour, with coppery reflections. It is only an occasional visitor to Britain, but abounds in France and Germany, where it feeds upon the caterpillars of the famous processionary moth, and is largely instrumental in checking their ravages in the great oak forests. Familiar to almost all is the purple ground beetle, so plentiful in gardens and easily recognisable by the violet margin to the black wing cases. It pours out an evil-smelling liquid from the end of the body when handled. The curious red and blue bombardier, which, when interfered with, discharges a little puff of bluish-white smoke from the tip of the abdomen, accompanied by a distinct report, is also a member of this group. It is found under stones on river banks and also on the coast. Next come the predaceous beetles of the water, of which we have a well-known British representative in the great brown water beetle. This insect, which is plentiful in weedy ponds, swims by means of its hind limbs, which are modified into broad flat oars with a mechanical arrangement for feathering as they are drawn back after making each stroke. It flies by night, often travelling for a long distance from one pond to another, and regains the water by suddenly folding its wings and allowing itself to fall from a height. In the female insect, the wing cases are grooved for about 2/3 of their length. This beetle must not be confounded with the still larger black water beetle, which belongs to another group. This fine insect, which is not predaceous in the perfect state, is locally plentiful in ditches and is in great request as an inmate of the freshwater aquarium. The hind limbs are not modified for swimming purposes. Next in order come the cocktails, so called from their curious habit of turning up the end of the body when alarmed. To this group belong most of the tiny flies, which cause such severe pain when they find their way into the eyes. Some species, however, attain to a considerable size, the well-known devil's coach horse being fully an inch in length. The great majority are scavengers, being found in carrion, manure, and decaying vegetable matter. A few, however, are lodgers in the nests of ants, by whom they appear to be regarded as pets and treated with the utmost kindness. The next group includes the curious insects popularly known as burying beetles, which inter the bodies of small animals in the ground, scooping out the earth from underneath them by means of their broad and powerful heads, and shovelling it back when the carcasses have sunk to a sufficient depth. The eggs are laid in the carrion thus buried. Most of these beetles are distinguished by the broad blotches or bars of orange on the wing cases, but one common British species is entirely black. Allied to these, and very similar in habits, are the flat burying beetles, of which there are about a dozen British species. In the best known of these, The thorax is dull red in colour and the black wing cases are curiously wrinkled. Another species is reddish yellow in colour, with 2 round black spots on each wing case. It is found on oak trees and feeds upon caterpillars. The leaf-horned beetles are distinguished by the fact that the terminal joints of the antennae lie one upon another like the leaves of a book. In many cases they can be expanded at will into a broad fan-like club. The well-known stag beetle of Great Britain is a representative of this group. It is a somewhat local species, being plentiful in some parts of the country and entirely unknown in others. The grub lives for several years in the trunks of elm trees, feeding upon the solid wood. When fully grown, it buries itself in the earth and constructs a large cocoon, in which it passes the chrysalis stage of its existence. The perfect beetle emerges in November, but remains within the cocoon until the following June. In the female, the jaws are very much smaller than in the male, but are nevertheless more formidable as weapons. The insect may often be seen flying on warm summer evenings. A still larger insect belonging to the same group is the Hercules beetle, found in the West Indies and tropical America, a male of average size being nearly 5 inches in length. In this beetle the thorax is prolonged into a horn, which is curved downwards, while the head is produced into a similar horn curved upwards, so that the two look like a pair of enormous jaws. It has been stated that these horns, both of which are furnished with tooth-like projections, are employed in sawing off the smaller branches of trees, the beetle grasping a bough firmly and flying round and round in a circle till the wood is completely cut through. This assertion, however, is totally unworthy of credit. An example of the beetle, evidently imported, was recently found crawling on a hedge near Biggleswade. One of the largest of all known beetles is Drury's Goliath beetle, a native of the Gaboon, whose body is almost as big as the closed fist of a man. It appears to feed, while a grub, on the wood of decaying trees, and undergoes its transformation to the chrysalis state in an earthen cocoon, the peculiarity of which is that a thick belt or ridge runs round the middle. How this belt is formed is a mystery, as it lies upon the outside, while the grub necessarily constructs the cocoon from the inside. Several living examples of this beetle were exhibited in the summer of 1898 in the insect house of the Zoological Gardens in Regent's Park, where they remained for 5 or 6 weeks, feeding on the flesh of melons. A photograph of this beetle will be found in the coloured plate. The common cockchafer belongs to another division of the same group. This insect is extremely injurious, as the grub lives for 3 years or more underground, feeding on the roots of various cultivated plants. The perfect beetle appears in May and June, and is only too plentiful almost everywhere. A month or so later its place is taken by the summer chafer or June bug, which may often be seen flying in hundreds round the tops of low trees soon after sunset, while the smaller Coccibondu, the cockabundi of the angler, often appears about the same time in hundreds of thousands. The beautiful rose beetle, too, with its bright golden-green wing cases marked with wavy whitish lines, may often be seen sunning itself in roses or on the blossoms of pinks. The famous Egyptian Scarabaeus is also a member of this group. It is remarkable not only for the sacred character attributed to it by the ancient Egyptians, but also for its curious habit of rolling along balls of dung until it can find a soft spot in which to bury them. When the egg hatches, the grub feeds upon the dung, the quantity provided being exactly sufficient for its requirements. The common door beetle of Great Britain is allied to this insect. It tunnels down to a depth of 14 or 15 inches beneath a patch of excrement and lays its egg at the bottom of the burrow. The skipjack beetles, parents of the well-known wireworms, which cause so much mischief by feeding upon the roots of cultivated crops, represent another group. These beetles owe their popular title to their singular method of regaining their feet when they happen to roll over upon their backs, their bodies being very smooth and polished, and their legs very short, they cannot recover their footing in the ordinary manner. On the lower part of the body, however, is a highly elastic spine, known as the mucro, which lies in a sheath. When the beetle falls over, it arches its body into the form of a bow, resting only upon the head and the extreme tip of the abdomen, removes the spine from its sheath, and then drives it sharply back again. The result is that the central part of the body strikes the ground with such force that the insect springs into the air to a height of 2 or 3 inches. Then, turning half over as it falls, it alights on its feet. The firefly of the tropics belongs to the same group. The luminosity of this insect proceeds from 2 different parts of the body: a brilliant yellowish-green light shining out through 2 transparent window-like spots on the thorax, while an orange glow is visible on the lower surface of the abdomen. The exact cause of the light is unknown, as is also the manner of its control by the insect. The same may be said of the common English glowworm, in which the light proceeds from the lower surface of the hind part of the body. The male of this insect is winged. The female is grub-like in appearance and wingless. The grub itself, which may be found in autumn, is also luminous and feeds upon snails. Another group includes a very large number of beetles of very varying character and appearance. Among these are the oil beetles, so called from their habit of exuding small drops of an oily liquid from the joints of their limbs when handled. The eggs are laid in batches of several thousand in holes on the ground, and the little long-legged grubs, on emerging, clamber up the stems of flowers and hide themselves among the petals to await the coming of a bee. When one of the latter appears, 2 or 3 of the grubs cling to its hairy body and are carried back to the nest, in which they live as parasites. One of these beetles may be seen commonly upon grassy banks in early spring. Allied to these insects is the blister beetle or Spanish fly, so well known from its use in medicine. It is a very handsome species of a bright golden-green colour, occasionally found in Great Britain on the foliage of ash trees. In many parts of southern Europe it is extremely abundant. The beetles belonging to the large and important group of weevils are characterized, as a rule, by the fact that the head is prolonged into a more or less long and slender snout, or rostrum, at the end of which the jaws are situated. The number of species already known is above 20,000. One of the largest and most famous of these insects is the diamond beetle of Brazil, the scales from whose wing cases are so frequently mounted as microscopic objects. When viewed through a good instrument under a powerful light, the beauty of these scales is simply indescribable. All that one can say of them is that they seem to be composed of diamonds, rubies, topazes and emeralds massed together in rich profusion, while diamonds are transformed into rubies, rubies into topazes, and topazes into emeralds at every change of light. The osier weevil, a black and white species about 3/8 of an inch long, is found on osiers in Great Britain, the grub boring galleries in the stems and often causing considerable damage. The well-known corn weevil is still more destructive in granaries, the walls of which are often completely blackened by its crawling multitudes. The grub lives inside the grain, eating out the whole of the interior, and a single pair of the weevils are said to be capable of producing a family of more than 6,000 individuals in the course of a single season. The rice weevil is equally destructive to rice, and may be recognized by the 2 red spots on each wing case. The famous grue-grue of the West Indies, which is regarded as so great a dainty, both by the Negroes and by many of the white colonists, is the grub of the palm weevil. It lives in the stems of palm trees, and also in those of sugar canes, causing a great deal of mischief by its burrowings. When fully fed, it constructs a cocoon by tearing off strips of bark and weaving them neatly together. The sugar weevil is still more troublesome, feeding upon the juice of the sugar cane and affecting the entire plant in such a manner that sugar can no longer be manufactured from it. Bad nuts are also due to one of these insects, the common nut weevil, which introduces its egg into the kernel during the earlier stages of its development. When the grub hatches, it proceeds to devour the kernel, leaving a quantity of bad-flavoured frass behind it, while the shell is left untouched until the perfect insect emerges. An allied species attacks acorns in a similar manner. Among the finest and largest of all beetles are many of those belonging to the great longhorn group, of which the common British musk beetle is a familiar example. This insect owes both its popular and scientific titles to its powerful odour, which perhaps resembles that of sweetbriar rather than musk, and can often be detected at a distance of 20 or 30 yards. The beetle, which is rich metallic green in colour, with long slender antennae, may be found in July, sunning itself on the trunks or foliage of willow trees. It varies considerably in size. Still more plentiful is the wasp beetle, with its black wing cases banded with bright yellow. While flying, it may easily be mistaken for the insect whose name it bears. The grub lives in old posts, rails, hop poles, etc., feeding upon solid wood. The timberman is remarkable for the extreme length of the antennae, which in the male insect are 3 or 4 times as long as the body, and trail out far behind it during flight. It is found not uncommonly in fir woods in Scotland. The beautiful harlequin beetle of tropical America is one of the largest members of the group, and is remarkable for the great length of the front legs as well as for the singular colouring of the wing cases. It lives almost entirely in the trees, swinging itself from branch to branch, somewhat after the manner of a spider monkey. When it ventures into the air, it is greatly incommoded by the size of its limbs and the length of its antennae, and seems to have but little power of directing its course. Another great group of beetles is that of the plant-eaters, many of which are exceedingly beautiful. The reed beetles of Britain, for example, are resplendent in crimson and green and purple and blue, while the metallic radiance of others has gained for them the title of golden apples. The notorious Colorado beetle is a member of this group. It may be recognized at once by the 5 black streaks running down each of the yellow wing cases. On the havoc which it causes among potato plants in North America, it is unnecessary to dilate. On a smaller scale, the turnip flea is very mischievous in Britain, perforating the leaves of turnip plants, or, worse still, eating off the seed leaves as soon as they appear above the surface of the ground. Of only too many of these exquisite beetles, in fact, it must be said that their beauty is only equalled by their destructiveness. The ladybirds include a very large number of species. Some of these, such as the common 2-spot ladybird, are exceedingly variable, a long series being easily obtained in which no 2 specimens resemble one another. Both as grubs and as perfect insects, they feed upon the green fly of the farmer, combining with the grubs of the lacewing and hoverer flies to keep its numbers within due limits. Almost equally common is the 7-spot ladybird, a considerably larger insect with 7 round black spots on its scarlet wing cases, which may be seen on almost any grassy bank in spring. Both this and the preceding species sometimes visits the Kentish coast in vast swarms, the beach being reddened by their bodies for miles. The last immigration of this description took place in 1886, in the summer of which year the hops in East Kent were almost destroyed by blight, and the ladybirds made their way at once to the hop fields and cleared them of the pest in a wonderfully short space of time. A much smaller species, known as the 22-spot, is yellow in colour and has 11 black spots on each wing case. It is generally found crawling about on nettle leaves in the early part of the summer. Allied to the ladybirds are the very curious tortoise beetles. In these insects the wing cases project to a considerable distance beyond the sides of the body, and the legs are so short that only the feet can be seen from above, so that the appearance is very much like that of a tortoise, with the limbs partly withdrawn into the shell. Many different species are known, in some of which the wing cases are streaked with brilliant metallic silver, which, however, fades away very shortly after death. The commonest of the British tortoise beetles is found on thistles. Another very large group of beetles is represented by the cellar beetle, which is generally very common in old houses. This insect must not be confused with the so-called black beetle, from which it may easily be distinguished by its deep black colour, its very much shorter feelers, and the curious point into which the end of its body is produced. It hides away in dark corners by day, and crawls slowly about by night. Related to it is the mealworm, so much in request for the food of cage birds, which is usually very plentiful in granaries. Very different in appearance, yet belonging to the same group, is the handsome cardinal beetle, a bright scarlet insect which is not uncommon in summer. It may sometimes be found lurking behind pieces of loose bark, and is also fond of resting upon the flowers of umbelliferous plants in the hot sunshine. A second species, which is not nearly so plentiful, may be distinguished by the fact that the head is entirely black. Still more curious is the Rhapiphorus beetle, which is parasitic within the nests of wasps. Where the egg is laid, or how the grub first finds its way into the nest, no one has yet succeeded in discovering, but having made its entry, the insect proceeds to burrow into the body of a wasp grub, and lives within it for several days, feeding upon its flesh meanwhile. After increasing considerably in size, it creeps out of the carcass of its victim and changes its skin, after which it resumes its interrupted meal, and continues to feed until the last vestige of the wasp grub has been devoured. It then changes to a chrysalis in the cell, and the perfect insect appears a few days later. Oddly enough, the wasps appear to take no notice of its presence, and never attempt to molest it. The two sexes of this beetle are quite unlike one another, the male having the wing cases yellow and the feelers heavily plumed, while the female is black, with the feelers only slightly toothed. Most singular of all the insects belonging to this order, however, is the strange little stalk-eyed beetle, which spends the greater part of its life half buried in the body of a bee. In this insect the feelers are branched, somewhat like the attenules or lesser feelers of a lobster, and the eyes, which are comparatively few in number, are set at the ends of short foot-stalks. The male has very narrow wing cases, but extremely large wings, which have a milky appearance during flight that can hardly be mistaken. The female has no wings at all, and in general aspect is nothing more than a grub. In early spring a great number of solitary bees are infested by this extraordinary parasite, which burrows into their bodies under cover of the projecting edges of the segments, and there remains feeding upon their internal juices for several weeks, with only just the tip of its tail protruding. When fully fed, it emerges from the body of its involuntary host, leaving a large round hole behind it, which frequently closes up and heals. In any case, strange to say, the ravages of the parasite appear to have but little effect upon the health of the bee. End of section 44. Recording by Florence.
Section 45 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 5, Chapter 2, Insects, Part 2, Straight-winged insects or earwigs, cockroaches, soothsayers, stick insects, crickets, grasshoppers, and locusts, by W. F. Kirby. The insects of this order are less numerous in species than those of any other but the next, and are easily recognized. The forewings are usually of a leathery consistency, and the hindwings are folded beneath them like a fan in the more typical families, though in the earwigs and cockroaches a somewhat different arrangement prevails. In the earwigs, indeed, the wings are doubled back at the ends, and in the cockroaches the wing cases or tegmina, as they are technically called, overlap. As a rule, these insects feed entirely on vegetable substances. The soothsayers form an exception, being carnivorous, though they are not parasitic like the ichneumon flies, but feed on fresh food, and several species of earwigs, cockroaches, and crickets, especially those which are semi-domesticated, are omnivorous, and will eat animal as well as vegetable food. These insects have an imperfect metamorphosis, that is, there is no inactive pupa state, but the young, on emerging from the egg, already possess a recognizable resemblance to their full-grown parents, and their metamorphosis consists of a series of molts, before the last of which rudimentary wings appear in those species which ultimately acquire these appendages. A considerable number of species never have wings, a circumstance which frequently renders it difficult to determine whether a specimen is fully developed. The antennae are usually long and the joints distinctly separated, but are very rarely feathered. At the other end of the body we often find two long jointed organs called cerci. The jaws are always furnished with strong mandibles. Many grasshoppers and locusts have a curious arrangement on the shank of the front leg, consisting either of a round or an oval cavity on each side, closed by a membrane, or of two long parallel slits in front. These are considered to be organs of hearing. The largest known insects belong to this order, the proportion of large or moderate-sized species is considerable, and the smallest are probably considerably larger than the smallest members of any other group. They are not numerous in temperate climates. There are only about 50 British species, and most of the larger of these are either naturalized species or merely casual visitors from abroad. The earwigs form the first family. Some are wingless, but most have very short wing cases under which very large wings, forming the most beautiful feature of these otherwise unattractive insects, are doubled and folded into a very small compass. Some of the smaller species fly readily, but others, such as the common earwig, though furnished with ample wings, are rarely seen to use them. The most conspicuous organ of the earwigs is the curious forceps at the extremity of the body, the use of which does not seem to be well made out, though it has been suggested that it is used for folding and unfolding the wings. The forceps differs very much in size and shape in different species. It is always larger in the male than in the female, and often differently shaped. In the common earwig, the male forceps is flattened and contiguous at the base, and rounded and incurved at the extremity. There are two varieties, in one of which the forceps is twice as long as in the other, but intermediate gradations do not seem to be met with. In the female, the forceps is narrow, nearly straight, and approximating. The earwig is a nocturnal insect and hides itself during the day in large-headed flowers like dahlias, to which it is very destructive, or in any convenient dark and narrow crevice, especially among decaying vegetable matter. It derives its name from its occasionally entering the human ear, but it may be easily driven out by dropping in a little olive oil. In most books it is denied that earwigs enter the ear at all, but it is, nevertheless, an undoubted fact, and the fanciful derivation that has been suggested of earwing in the place of earwig cannot be entertained respecting an insect which seldom shows its wings at all. It should be noted that the female earwig is said to tend her young very much as a hen tends her chickens, an uncommon habit in insects. The common cockroach is too well known to need description. The individuals with half-developed wings are the perfect females, but there are other species in which the wings are fully developed in both sexes, others in which the male is winged and the female wingless, and others again in which both sexes are wingless. In warm countries and on shipboard, cockroaches are far more troublesome than in cold climes, and the large brown ones, with a mark on the back of the thorax resembling a crown, and very broad wing cases and wings, are called drummers in the West Indies, from the loud noise they keep up during the night. Lady Burton has given an amusing account of her introduction to cockroaches abroad. After 2 days we were given a very pleasant suite of rooms, bedroom, dining, and drawing room, with wide windows overlooking the Tagus and a great part of Lisbon. These quarters were, however, not without drawbacks, for here occurred an incident which gave me a foretaste of the sort of thing I was to expect in Brazil. Our bedroom was a large, whitewashed place. There were 3 holes in the wall, one at the bedside bristling with horns, and these were cockroaches some 3 inches long. The drawing room was gorgeous with yellow satin, and the magnificent yellow curtains were sprinkled with these crawling things. The consequence was that I used to stand on a chair and scream. This annoyed Richard very much. "A nice sort of traveler and companion you are going to make," he said. "I suppose you think you look very pretty and interesting standing on that chair and howling at those innocent creatures." This hurt me so much that, without descending from the chair, I stopped screaming and made a meditation like St. Simon Stylites on his pillar. And it was that if I was going to live in a country always in contact with these worse things, though I had a perfect horror of anything black and crawling, it would never do to go on like that. So I got down, fetched a basin of water and a slipper, and in 2 hours by the watch I had knocked 97 of them into it. It cured me. From that day I had no more fear of vermin and reptiles, which is just as well in a country where nature is over-luxuriant. A little while after we changed our rooms we were succeeded by Lord and Lady Lytton, and to my infinite delight I heard the same screams coming from the same room a little while after. "There," I said in triumph, "you see I am not the only woman who is not like cockroaches." The dimensions of the insects are not so much exaggerated, for I believe this story refers to the large reddish American cockroach, which is common in many English cities, although only in warehouses. It does not usually much exceed an inch in length, but the antennae are very long, and the wing cases expand nearly 3 inches. The soothsayers or praying insects are not British, though 1 or 2 species are found in the south of Europe. They have long forelegs, the shanks of which are set up with a double row of long, curving saber-like spines, and when at rest they hold them up as if in the attitude of prayer. But they are really on the lookout for prey, and the long spines are admirably adapted for wounding or grasping the insects which form their food. They also fight fiercely among themselves, and it is no uncommon occurrence for a female to tear to pieces and devour her mate, either during or after their courtship. The soothsayers are often of a green color, so as to match the grass and leaves among which they live, and thus conceal them from their prey. The stick insects, or spectre insects, have some resemblance to the soothsayers, but are exclusively vegetable feeders, and have long sprawling legs, or shorter ones, sometimes more or less lobate, but they never possess prehensile forelegs for seizing prey. The wing cases are generally quite small, but some species have beautiful large green or pink wings, folded fan-wise and covered by the stout front border of the wing. Many species are wingless and have a gray or brown color, which renders them scarcely distinguishable from dry bits of stick, and among these is the largest living insect known, a gray stick-like species from Borneo, measuring nearly 13 inches from head to tail. Other species have curious excrescences on the legs and body, which make them look like bits of wood overgrown with moss or lichen, while others possess large flat lobes growing from the legs and body, which cause them to be almost indistinguishable from green leaves, and indeed these insects are frequently called walking leaves. With the crickets we commenced the last 3 families of the group, which are distinguished from the others by their power of leaping. The hind legs are very long, with very thick thighs, and generally a double row of strong teeth or spines on the shanks. The feet are generally 3-jointed, and there is usually a long ovipositor in the females. There are very few true crickets in England, but 3 of these are very conspicuous species. The first is the mole cricket, a large light brown insect nearly 2 inches long, with broad, short front legs rather like those of a mole, which it uses in a similar way. Though common and destructive in fields and gardens, it is not often seen, but if water be thrown on the ground overnight and a board laid over it, 1 or 2 mole crickets are likely to be found underneath in the morning. The house cricket resembles this insect in color, but it is not much more than half an inch long, and there is nothing remarkable in the structure of its legs. It is almost the only noisy insect found in English houses, and is very similar to the common cockroach in its habits, although free from the disagreeable smell which adds to the disgust the latter insect often inspires. The third species, the field cricket, is a smooth black insect, larger and stouter than the house cricket. It constructs burrows in grassy places, but is not now a very common species in England. In the last two species, and many others, there is a bare space on one of the wing cases of the male, crossed by ribs in a manner varying according to the species, which helps to produce the loud chirping for which these insects are remarkable. The long-horned grasshoppers, which form the next family, are distinguished by having 4 joints to their feet, a long ovipositor in the female, and very long, slender antennae. The commonest species inhabiting England and one of the largest grasshoppers is the great green grasshopper, which is found leaping about among long grass and low bushes, especially in the south of England. It is about 2 inches in length. Among the foreign species of this rather extensive family, we may mention some green or reddish South American species, with a large round spot on the hind wings, not unlike those seen in the peacock butterfly. The last family includes the short-horned grasshoppers, or true locusts, so very destructive in many countries, though the real migratory locusts are only casual visitors to England, the native British species being all small insects found among grass and doing but little damage. The commonest of the migratory locusts visiting Britain is the red-legged locust, which expands from 2 to 4 inches and has gray wing cases varied with brown, pale green hind wings and red hind shanks with white-black tipped spines. Another species, the Egyptian locust, more rarely met with, has brown forewings and gray hind wings crossed by a broad blackish band. 2 photographs are given on page 693 of a specimen brought to England among vegetables in the spring of 1901. Many foreign locusts, large and small, have beautiful red or blue hind wings, and some of these are common on the continent, though not in England. Those found in Europe are comparatively small, measuring only 1 or 2 inches across the wing cases, but some of the great South American locusts measure as much as 7 or 8 inches in expanse. However, some of the smaller species, such as the Cyprian locust and the Rocky Mountain locust, which measure less than 2 inches across the wing cases, are much more destructive than the large species. A real invasion of locusts is a terrible calamity, for the insects fly like birds, but in vast flocks, and devour every scrap of vegetation where they settle. Sometimes a flight, 2 or 3 miles broad, continues to fly steadily over the same spot for hours together. Sometimes flocks perish at sea, and are cast upon the beach in heaps like sand-hills, extending for a distance of 40 or 50 miles. Nor are the young locusts less destructive before they acquire wings, for they march across a district in such numbers as to extinguish fires, fill up trenches, and overcome all similar obstacles placed in their way by sheer force of numbers. And it is well said of a visitation of locusts, "The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind is a desolate wilderness." Nerve-winged or lace-winged insects, or dragonflies and their relatives. The nerve-winged insects owe their title to the peculiar character of their wings, the horny veins which form the framework of those organs being multiplied and subdivided to such an extent that they assume the appearance of exceedingly delicate network. These insects fall naturally into 2 great groups, in one of which the chrysalis, or pupa, is active, and continues to take food like the grub, while in the other it is passive and helpless, like that of a butterfly or a moth. Prominent among the members of the first division are the dragonflies, which owe their title partly to their extreme voracity, and partly to the fact that they feed entirely upon living insects, which they pursue through the air. They are exceedingly swift of wing, and may be seen hawking over ponds and streams on any fine day throughout the summer and early autumn. The earlier part of their lives is spent in the water, in which the eggs are laid by the parent insect. The grubs are usually of a dull gray or brownish-green color, and are remarkable for a curious organ known as the mask, which partly covers the lower surface of the head. This apparatus consists of two joints which fold upon one another, but can be extended at will, the one farthest from the head terminating in a pair of large and powerful jaws. When the grub perceives an insect victim, it swims cautiously beneath and seizes it by means of these jaws. The mask is then folded, and the prisoner drawn down within reach of the mandibles, by means of which it is speedily devoured. The method of swimming practiced by the dragonfly grub is also very curious. Through the center of the body runs a longitudinal tube terminating in a circular orifice, closed by means of 5 tightly fitting valves. These valves, which together form a sharp spike when closed, can be separated at will. When the insect wishes to swim, it fills the tube with water and then squirts the contents forcibly out, the result being that it is driven swiftly forwards by the reaction. The pupa of the dragonfly is very much like the grub, with the exception that the rudiments of the future wings may be seen on the back. About 40 species of these insects are found in the British Islands, of which the great dragonfly is a well-known example. The body is 3 inches in length, while the extended wings measure about 4 inches from tip to tip. In color, it is light rusty brown with a few pale markings. The horse stinger, which is perfectly harmless, notwithstanding its popular title, is also common and may be recognized at once by its flat, dull yellow body, which becomes blue in the fully developed male. In the graceful and beautiful demoiselle, the male is deep blue, with black patches on the wings, while the female is entirely green. Allied to these insects is the common mayfly, popularly supposed to live for 1 day only. As a matter of fact, however, it spends a couple of years in the grub and pupa states, inhabiting burrows in the banks of ponds and streams. These burrows are curved and have 2 entrances, one above the other, so that the insect can pass in and out with perfect ease. The mayfly is also remarkable for the fact that the perfect insect changes its skin shortly after reaching maturity. Before this change takes place, the female insect is the green drake of the angler, afterwards the gray drake. To this group belong also the termites, or white ants, so exceedingly numerous in almost all the warmer parts of the world. These are social insects living together in vast colonies and making most wonderful nests, which consist of a vast and complicated series of chambers and passages, sheltered beneath a turreted dome of clay. In the center is the royal cell, inhabited by the king and queen, as the perfect male and female are called. These are winged when they first leave the pupal shell, but after taking a single flight, they snap off their wings at the base, just as ants do, while for the rest of their lives they are absolute prisoners in the cell built around them by the workers. Shortly after this strange incarceration takes place, the body of the queen swells to a huge size so that, to quote Professor Drummond, she becomes a large, loathsome, cylindrical package, 2 or 3 inches long, in shape like a sausage and as white as a bolster. She now begins to deposit eggs at the rate of several thousands in a day, which are at once carried off by the workers, to whom is entrusted the entire care of the helpless young. These workers, which are exceedingly numerous, also enlarge the nest from time to time, and construct tunnels of clay up the trunks and along the branches of trees, though which they may convey to the nurseries in security the gums and decaying wood for the nutriment of the young. A fourth form of insect is also found in the termite's nest, known as the soldier. The head is much larger and the jaws are much longer and stronger than those of the worker, and the sole function appears to be to defend the nest when attacked. Both soldier and worker, apparently, proceed from the same eggs which produce the king and queen, the difference in development being probably due, as in the hive bee, to the character of the food with which the young are supplied. In a state of nature, termites are undoubtedly beneficial. They are scavengers, in fact, whose duty it is to remove the dead and decaying wood which would otherwise encumber the ground for many years. But in civilized districts they are extremely mischievous, books, furniture, and all the woodwork of houses being often completely destroyed by them before their presence is even suspected. The second division of the order also forms 2 well-marked groups, namely the flat-winged insects, in which the wings are fully spread horizontally or obliquely, even in repose, and the hairy-winged insects, in which those organs can be folded longitudinally, like the joints of a fan. Of the former group, the antlion of southern Europe is a familiar example. The perfect insect is seldom seen owing to its nocturnal habits. In appearance, it is not unlike a small and delicately built dragonfly, with a yellowish head, a black body, and transparent wings marbled with brownish spots. The larva, however, is terrestrial and lives in a funnel-shaped pitfall which it scoops out in the sand, always working backwards in a spiral direction and jerking out the sand with its broad head in an almost continuous shower. Having completed the excavation, it buries itself at the bottom, with merely the tips of its jaws appearing above the surface, and there waits for ants or other small creatures to fall down the sloping sides, accelerating their descent, if need be, by flinging sand upon them. The size of the pit varies with that of the insect, the fully grown grub digging down to the depth of about 2 inches, while the cavity is about 3 inches in diameter. The mouth of the antlion grub is very curiously constructed, the jaws lying in a groove on the inner margin of the mandibles, or jaws proper, so that while an insect is held prisoner by the latter, the former can be employed in sucking its juices. When the body of the victim has been completely drained, the empty skin is thrown out of the pit by a jerk of the head. The chrysalis, too, is remarkable for possessing jaws by means of which it cuts its way out of the cocoon which it made, when a larva, by spinning grains of sand together with silken threads. In some South European and African insects allied to the antlions, the hind wings are modified into extremely long and slender shafts, slightly expanded at the extremities. In an Indian species belonging to a related genus, these wings are scarcely more than threads, and bear a superficial resemblance to the attenuated limbs of certain gnats. One group, of which a Japanese species is a well-known representative, is characterized by the long, slender, clubbed antennae. The mantis flies are remarkable for the structure of the forelimbs, which are almost exactly similar in character to those of the praying mantis. The upper segment of the leg is so lengthened as to look like an additional joint. The lower surface of the thigh is armed with a number of long, sharp spines, and the tibia, or lower part of the leg, folds closely down upon it, after the manner of the blade of a clasp knife. These limbs are used for seizing, an insect which is once grasped being effectually prevented by the spines from breaking away. The larvae of these insects are parasitic in the nests of tree wasps and spiders, and have the peculiarity of practically losing their limbs as they approach maturity, so that while at first they are free and active, they afterwards become almost as helpless as those of many beetles. One species is found in southern Europe, the remainder being wildly distributed over the hotter regions of the globe. Allied to the mantis flies are the curious snake flies, or camel flies. In these insects the head is very large and is attached to the thorax, or central division of the body, by a long and distinct neck, which allows it great freedom of motion. The neck is usually raised and the head bent down, giving to the insect a remarkably snake-like appearance. These flies are predaceous in their habits, and the 4 British species may be found on the banks of ponds and small streams, where they can obtain insect victims in plenty. The larvae live beneath the bark of trees and wriggle about in a singularly serpentine fashion. Equally curious in a different way are the scorpion flies, in which the body is prolonged into a slender 3-jointed process, the extremity of which, in the male, is furnished with a pair of curved forceps. In spite of their somewhat formidable appearance, these insects are perfectly harmless. They are very plentiful almost everywhere, and may be found in numbers on any sunny summer morning, resting on the herbage on hedge banks, or running actively about on the leaves of low bushes. Like the snake flies, they are predaceous, feeding entirely upon other insects, and often attacking those which are bigger and apparently stronger than themselves. The eggs are laid underground, and the grubs, which are entirely subterranean in their habits, feed upon decomposing vegetable matter. When fully fed, they burrow still deeper into the ground, and there change into pupae, from which the perfect insects emerge about a fortnight later. In the common English species, the body is shining black, and the legs are yellow, while the transparent wings are marked with brown spots, which generally form 3 broken transverse bands. The insect is about half an inch in length. Certain allied insects have very slender bodies and long legs and might easily be mistaken for daddy longlegs by anyone who failed to notice the presence of 2 pairs of wings. A species found in southern Europe is reddish-yellow in color, with a brown thorax and yellowish wings. It has a curious habit of suspending itself from a twig by its forelegs and seizing any flying insect which may come within reach with the middle and hinder pairs. Allied to the foregoing is the extraordinary little snow insect, which makes its appearance in midwinter and may be even found crawling on the surface of snow. In general appearance, it is not unlike a larval grasshopper, with very long, slender legs and antennae of about the same length as the body. There is also a well-developed beak. The wings are quite rudimentary in the female, while even in the male they are so short as to be perfectly useless for flight. The insect is remarkably active, nevertheless, and possesses the power of leaping, although the hinder thighs are not developed in any great degree. In color it is metallic green, with a beak, antennae, legs, wings, and ovipositor rusty red. It is not uncommon in the north of England and Scotland. Far more generally distributed is the lacewing fly or golden eye, which may be seen almost anywhere on warm summer evenings flitting slowly to and fro in the twilight. During the daytime it may often be found resting upon fences or sitting on the leaves of low plants. In color it is pale green with a peculiar milky appearance, and the eyes glow as though lighted by an inward fire. The wings are so closely and elaborately veined that they look like a piece of the most delicate lacework. It is not advisable to handle the insect, for although perfectly harmless, it possesses the power of pouring out from its body a liquid of the most horrible odor, which clings to the fingers in spite of repeated ablutions. The life history of the lacewing fly is very curious. When the maternal insect lays her eggs, she first deposits a drop of a highly glutinous fluid upon a leaf or slender twig, and then with an upward jerk of her long body draws it out into a slender thread. On contact with the air, this thread immediately hardens, and just as she releases her hold, the fly attaches a single egg to the tip. In this way, 200 or 300 eggs are laid together in a little cluster, which looks just like a tiny patch of moss. In the earlier botanical manuals, indeed, it was actually named, figured, and described as a moss. The grubs which hatch out from these eggs feed upon plant lice, of which they devour vast numbers, draining the juices by means of their hollow jaws, and then fastening the empty skins on their own backs as an American Indian might decorate himself with the scalps of his victims. Owing to this singular habit, the grub becomes perfectly unrecognizable after the first few days of his life, only the jaws and feet being visible beneath a pile of dry skins. When fully fed, it changes to the pupal condition in a silken cocoon, which it attaches to a leaf, and the perfect insect makes its appearance in the course of a few days. The alder flies, in general appearance, are not unlike caddis flies, but may be easily distinguished by the fact that the wings are not longitudinally folded while at rest. They are very abundant in the neighborhood of ponds and small streams, where they may be seen flying slowly and heavily, or resting on low herbage or the foliage of trees and bushes. The female insect lays her eggs in clusters of 300 or 400 on the leaves of water plants, and the little grubs make their way down into the water immediately on hatching out, where they creep about on the mud at the bottom in search of the tiny creatures on which they feed. When full grown, they are about an inch in length. Then they leave the water and bury themselves in the earth, where they change to pupae, the perfect insects emerging in June or July. The caddis flies, of which there are many British representatives, belong to the hairy-winged group. The larvae of these insects are entirely aquatic and remind one of hermit crabs, the front part of the body being clothed with horny armor, while the hinder part is entirely unprotected. In order to escape the attacks of predaceous insects, these grubs construct cases round their bodies. which they drag about wherever they go. In one or two instances, however, the case is attached to the lower surface of a stone. The materials of which these cases are made vary in accordance with the species. In one group, for instance, they consist of pieces of twigs and leaves cut into short lengths and arranged side by side in such a manner as to form a spiral band. The larva of another kind uses entire leaves, gluing them firmly together and living between them. A third species employs grains of sand and tiny stones, which it arranges in the form of a cow's horn. Most curious of all, however, is the case of a caddisfly, which is made entirely of the shells of water snails. As these shells are, as a rule, still tenanted by their owners, the snails may sometimes be seen attempting to crawl simultaneously in half a dozen different directions, while the grub is dragging them in a seventh. All the grubs retain tight hold of their cases by means of a pincer-like organ at the end of the body. When fully fed, they close the aperture at each end of the tube and assume the chrysalis stage, the perfect insects emerging a few weeks later. Although the wings are large and broad, they fly very slowly and never seem to take more than a short journey through the air. They may often be seen in numbers resting upon the herbage on the banks of streams and ponds, or crawling down into the water in order to deposit their eggs. The end of Section 45 by Dave Currier. Section 46, Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 5, Chapter 2, Insects Part 3, Stinging Four-Winged Insects, or Ants, Bees, and Wasps, and Their Allies, by W. F. Kirby. The order of insects to which the ants, bees, and wasps belong includes a very large number of species. All these are provided with four membranous wings, alike in consistency, and provided with comparatively few nervures. The wings are usually of small size, as compared with the dimensions of the insects, but are very powerful, owing to the fore and hind pair being connected together during flight by a series of little links, and the flight of the insects is usually very rapid. These insects pass through a perfect metamorphosis, the pupa being always inactive. The jaws are provided with mandibles, though proboscis, or sucking tube, is also present, and the abdomen of the female is armed with an ovipositor, or boring instrument, which is frequently modified into a powerful sting, used to deposit the eggs in their proper position. One peculiarity is that several species of ants, bees, and wasps live in large communities, in which the bulk of the inhabitants, on whom most of the work of the nest falls, are imperfectly developed and usually sterile females, called neuters or workers. This arrangement is also met within the white ants, which belong to the order of lace-winged insects. Among both the ants and white ants, the neuters are unprovided with wings, but these organs are present in the fully developed males and females, though soon cast. A great variety of other insects also belong to this order, such as sawflies, gallflies, and an immense number of parasitic species, generally called ichneumon flies, among which are some of the smallest insects known. This extensive order of insects is divided into two principal sections, those in which the ovipositor is used as a saw or an auger, and those in which it is modified into a sting. One of the most interesting sections of the borers includes the sawflies, in which the boring instrument is modified into a pair of toothed saws, which are used for cutting incisions in leaves, or in the tender bark of twigs in which to deposit the eggs. These flies have four transparent wings, sometimes stained with yellow or purple, and their bodies are moderately stout and obtuse, and generally black, red, or yellow. The antennae are very variable in form, and sometimes knobbed at the end like those of a butterfly. Sometimes they are formed of a number of long, slender joints, sometimes of only three. a moderately long basal one, a short middle one, and a long terminal one composed of a number of joints united into one, and rarely, as in the case of the males, some small species about half an inch long which feed on fir and pine. The antennae are feathered. The grubs are very like caterpillars and are sometimes called false caterpillars, but a true caterpillar, except in one or two very rare exceptions among foreign species, has never more than 16 legs, while these false caterpillars have more, often as many as 22. They also resemble caterpillars in another way, for the pupae are enclosed in cocoons. One interesting Australian species which feeds on gum trees proceeds from a black caterpillar with only 6 legs. The perfect insect has a blackish head and thorax with 3 large yellow spots on the latter, yellowish antennae and wings, and a green abdomen. It measures about 1.5 inches across the wings and has knobbed antennae. An allied species found in Tasmania is said to tend its young larvae, an unusual habit, except among social insects like bees, wasps, and ants. Among the commonest and the most destructive sawflies in England are those feeding upon the currant, gooseberry, and pear, of which there are several species, measuring about 1/2 inch across the wings. The commonest flies which lay their eggs on the gooseberry and currant are yellow, with a head, antennae, and 3 long spots on the back black, and the wings transparent with black veins. The grubs are bluish-green, with 20 legs, and numerous black dots, and several may often be seen on one leaf. The best known of the pear sawflies is black, with the wings transparent, except the veins. The grub is very like a slug, and is green or yellow, very slimy, with the front of the body much thickened. The wood wasps include only a few species, the grubs of which live in the stems of plants, or in the solid wood of trees. One of the largest feeds on fir or pine trees, and the fly measures from 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches in length, and varies much in size, though the male is generally much smaller than the female. The female is yellow, with 2 black bands, and a stout ovipositor half as long as the abdomen. In the male, the tip of the abdomen is black, and ends in a rectangular point. The wings are transparent, with yellow nervures. Next to these insects comes the gall flies, most of which produce round galls on oaks, and in some species we meet with a wingless brood, living alternately with the winged broods, but at the roots of the trees instead of in the open air. The veining of the wings is reduced to 1 or 2 veins, the antennae are rather long and not angulated, and the abdomen is short and constricted at the base. The flies seldom measure more than 1/2 inch across the wings. Some galls are hard, like the one found on the turkey oak, from which ink is made, while others are large and juicy, resembling cherries or small apples, among which is the so-called apple of Sodom. Others, like the bedaguar, which is found on roses, have a mossy appearance. The latter are produced by a small black sawfly, with part of the legs and, in the female, the base of the abdomen, red beneath. Some of the smaller gall flies do not produce galls, but are parasitic on other insects. But galls are very liable to the parasitic attacks of other insects, especially to those of small, brilliant, metallic green four-winged flies belonging to an allied family, with very few nervures, but with a black membranous spot on the front edge of the forewings and angulated antennae. Many galls do not begin to grow until the larva is hatched and begins to eat. We now come to 5 or 6 families of parasitic species, popularly called ichneumon flies, and immensely numerous and varied. There are probably considerably over 2,000 species in England alone, but they are comparatively little known or studied. Some of these have beautifully delicate wings, fringed with long bristles, and are among the smallest insects known, being of quite microscopic dimensions. These are parasitic on the eggs of various insects, and some are aquatic. But the more typical ichneumon flies are of larger size, often measuring more than 1 inch across the wings. Their bodies are usually black or yellow, and there is often an irregularly shaped space in the middle of the forewing where the veins of the wing converge. In these flies, the ovipositor is very short, but in others it is of great length, especially in the case of the largest British insect of this group, which is parasitic on the larvae of the great black and yellow wood wasp, of which we have already spoken. This parasite is as large as the wood wasp, but much more slender. It is black, with red legs and 2 white dots on each segment of the abdomen. The ovipositor, which looks like 3 black threads, is as long as the whole body. The numerous parasites of which we have spoken usually deposit their eggs in punctures in the bodies of caterpillars or other immature insects, which the grubs devour from within during the life of their victim, leaving it to die when they themselves have reached their full growth. Intermediate between the boring and stinging insects of this order comes the small family of the ruby-tailed flies. These are brilliantly colored bronze-red, blue, or green metallic 4-winged flies, with the thorax covered with large depressions, and the abdomen smooth and usually composed, as seen from above, of one large, smooth joint, and 1 or 2 much smaller, coarsely punctured ones beyond it, the last ending in a variable number of short teeth. They roll themselves up in a ball when alarmed, and are parasites, depositing their eggs in the nests of other insects. An entomologist once saw a ruby-tailed fly hurled to the ground by a mason bee which had built her nest in a hole in a wall. The fly rolled herself up into a ball when the bee bit off her wings and then flew away. But as soon as she was gone, the wingless fly stretched herself out again and climbed up the wall to the bee's nest to deposit her eggs. The group of stinging insects begins with the ants, which are probably the most intelligent animals now living in the world. Different species, however, differ very much in their manners and customs, and in the grade of civilization to which they have attained. Some of the more industrious among them keep other insects as cattle, and even as pets. Others harvest grain, while a few species cultivate grain for their own use, and others make large mushroom beds of comminuted leaves, and thus do great harm to cultivated trees in many parts of tropical America. When the industrious ants are not too busy, they sometimes indulge in sports and pastimes, but there are some species which live in idle communities. Such ants are only energetic as marauders, and are so degraded that they cannot even feed themselves, and starve to death if they are deprived of the services of their black slaves, which have been carried off as pupae by the others in piratical raids and brought up by other slaves which do all the work in the nests of their captors. Quitting the ants, we arrive at a rather extensive series of insects of moderate or considerable size and with very spiny legs, called burrowing wasps. They are brightly colored, active insects and generally dig holes in the ground, which they provision with caterpillars, grasshoppers, or spiders, which they paralyze with their stings, and leave in a moribund condition to form the food of their progeny. They are generally winged in both sexes, but in one family the females are stout and very hairy, and look like large hairy ants, while the males are slender-winged insects, very unlike their partners. In the burrowing wasps, the front of the thorax, or second division of the body, is usually transverse, and often narrow, but in the true wasps it bends back to the wings. Among these latter it is only the small group of the social wasps which are gregarious, and among which we find workers as well as males and females. The largest of the British wasps is the hornet, but there are several much larger species in the East Indies, some of which are black and yellow, like the Chinese mandarin wasp, the largest of all, which often measures 2 inches across the wings. Others are black with one large reddish band on the abdomen. Their nests, which they construct of a kind of paper, are formed in a hole in the ground, in a hollow tree, or in a bush, or under the eaves of a house. A nest is commenced by a single female which has survived the winter, and is afterwards enlarged by the exertions of her progeny. The last group in this order are the bees. They may generally be easily recognized by their shaggy bodies and legs. As with the wasps, most species are solitary or live in very small communities. Some few are smooth and more or less metallic. A photograph of a large and beautiful South American species appears on the colored plate. The largest British bees are the stout-bodied humblebees, or bumblebees, which are generally yellow, more or less banded with black, or else black with a red tail. They form a small nest of cells just beneath the surface of the ground in meadows. A common European species, not found in England, is the large black violet-winged carpenter bee, which makes its nest in a gallery burrowed in a post, where there is a separate compartment for each grub. There are only a few species belonging to the true hive bees found in different parts of the world. They can always be distinguished from any of the solitary bees, some of which much resemble them, by having a single long, narrow cell, about 4 times as long as broad, running along the front edge of the forewing. In the solitary bees, the corresponding cell is much broader and shorter, rarely more than 1.5 times as long as broad, and only occupying a small portion of the front edge of the wing. Hive bees have always been looked upon with more interest than most other insects, both on account of the valuable products of honey and wax which they produce, and because of their remarkable habits. They are probably less intelligent than ants, but they are larger, and as all classes of their adult population are winged insects, and have been kept in a domesticated or semi-domesticated state for many centuries, they have lent themselves more readily to observation. The hive bees live in very large communities, and in a state of nature they make their nests in hollow trees or in crevices of rocks, where they build their waxen cells, store their honey, and rear their young. There are 3 classes among them: the queen bee, the female, and the mother of the hive, the male or drone, and the neuter or worker, which is really an imperfectly developed and usually sterile female. Like other insects, bees pass through a metamorphosis, which in their case is of the description called complete, for the immature forms of the bee show no resemblance whatever to the winged insect which will finally be perfected. Every bee commences its life in the form of an egg. Each egg is laid by the queen bee in a separate cell, and in a few days the egg hatches into a white, footless maggot, which is carefully tended by the workers and fed by them with a preparation secreted by the bees, which is carefully graduated, not only according to the age of the grub, but is differently constituted according to the sex and status of the bee, for it is well known that it is in the power of the workers to develop a young grub which would otherwise become a sterile worker into a perfect queen bee by placing it in a large cell and rearing it on the same nourishing food which is supplied to those grubs which are intended to become perfect queens. When the grub is full grown, it spins itself a small silken cocoon and becomes a pupa, or nymph as it is called. The pupa somewhat resembles a swathed mummy, for all the external portions of the future bee can be seen outlined in the hard casing which encloses it. As soon as it arrives at maturity, it makes its way out through the upper end, when the cell is at once prepared by the other bees for a fresh occupant. The newly born bee is at first moist, flabby, and pale-colored, but in a few hours her skin dries and hardens, when she at once commences her lifelong labors, at first tending the young bees and doing other necessary duties in the hive, and then, a fortnight later, going forth with her companions to collect honey and pollen in the meadows and gardens. There is never room for more than 1 queen bee in a hive, and the queens, which may be recognized by their longer bodies and shorter wings, have such a mortal hatred of each other that, whenever 2 of them meet, they will fight, if permitted, until one is killed. But in summer, when young bees are hatching daily in large numbers, and the hive is getting overpopulated, the workers do not permit the queens to fight, and finally one of them, usually the old queen in the first instance, works herself up into a great flurry, and rushes out of the hive, attended by several hundred followers, to seek for fresh fields and pastures new. This is called swarming, and a strong hive will often throw off as many as 4 or 5 swarms in the course of the summer. It is then the object of the beekeeper to get the queen to enter a new hive, for otherwise the swarm may fly to a distance and be lost. But wherever the queen bee takes up her abode, her companions will assemble round her, and at once commence the work of building combs and storing up honey. The drone or male bee is rather larger than the worker and has a more obtuse body. He may be at once distinguished by his long 13-jointed antennae or feelers, for the antennae are shorter and only 12-jointed in the queen and worker. There are several hundred drones in a hive, but the queen only pairs once in her life on the wing, and the ceremony is immediately followed by the death of the drone. The drones have no sting, for the sting of the female and worker is really a modified ovipositor, or egg-laying apparatus, analogous to the organ which is so conspicuous in many ichneumons and other insects belonging to the same order as the bees. In the autumn, the unfortunate drones are all massacred, or else driven from the hive by the workers, when they speedily perish. The workers are by far the most numerous of the inhabitants of a beehive. There may be thousands of them, and their number appears to be only limited by the dimensions of the hive itself. The ancients had observed something of the economy of bees, but many of their ideas on the subject were strangely fantastic. It was perhaps natural to suppose that the leader of the bees was a king rather than a queen, but it was also supposed that a swarm of bees could be obtained by killing an ox and leaving the carcass to rot. This notion appears to have originated in swarms of flies, more or less resembling bees, having been noticed flying round or near putrefying carcasses. Among all the truly social insects, i.e. hive bees, wasps, ants, and termites, or so-called white ants, we find that the bulk of the community consists of sterile females, and the number of fertile females is very small, even in those cases where more than one female is permitted to live in a nest, as among wasps. Humble bees live in small communities consisting of males, females, and workers, but their economy is very simple compared to that of the hive bee, and they do not confine themselves to a single female to a nest. The solitary bees are very numerous in species and consist of only males and females. They do not live in communities, but each female constructs a dwelling for her own young. Many of them burrow in the ground, and they are so far gregarious that a large number of females will sometimes form their burrows near each other in the same bank. There are about 200 different kinds of bees known to inhabit the British Isles. The solitary bees are very varied in their habits, and some of them are parasitic on other species. The large carpenter bees, which form their nests in wood, are not British, but there are some small British species which make theirs in the interior of bramble sticks. Some are very hairy, others are smooth, and look at first sight like small wasps, being banded with black and yellow. But one of the handsomest and most conspicuous of the solitary species is the fulvous bee, which is a hairy species much resembling a small humble-bee, and is one often seen in abundance along with other bees, flying round sallow blossoms in spring. This is the end of section 46 by Dave Currier.
Section 47 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2020. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 5, Chapter 2. Insects, Part 4. Scale-Winged Insects or Butterflies and Moths, by W. F. Kirby, Fellow of the Linnean Society. Butterflies and moths are easily distinguished from other insects by many very obvious characters, and a considerable number are remarkable for the beautiful and varied colors of their wings. These are, as it were, tiled with overlapping scales, attached to the membrane by a slender stem, hence their name, scale-winged insects. These scales differ very much in shape, sometimes being long and slender and almost hair-like, while at other times they are widened at the extremity, like a battledore, or they may be short and broad like a fan or a shovel. Different forms of scales are found on different parts of the wings of the same insect, and some forms of scale are peculiar to the male, as are usually the dense tufts of scales found on the forewings of the skipper butterflies and on the hind wings of the Chrysippus butterfly. The varied colors of these scales are due partly to pigment, interposed between the extremely delicate double or triple tissues of which the scales are composed, or, more rarely, to the refraction of light from the surface of the scales themselves, or, as has recently been stated, to different colored scales alternating so that the varying colors are visible at different angles, as in the metallic shot color of the purple emperor butterfly, and in various species found in South America and other countries. In the case of the purple emperor and in many other butterflies, this shot coloring is confined to the males. Indeed, as a rule, female butterflies and moths are larger than the males, but far less brilliantly colored than their mates. There are, however, many species in which the sexes differ little in size or color, but it only rarely happens that the female is more brightly colored than the male. The bodies of butterflies and moths, the legs, and often more or less of the base or borders of the wings are clothed with hair or hair-like scales. These insects have a long or short proboscis through which they imbibe their food, which consists of the honey of flowers, the sap of trees, or moisture from the ground. Like other insects, they have 6 legs in the perfect state, but in some species either the front or hind pair becomes more or less rudimentary, especially in the males. Butterflies and moths pass through 4 stages. The egg is laid by the female on some plant which will provide suitable nourishment for the caterpillar. A caterpillar, which is the next stage, is a jointed, worm-like creature with 16 legs. Those corresponding with the legs of the perfect insect are horny, and a pair is placed on each of the first 3 joints behind the head. The next 4 pairs, called pro-legs, are thick and fleshy, and a pair is placed under each of joints 7 to 10, reckoning the head as joint 1, the last joint of all being provided with a pair slightly differing from the others and called claspers. In many young caterpillars, however, and also in the full-grown caterpillars of a considerable number of moths, especially among those with slender bodies, 1 or more of the first 3 pairs of pro-legs may be rudimentary or absent, and the caterpillar walks by arching his back at every step in a way that must be seen to be appreciated, though such caterpillars, popularly called loopers on account of the way they loop up their bodies in walking, are often very active and cover the ground much more rapidly than one might imagine. Sometimes the claspers, or last pair of legs, are modified into tentacles, which, in the caterpillars of the puss moth and its allies, contain retractile whips, used as weapons of defense. Caterpillars are very voracious and increase in size with great rapidity, and whenever their skin gets too tight, after splitting it, they slip it off, along with the lining of the stomach and intestines, and after a few hours' lethargy, necessary to recover from the debilitating effects of such a serious operation, and to give the new skin time to dry and harden, they begin to feed again as ferociously as ever. The number of these molts varies according to the species. When the caterpillar has attained its full growth, it enters upon the 3rd stage of its life as a pupa or chrysalis. A pupa means a doll or swaddled baby, and is a very appropriate name for the dark-colored object, cased in a horny skin, with no detached organs visible, except a sheath for the proboscis in some of the hawk moths, in which this organ is unusually long, but with the separate cases of the wings, legs, etc. of the future butterfly or moth plainly visible in the sutures on its surface. The pupae of some butterflies have more or less metallic colors, and to these only is the term chrysalis applicable. Some pupae are naked, and those of most butterflies are either suspended by the tail or attached to a branch by a belt of silk around the body. Those of moths are generally formed either in an earthen cell under the surface of the ground, or else are enclosed in an oval case called a cocoon, chiefly composed of silk, though sometimes moss or chips of wood are worked into it. Other pupae are found between leaves, or, in the case of caterpillars which feed in the wood of trees, or in the stems of plants, in the galleries where they have lived. When the perfect butterfly or moth is ready to emerge, the pupa splits, and the insect works its way to the open air. Its body is limp and heavy, and the wings are like little flaps of wet rag, but it discharges a quantity of superfluous fluid, generally of a red color, and fixes itself on a branch or other convenient foothold, where its wings can hang downwards. The expansion and contraction of the muscles pump air into the hollow tubes which form the framework of the wings. These rapidly expand to their full size and become dry and firm at the same time. After this, the insect flies about with its companions, pairs, lays its eggs, and then dies after enjoying its life for a period, varying according to the species and the season, from a few hours to several months. We have not yet spoken of the feelers or antennae of butterflies and moths. They are two long, jointed organs, nearly always knobbed at the end in butterflies, or at least the terminal joints are thicker than the rest. But in moths the antennae are of different shapes, and generally end in a point. Sometimes they are simple and thread-like, sometimes they are thickest in the middle and thinner at both ends, as in the hawk moths, and they are often comb-like, especially in the males, as in the silk moths. Butterflies. As already mentioned, butterflies may be distinguished from moths by their antennae being thickened at the extremities. There are comparatively few species in Europe, only about 300, of which between 60 and 70 are met with in the British Islands, but in tropical countries they are much more numerous and varied. It is a mistake to suppose that butterflies are always bright-colored insects, and moths the reverse, for though many butterflies are brightly colored, others are very dingy. On the other hand, although it is equally true that many moths are dull-colored, others, especially among those with slender bodies, or those which fly by day, are quite as brilliantly colored as any butterflies. Butterflies are divided into several groups, the first of which includes the brush-footed butterflies, so called because the front pair of legs is converted into hairy paws, useless for walking and only employed for toilet purposes. This is a very extensive group, including about half the butterflies known, and is divided into several smaller sections. The most interesting species among the Danaids is the monarch, one of the largest and commonest butterflies found in North America. It is migratory in its habits and has succeeded in acclimatizing itself throughout the Pacific Islands as far as Australia and New Zealand, as well as in the Canaries, and so many specimens have been taken recently in the south of England that it seems not unlikely to take up its residence there also. It is a tawny butterfly, not unlike the one represented on the preceding page, but much larger, measuring about 5 inches across the wings. The caterpillar is yellow, with transverse black bands, and a pair of long, black, slender filaments near each extremity of the body. The pupa is pale green, with golden spots, and is suspended by the tail, as is the case with most of those of the brush-footed butterflies. The next group, the long-winged butterflies, includes a considerable number of species with long rounded wings, found in tropical and subtropical America. A species with black and transparent markings is shown on page 710, but many have wholly transparent wings, except for a narrow black or brown border. Turning to more familiar insects, there are several kinds of large or moderate-sized tawny butterflies, marked with black spots and lines, called fritillaries in England. The caterpillars are spiny and feed on violets and other low-growing plants. The photograph on page 710 shows the Diana fritillary, a large and handsome species, which is somewhat of a rarity in the southern states of America. It measures 4 inches in expanse, and the sexes are very dissimilar. It is dark brown with a broad orange border spotted with black in the male and rows of more or less connected green or white spots in the female. The angle-winged butterflies include several of the best-known and most brightly colored British species, such as the red admiral, a velvety black butterfly with a transverse red band on the forewings and several white spots between this and the tip, the hind wings having a red border spotted with black and blue. It measures about 2½ inches across the wings and is common in gardens and orchards in summer and autumn. The caterpillar, which feeds on nettle, is brown or black, with yellow stripes and spines. The tawny admiral is a North American butterfly, remarkable for its resemblance to the larger butterfly called the monarch, of which we have already spoken. The Danaids and long-winged butterflies have tough integuments and a disagreeable odor, which more or less protects them from birds. Many other butterflies belonging to other families have a superficial resemblance to these, and are believed to share in their immunity. This phenomenon is technically called mimicry. The caterpillar of the tawny admiral is gray and black, with curious spiny tufts. The group of the satyrs contains a great variety of moderate-sized brown or tawny butterflies, usually with round spots centered with white towards the margins of the wings. Many species are common in meadows, others, which are dark brown or black, with red, white-centered marginal spots, are numerous in mountainous countries, and 2 species are found in the north of England and Scotland. The caterpillars of the satyrs are usually smooth and green, with a forked tail, and the pupae are formed on the surface of the ground. The great blue butterflies of South America form another group of brush-footed butterflies. The second family is almost entirely American, and is only represented in England by a brown butterfly about an inch in expanse, called the Duke of Burgundy fritillary. The caterpillar is reddish and feeds on primroses. It is not a very abundant species in England. The third family is represented in Britain by 3 very distinct sections of rather small butterflies, the largest of which scarcely measures more than 1.5 inches across the wings. These are the hair streaks, brown with light lines on the undersurface of the wings, and a short tail on the hind wings, except in the green hair streak, so named from the green undersurface of the wings. The small blue butterflies, which generally have brown females, and the coppers, the only common species of which measures about 1 inch across the wings. The forewings are bright coppery red with dark brown spots and borders, and the hind wings are dark brown with a coppery red border spotted outside with black. The small copper butterfly and some of the blues are common in meadows and gardens. Many of the members of the fourth family are of a white or yellow color, among which are the destructive white cabbage butterflies, 3 species of which are very common in England, where they may be seen in every garden throughout the summer. The photograph on page 716 represents one of them at rest. A prettier species is the orange tip, which is common in spring. The underside of the hind wings is mottled with green, and there is a bright orange spot before the tip of the forewing, both above and below. Some of the South American butterflies of this family much resemble the long-winged butterflies of the same country. The family of the swallow-tailed butterflies includes a considerable number of large and handsome species, but they are not numerous in Europe, and only 1 black and yellow species, measuring 3 inches across the wings, is found in England, where it is now almost confined to the fens of the southeastern counties. Its green caterpillar, with transverse black bands spotted with orange, feeds on carrot, fennel, and other similar plants. All the caterpillars of this family are remarkable for possessing a retractile fork on the neck, but the butterflies do not all possess the long appendage to the hind wings which has given some of them the name of swallow-tails. Thus it is wanting in most of the great bird-winged butterflies of the eastern islands, one of which, the Croesus butterfly, is represented in the colored plate. The great difference between the sexes is well worth noting. The female is considerably larger than the male, but in the colored figure the former has been reduced, owing to the exigencies of space. Mr. A. R. Wallace writes as follows of the capture of the first specimen. Quote, "One day about the beginning of January, I found a beautiful shrub with large white leafy bracts and yellow flowers, a species of Musenda, and saw one of these noble insects hovering over it, but it was too quick for me and flew away. The next day I went again to the same shrub and succeeded in catching a female, and the day after a fine male. I found it to be, as I had expected, a perfectly new and most magnificent species, and one of the most gorgeously colored butterflies in the world. Fine specimens of the male are more than 7 inches across the wings, which are velvety black and fiery orange, the latter color replacing the green of the allied species. The beauty and brilliancy of this insect are indescribable, and none but a naturalist can understand the intense excitement I experienced when I at length captured it. On taking it out of my net and opening the glorious wings, my heart began to beat violently, the blood rushed to my head, and I felt much more like fainting than I have done when in apprehension of immediate death. I had a headache the rest of the day, so great was the excitement produced by what will appear to most people a very inadequate cause." End quote. The skippers, the last family of butterflies, are comparatively stout-bodied insects, with the antennae widely apart at the base and sometimes forked at the tip. They are not numerous in Europe. The prettiest of the British species is perhaps the pearl skipper, which measures rather more than an inch across its brown and tawny wings. The under surface of the hind wings is green and marked with several clear white spots. Moths. Moths are much more numerous than butterflies, and there are about 2,000 different kinds found in the British Islands alone. Consequently, we are able to notice only a few. The hawk moths have long, pointed wings, thick, tapering bodies, and the antennae thickest in the middle. The pink-greenish striped elephant hawk moth, see page 718, is a comparatively small species. The specimens measure about 2½ inches across the wings. Some species are much larger. The death's head hawk moth, whose caterpillar feeds on potato leaves, is 5 or 6 inches in expanse, and some of the South American species measure as much as 9 inches. The caterpillars of the hawk moths are generally green, often with oblique lines of a different color on the sides. They are not hairy, though the skin is sometimes rough, and there is a fleshy appendage called a horn on the back, just before the extremity of the body. The brown pupae are found in cells in the ground. The Chinese mulberry silkworm, which produces most of the silk of commerce, is a smooth whitish caterpillar about 2 inches long, with a horn. It is often reared in England on lettuce. The moth is a sluggish, stout-bodied insect. It is whitish, with 2 dusky stripes on the forewings. The pupa is enclosed in an oval, whitish or yellow cocoon of pure silk. The emperor moths, of which there is only 1 species in England, likewise spin large cocoons, sometimes used for commercial purposes. The caterpillars are generally more or less spiny or tufted. Some of the moths have long tails on the hind wings, like swallow-tailed butterflies, and there are several species in South Europe, South Africa, the East Indies, and North America of a beautiful sea-green color. It will be noticed that the specimens represented on page 718 have the tails a little broken, which is a very common accident with swallow-tailed butterflies and moths. We may also notice the round or crescent-shaped spots in the middle of the wings of some of the moths represented on this page and the next. These are very characteristic of the emperor moths, and there is often a transparent spot in the center of the concentric markings. 2 other North American species of this family are shown in the photographs on page 719, rather under natural size. The second of these, the Cecropia moth, is represented with its cocoon. This moth has occasionally been captured in England, having been introduced either accidentally or by design. A year or two ago a specimen was brought to the Natural History Museum at South Kensington, which had been caught in the street close by. During the summer, many foreign butterflies and moths may be seen alive in the insect house at the Zoological Gardens, Regent's Park, and several of the photographs given in these pages were taken from specimens living there in the summer of 1901. The largest of the emperor moths is the great Atlas moth of North India, the largest of all known butterflies or moths, which occasionally measures almost a foot across its reddish tawny wings. The imperial moth, a handsome North American moth belonging to a family allied to the emperor moths, is represented below. The agars form another allied family, also with tufted caterpillars, but with the central eye of the wings absent or reduced to a small black spot. A set of remarkable photographs representing the eggs, caterpillars, cocoons, and sections of cocoons, and the moths of a large and handsome species, the cypress moth of Smyrna, appears on pages 720 and 721. We have received the following account of their habits from Mr. Mavroyeni, to whom we are indebted for the photographs. Quote, "In the month of July they start weaving their cocoons, in which they remain for 17 days. A couple of weeks after, the moths have emerged from their cocoons and laid their eggs. The eggs hatch, and the young caterpillars run up the tree and feed from the end of August, during autumn, winter, and spring." End quote. We believe that the cocoons of this species are prepared for use as silk in Greece. Among other kinds we may notice the bright-colored tiger moths, with their black and cream-colored forewings and red and black hindwings, which frequent gardens and are reared from reddish-brown caterpillars with long hair. These are stout-bodied moths, and there are other moths with brown forewings and whitish hindwings, which fly to candles or buzz over flowers in the evening. These are called owl moths, but there are larger and handsomer members of the same family called yellow underwings, measuring nearly 2 inches across the wings and likely to be flushed in strawberry beds or hay fields. They have brown forewings and bright yellow hindwings with a black border. The red underwing moth is about 3 inches in expanse and has grayish-brown forewings and red hindwings with a black central band. It is often seen flying about willow trees in the afternoon or resting on tree trunks when the bright-colored hindwings are quite concealed. The looper moths are those produced from caterpillars which have only 10 legs instead of 16, as already explained. Most have slender bodies of moderate length and broad and rather brightly colored wings, green, russet brown, yellow, etc. Some, measuring about 1 inch in expanse, are called carpet moths, from the zigzag patterns on the forewings, which are generally black and white, or brown and white, and sometimes green. The yellow shell, a yellow moth with some zigzag brown and whitish lines across the wings, which expand about 1 inch, is common in hedges and bushes. The white, black and yellow spotted gooseberry moth, or magpie moth, so common in gardens, is also one of the loopers. Among the smaller moths are the pearl moths, with long slender bodies, wings longer than broad, and often with a pearly luster, 1 or 2 species of which are common among nettles. We may also mention the snout moth, a brown slender-bodied moth with a pointed beak projecting in front of the head, likewise a common insect among nettles. The grass moths are small moths with narrow whitish forewings and broad brownish hindwings, which they wrap round their bodies when at rest. They are common in every field and meadow. The bell moths have broad truncated forewings and rounded hindwings. A species belonging to this family, with green forewings and brown hindwings, may be shaken from every oak tree in summer, and at the same time numbers of its little green caterpillars will drop themselves down and remain swinging at the end of a thread till they think that the danger is past, when they climb up again. The clothes moths, familiar to everybody, are representatives of an enormous family of small moths, comprising nearly 2/3 of the British species, but only a few live in houses. Most have narrow wings with long fringes, and many feed in tortuous galleries which they eat in the substance of leaves. Some are among the smallest moths known. The white plume moth, which may be noticed floating about in weedy places like a piece of thistle down, is a representative of a small family in which the forewings are divided into 3 separate feathers and the hind wings into 2. The other species are brown and smaller. When at rest, they look like small daddy longlegs. The 20-plume moth is a yellowish-gray species, less than an inch in expanse, often to be seen at rest on windows or palings. It might easily be taken for a small looper moth, but that each wing is split into 6 feathers. Silkworms. We have now completed a rapid survey of the principal groups of butterflies and moths, and may fittingly conclude this part of our subject by giving a short account of the history of silkworms, insects which far surpass all other butterflies and moths in their importance to mankind, on account of the valuable product which is obtained from their cocoons. The industry has been carried on from time immemorial in China, and many old Chinese works contain interesting particulars, especially relating to the rearing of silkworms by the queens and their ladies, for silk was probably a royal monopoly in old times. These Chinese records date back to about 2200 BC, when the silk industry was already flourishing, but, according to the usually received tradition, silkworms were first reared during the reign of the Emperor Huang Te, 2640 BC, by his queen. The following extracts from the Lehe Book of Ceremonies, written between 204 BC and 135 BC, and quoted by Horsfield and Moore in their Catalogue of the Lepidoptera of the East India Museum, may not be uninteresting to our readers. Quote, "In the first month of spring orders were issued to the forester not to cut down the mulberry trees, and when the cooing doves were observed fluttering with their wings, and the crested jars alighting upon the mulberry trees, people were to prepare the trays and frames for the purpose of rearing the silkworms. In the spring season, when the Empress and her ladies had fasted, they proceeded to the east, and personally engaged in picking the mulberry leaves. On this occasion the married and single ladies were forbidden to wear their ornaments, and the usual employments of females were lessened, in order to encourage attention to the silkworms. When the rearing of the silkworms was completed, the cocoons were divided, for reeling, and the silk weighed, for weaving, each person being rewarded according to her labor, in order to provide dresses for the celestial and ancestorial sacrifices. In all this, none dared indulge in indolence. In the last month of summer, the order was given to the female officers to dye the silk of various colors, in order to weave checkered sarcenets, comprising black and white, black and green, green and red, with red and white checks, all of which was to be done according to the ancient rule, without the least variation. The black, yellow, azure, and red tints were all to be correct and good, without the least fault, in order to provide dresses for the celestial and ancestorial sacrifices, and standards for distinguishing the high and low degrees. In ancient times the emperor and his princes had a public mulberry garden and a silkworm establishment erected near some river. On the morning of the first day of the 3rd month of spring, the sovereign, wearing a leather cap and a plain garment, ascertained by lot the chief of his 3 queens, with the most honourable amongst his concubines, and caused them to attend to the rearing of the silkworms in the above-named establishment. They then brought the eggs of the worms and washed them in the river above alluded to, after which they picked the mulberry leaves in the public garden, and aired and dried them in order to feed the worms. When the season was over, the royal concubines, having completed the business of rearing the silkworms, brought the cocoons to show them to the prince, when he presented the cocoons again to his consort, whereupon the consort said, "This is the material of which your highness's robes are to be formed." Having said which, she covered herself with her robe and received the cocoons. On this occasion, the ladies of the court were honored with the present of a sheep. This was the mode in which the presentation of the cocoons was anciently conducted. End quote. In the reign of Justinian, eggs of the Chinese mulberry silkworm were smuggled into Europe by 2 monks, and the culture of silk rapidly spread to southern Europe, where it has continued to form a staple industry ever since. In the Peloponnesus especially, such large plantations of mulberry trees were grown for the purpose of rearing silkworms as to give the peninsula its modern name of Morea. Silk is obtained in different parts of the world from the cocoons of various other moths, chiefly belonging to the group of emperor moths, but these products are only of local importance and are not likely to compete with the mulberry silkworm. End of section 47.
Section 48 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katie Boyle. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 5, Chapter 2. Insects, Part 5. Half-Winged Insects, or Bugs and Froghoppers, by W.F. Kirby and the Reverend Theodore Wood. The order including the bugs and froghoppers is divided into 2 suborders. There are also 1 or 2 small groups, sometimes treated as separate orders, and sometimes regarded as aberrant sections of the order, to which we shall allude later. The true bugs have their 4 wings of a horny texture, but generally overlapping, and the extremities form a transparent membrane resembling that of the hind wings. They have a long sucking proboscis curved down beneath their bodies, and their antennae usually consist of only 4 or 5 long joints. Most are vegetable feeders, but some species feed on the juices of other insects, while a few attack warm-blooded animals, either casually or habitually. The first family includes the shield bugs. These derive their name from the unusual development of a part of the thorax called the scutellum. In most insects, it is only a small plate of no great importance, attached to the end of the thorax, but in the shield bugs it forms a great solid arch, covering the whole of the wings and protecting them as the wing cases protect the wings of beetles. There are only a few small species in England, but a great number of beautiful species inhabit warm countries, some of a brilliant blue or green or yellow or spotted. Many of them are comparatively large insects, nearly an inch long, and resemble brilliantly colored beetles, from which, however, they can easily be distinguished by the antennae, the proboscis, and the shield, the latter of which is not divided down the middle like the wing cases of beetles. Next to the shield bugs, and considered by many entomologists as belonging to the same group, are the pentagonal shield bugs, so called because the scutellum, though much smaller than in the shield bugs, is often half as long as the abdomen and forms a broad triangle, sometimes broken at the sides, so as to make a 5-sided plate lying above the bases of the wings. Several green or brown species of this family, about half an inch long, are common in England among bushes. Many have a very disagreeable smell, and hence they are called stink bugs in America. They feed on vegetable juices, and also frequently on soft-bodied insects. Several species, chiefly foreign, among the shield bugs and the present group, have a strong spine, or else a blunt protuberance projecting from each shoulder. The remaining plant bugs are much more numerous, at least in England, than those already mentioned, and form several families which cannot be noticed in detail. Many species are rather small and delicate creatures, narrower and softer than the shield bugs and pentagonal shield bugs, and are adorned with various colors, black and red predominating. Some have more transparent wings than the others, such as the beautiful little laced-winged bugs, one species of which is often very destructive to pear trees. The bedbug is a reddish-brown, somewhat oval insect, common in many old houses, hiding in cracks and crevices in walls and woodwork, and coming out at night to suck the blood of sleepers with its sharp proboscis. There are allied species, sometimes found in hen houses, pigeon houses, and places where bats congregate. The bedbug has only been known in England for a few centuries, and though now a great pest in all parts of the world, was probably a native of Africa originally. The bedbug, notwithstanding its offensive odor, is preyed upon by several other insects, among which are the common cockroach and the masked bug. The latter is a black-winged bug about 3/4 of an inch long and remarkable for the habits of its larva, which conceals itself with dust or fluff so that it may steal upon its prey unobserved. The masked bug and its larvae feed on soft-bodied insects of various kinds and are more frequently found in outhouses than in dwelling rooms. This bug occasionally attacks warm-blooded animals, and a short time ago a great deal of nonsense was published in the newspapers about a mysterious insect pest in North America called the kissing bug, which seems to have been nothing more unusual than this insect. There are, however, some much larger species belonging to the same family, which are formidable pests in the southern states of North America, Chile, and various other countries. After these insects come the water bugs, of which there are several families, though the number of species is comparatively small. Some are very slender insects, with long, slender legs, and may be seen running on the surface of ponds in England, while others, which are tropical species, are marine and are met with running on the surface of the water in the open sea. The largest members of the group are some of the great water bugs found in Africa, India, and America. Their forewings are of a light brown and measure from 3 to 5 inches in expanse. Their legs are short and strong, and the front legs are adapted for grasping their prey, which consists of insects and small fishes. There are some smaller species in which the female lays her eggs in a cluster on the back of the male, which carries them about till they are hatched. These bugs fly about in the evening and are frequently attracted by electric light. In England, there are 2 allied species called water scorpions, from their long front legs, which somewhat resemble the nippers of a scorpion. The commonest is a brown insect, with the abdomen red beneath. It is about 1 inch long, including the breathing tube, which sticks out behind the body like a tail and is formed of 2 separable parts. It is an oval insect, half as broad as long, and is common in stagnant water. The other species is twice as long and is much more slender, with longer and more slender legs. It is yellowish-brown, like most of the other water bugs, and is a sluggish and rather scarce insect, creeping about in the mud at the bottom of deeper water than that preferred by the commoner species. The water boatmen are yellowish-brown insects measuring half an inch in length, with smooth bodies and long hairy hind legs with which they row themselves about on the water, as if with oars, while floating on their backs. All the larger water bugs are capable of inflicting a severe puncture with their sharp proboscis if handled incautiously. The froghoppers and their allies differ from the bugs in the forewings being uniform in texture throughout and not membranous, with the tips transparent. Sometimes the forewings are of a more or less horny texture, but they are frequently as transparent as the hindwings. All the species are plant-feeding insects. The first family, the cicadas, includes a number of large or moderate-sized species in which the males are provided with a large drum-like apparatus on the abdomen, and some of which make the loud noise for which they have long been celebrated. There is only one comparatively small species in England, which is rare and almost confined to the New Forest. It is black with transparent wings, about 1.5 inch in expanse, and has red transverse lines on the abdomen. The largest Indian species, however, sometimes expands 8 inches. Cicadas have broad heads, broad short bodies ending rather abruptly in a point, and their larvae live in the ground where they are sometimes injurious to the roots of trees. The wings are usually but not always transparent. A very common Indian and Chinese species, about 3 inches in expanse, being black, with large yellow spots on the forewings. In North America and Australia, cicadas are often miscalled locusts. The lanternflies, or candleflies, which form the next family, derive their name from having been stated to be luminous, a statement which is now considered very doubtful. They are insects of considerable size and bright colors, occasionally resembling butterflies and moths. The largest species, the lanternfly of South America, sometimes measures as much as 5 inches across the wings, which are of a pale yellowish or greenish tint with a large round spot on the hind wings, formed of black rings or crescents and enclosing 1 or 2 large white spots. On the head is an immense hollow blunt protuberance marked with 1 or 2 longitudinal red lines. In some species there is a curved horn in front of the head. In some, the horn forms a short cross. In others, it ends in a red knob, while others are destitute of such an appendage. The hind wings are often brightly colored, red or yellow usually predominating. The true froghoppers are small insects about 1/4 of an inch long, found among grass and bushes. The forewings are of rather a stout consistency and uniform in color, often yellowish, and the hindwings transparent. The larvae are soft grubs and live in the masses of froth so common in grass and bushes, which are vulgarly known as cuckoo spit. Passing over several families of small species, we arrive at 2 which contain many very destructive insects. The aphides, plant lice, or smotherflies, are the small, green or brown, winged or wingless insects which frequently cover the shoots of roses and other trees and plants, and exude a sweet, sticky substance called honeydew, very attractive to ants. One species, known as the American blight, is extremely destructive to apple trees, patches of a substance resembling white cotton appearing on the bark. Under these patches, the bark rots from the attacks of the insects, the pest being very difficult to eradicate. Many of the aphides exhibit the curious phenomenon known as alternation of generations. The first brood consists of winged males and females, but the eggs which the latter lay produce exclusively wingless females, or rather sexless creatures capable of laying eggs, and these multiply indefinitely for a time, till perfect males and females are again reproduced. In some cases, the winged forms live on the leaves of trees, and the wingless forms at the roots of grass, etc. One of the most destructive of all these insects is the vine aphis, which was probably introduced into Europe from America, and which threatened at one time almost to destroy the vine industry in France. Wingless, sexless forms live and multiply at the roots of vines, and in summer, winged males and females are produced, which fly up and lay eggs on the leaves, while some of the wingless insects also quit the ground and form small galls on the vine leaves. Although very abundant in America, the insect is not nearly so destructive to the plants which it attacks as in Europe. Some species of scale insects are almost equally destructive, especially to greenhouse plants. The male is slender and 2-winged, but the female is wingless and often legless, and after depositing her eggs usually dies above them, thus forming a covering to protect them from injury. Cochineal consists of the bodies of a species of scale insect which infests the leaves of a cactus in Mexico. The true lice are found on various species of mammals and imbibe their food through a proboscis. The bird lice, or biting lice, form a well-defined group by themselves. They are sometimes regarded as forming distinct orders of insects, but some authors treat the first group as a degraded family of insects allied to the froghoppers, and the second group as an equally degraded and aberrant family allied to the lace-winged insects. End of section 48.